Check, check. Hey, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome, welcome. Hey, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. It's good to see you guys. Gonna be doing something a little different tonight. I'm gonna be pre-recording. Ooh, Danielle in the house. No audio? Can you guys hear me? Wait. Oh, wait. Maybe. Wait. She's like, wait, maybe. Oh. What's going on with the internet connection? Let's hope that the internet connection stays. It's been a little bit iffy today. Okay. Yeah. We'll be doing some free readings. Before I jump into the free readings, I'm pre-recording 2 readings. I'm doing a new love reading, and then I'll be doing a past love reading. I'm recording those for my channel. You guys just get to watch, and then as soon as I'm done recording those, even though it's live, I'm just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll be jumping into the live, and, I'll probably be here for a while. So, anyways, I'm going to go ahead and jump in. You guys can just hang out and watch, or you can come back in, like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. It's up to you. And, but I'm going to be doing a new love reading, a collective new reading, and then a past love reading for everybody. So, all right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center, here to do a new love reading. So if you're here looking for new love, you've come to the right place. So we're just going to jump right in. We're going to see what's coming up for all of you out there in love land that are looking for new love relationships. So here we go. Who's coming towards the collective? This will be good for about the next month and a half. So between now and about, I don't know, maybe mid-November. All right. So the first thing I'm noticing for you guys that are looking for new love, there's like a really strong energy right now of like resistance. So even though some of you guys might be looking for a new love, there's like a collective resistance right now, which is interesting because at the end of October, I know we still have a ways to go to get to the end of October, but the end of October, we will officially be moving into cuddle season. So it's interesting that there's so much resistance right now. But anyways, we're going to keep pushing through and see what this is all about. So I'm going to come back through and explain these in just a minute. Okay. A lot of cards wanted to come out, and just letting them come out. We got a lot here. So, in no specific order here. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you that are looking for new love, this is very interesting. So basically, this resistance type of energy that I'm feeling makes a lot more sense now. So there's a little bit of a mixture of advice as well as obviously what you guys are wanting to know if you're looking for somebody new. I think a lot of you guys have been kind of focused on obstacles right now. So the first card we have out here is this obstacles card. So a lot of you guys have been focused on this. You've been experiencing obstacles in other areas of your life, I feel, that have been requiring your attention. So love has kind of been on the back burner maybe for some of you. And I'm not saying the desire for love, but more just kind of like, you know, love is not, how do I say it? Like your immediate needs were kind of needing your attention right now. So, you know, love has to kind of be put in the back seat for right now. Interestingly enough, though, I think that this has also been representing the hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that you guys have been experiencing in previous relationships. So obviously, if this is a new love relationship and that's what you're watching this for, then my assumption is that you're single. Of course, not everybody is single when they're looking for somebody new, but we'll save that conversation for another time. So whatever the obstacles are, that was the first thing that came out, which tells me that a lot of the attention has been on other things, and love has kind of been on the back burner. For the rest of you guys, and if you've been in a similar situation, perhaps as myself, we have the spiritual growth card, which is interesting because we have the spiritual growth card here. We have the spiritual awakening card here. We have the divine feminine here as well. And we have wisdom at the bottom of the deck over here. So there's a lot of energy on the table showing that some of you guys may have been spending more time focused on yourself, focused on your spiritual growth, focused on your personal development. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, you want love, but it's almost, you've almost gotten to a point, for those that this resonates with, you know, take it as it resonates. But for those of you that this reading will resonate for, it's almost kind of like you've gotten okay being single. Like, sure, I would love to find somebody, but it's got to be the right somebody, because we have the superficial card over here, and I feel like this is kind of showing like these are the things that you're not going to go for anymore, right? Like in the past, we've got the dating queens card over here. You know, it's kind of like, for some of you, it's like, yeah, maybe I had my day in the past. You know, I casually dated. You know, had my party time, my good times. You know, or if that's not for you guys, then the people that you attracted into your life were more superficial like that. They were in and out, non-committal, and maybe you were kind of used to that, and you're like, hey, you know what? That's not really me anymore. Even if you maybe once upon a time were in a similar energy yourself, you're not in that energy anymore. Okay. So then we have the home card over here. So again, all the energies on the table pertain to each other. So, I know I'm kind of bouncing around here, but I'm just kind of going where the energy wants to take me in the reading. So with the home energy here, basically, a lot of you guys have been spending a lot of time focusing on yourselves. Some of you guys have been, obviously staying at home, focusing on your spiritual growth. And I feel like that's really what this has to do with, because again, this wisdom energy is kind of like a hermit energy. You've been focusing on other things with the building card here, or you've been waiting for somebody who wants the same things that you want. We have the wallflower energy, which again, it's just kind of like, hey, you know what? Let me put the card up closer here. This chick's kind of just sitting in the corner, and there's these silhouettes of people like dancing and, just kind of like people watching. And I feel like that's kind of like your energy. Like you're happy, just kind of like, hey, you know what? I'm good. Like, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a rush. I don't have to, settle. I'm not going to rush out into anything. I'm going to protect my peace. And then over here, we have the work in reverse. And so some of you guys have had challenges in regards to your work, career, money, finances. I think that's like one of the major hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that everybody's been having. And of course, now that we're in election season, unfortunately, we have to deal with all the election stuff. And people, unfortunately, the worst sides of people tend to come out during election season. Everybody's ego gets flared. Everybody's fighting with the other person, disagreeing and all the things, right? So there's just a lot of like chaotic energy. And I feel like for the people who are truly spiritual, and I don't mean like spiritually scapegoating, I mean, you really consider yourself a spiritual person. Like, you just don't have time or energy for that stuff anymore, right? It's just like, I don't want any conflict. I don't want any unnecessary drama. You're probably a highly sensitive person, so you don't want to be around that type of energy. It's just like, I'd just rather go focus on myself, right? So we do have the future card here. So this is indicating that there is something coming up for you in love in the future. Some of you guys are working through releasing certain things in your life right now with this release card. This could be somebody also who's been trying to get over you, but they've not been successful. So somebody in your past has been trying to walk away from you, and they've not had great success because this overthinking card's here. And so they're being confronted with the matrix here. They're being confronted with, okay, am I going to take the red pill, and am I going to go after the collective? I'm going to go, back to this person who is the red pill. They're spiritually awakened. Or are they going to stay in superficial land with the blue pill? Are they going to stay on the surface? Are they going to keep choosing superficial relationships? And they don't know. Like right now, they're on the fence. This is like a Two of Swords energy with the overthinking here. But you have your sights set on the future. You're like, hey, you know what? I know what my spiritual path is. I'm not really worried. Like, yeah, it'd be nice to find somebody it's in alignment with me. But, I'm good right now. Like, I'm content. It gets lonely sometimes. But for the most part, I'm okay. And I'd rather be alone than be with a superficial, toxic energy that's going to set me back, take me down, not appreciate me, or any of that. So, let me get some additional. So, is there anyone in the near future? This one wanted to come out. So we have a third or fourth spiritual awakening card now. We have a High Priestess. So Pisces energy. So you could be dealing with a Pisces. Doesn't have to be, but I'm just going to mention it. Yeah, and then we have something picking up here. I feel like this is somebody, a past person chasing after you. We get the Knight of Swords. Somebody, it's like, there's like, and this is weird because this is a new love reading, or this is not a past love reading, just to be crystal clear with you guys. I'm going to do that one next, but somebody walked away and they let you go. They regret doing it, and you're like, hey, shit happens. what can you do? You know, you set your eyes on the future. You kept going. You know that, you know, you can't sacrifice who you are. You can't sacrifice your calling in life, you know, to be stuck in the past with somebody who didn't know what they wanted. So you kept moving forward. You kept growing, and it might have hurt. It might have sucked. Like, man, I really like that person. I really love that person. But, you know, they made a choice. They walked away. And now they're regretting that choice, and now they're being confronted with the real choice. This is the real choice. Am I going to take the red pill, or am I going to take the blue pill? Am I going to choose spiritual awakening, or am I going to stay where it's comfortable and stay in the matrix with everybody else and stay asleep? Right? And I feel like with the high priestess here, this person they're having their own spiritual awakening now. And they're having a realization like, man, I think I effed up, and I need to go I need to run and chase after the collective. I need to come back, and at least try. And so for a lot of you guys, the majority of you, I think there's somebody from your past who is going to come running after you, even though you're not focused on this person, you're not thinking about this person, you've let this person go, and you're completely focused on your future. Yeah, I can't make this shit up. And this is proof right here. Once I get my hands here. So we got the Eight of Wands. So here they are, chasing after you, Knight of Swords, and here they are, Eight of Wands. Two energies of hauling ass, coming after you super fast, super quick. This one is specifically more about, well, really they both are. I mean, Swords is communication, and obviously this is communication as well. And so this person is, you know, I think you're going to hear from somebody from your past, even though you're focused on potentially a new person. Now, if there's any resistance, it's going to be this Five of Wands, which is a card of conflict. So they're still conflicted here. Like, they have the only reason that they haven't pulled the trigger on this yet is because of internal conflict, right? And, you know, with the overthinking energy here, let me grab this card. It's kind of hard to see, but, you know, this dude's, you know, overthinking everything about life. And so, you know, they have all these stories like, well, what if I chase after the collective and they tell me to go F myself? What if I chase after the collective and find out they're seeing somebody? What if I chase after the collective and they argue with me, or they fight with me, or, you know, depending on what this person did to you, maybe they expect to, you know, maybe they expect you to tell them to go F themselves. You know, maybe they hurt you. Maybe they cheated on you. Maybe they betrayed you. Maybe they did something. And so they're expecting you to give them a mouthful. But whatever the situation is, there's, you know, they're expecting some type of conflict. And because they're expecting conflict, they're conflicted about, you know, what to expect when they pull the trigger on this, okay? Underneath that, we have the Ace of Wands, which is just essentially saying that they're going to pull the trigger. This person is working up the courage, the inspiration, the motivation, whatever it is. They're working up the courage to come at you. There's a Three of Cups. That's the triple confirmation. They want a reunion. They want to come after you. I feel this person, they feel like they screwed up with you. And the fact that you let them go and you were focused on the future, you did your part because you cleared the resistance from your part. Right? And this is like that whole runner-chaser thing, which is, I mean, it's a real thing. It's a real phenomenon, but it's kind of ridiculous at the same time. So it is what it is, right? So I feel that within the next, like I said, maybe the next 30 to 40 days, the next month and a half, between now and about mid-November, I feel that you guys are going to hear from somebody probably from your past. Even though you're looking for somebody new, there's not really any other energy that I'm feeling. And I'm not saying that you can't attract something else or something else couldn't, but right now, right here, right now on this table, you have somebody who I feel is going to come after you, even though that this is a new love reading. Okay. So if you found this reading helpful, please like, share, subscribe, and stay tuned for more readings. And as always, love and light. All right, for those of you out in chat land, if you're still here, that was a past love reading. So I am going to do a new love reading now. Or no, that was the new love reading, rather. So now I'm going to do the past love reading. And then we will be diving into the free live reads, at least for a little while. So appreciate you guys hanging out, bearing with me. All right. Now let's see. Where are we at? Okay. So, past love reading. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. Here to do a past love reading for the month of October, going into about mid-November. If you're new to my channel, I would greatly appreciate it if you would click the like, share, and subscribe button for me. All the other information you need to know is in the description box below. Okay, so we are just going to jump in and see what's going on with the past person on your mind and see what actions, if any, they will be taking towards you. I also highly recommend going and checking out the new love reading, which will be posted as well. You might find that information beneficial or similar. All right. So this past person is going through some type of conflict in their life right now. So whoever this person is for you, and we'll figure this out as we go. Yeah, they're going through a dark time right now. I feel like they're getting karma. They've been in their devil energy, essentially. And we have the divine masculine here. So let me get a couple more. All right. So we have the calling. So yeah, I feel like this person, contract. Oh boy. And fate of destiny. So this person is basically learning, they're learning some lessons right now. Yeah, delays. So essentially, the energy of what I'm getting or what I'm picking up here is this person in your past. It's like they realized that you were their person. With the Fated Destiny card here and the calling, because this is like your spiritual calling. This is like your purpose in life, your mission and purpose life. Okay, that's what this card is for. However, when they met you, I don't think they were ready. Uh, like they weren't on the same level that you were spiritually. So I think you guys obviously couldn't work for that reason. So what have they been up to since you've not been with this person? Well, they've been up to no good. They've been entertaining their devil, their shadow side, which sometimes, you have to go play with the devil to find out that making love to the devil hurts. That's my own little, that's just my way of saying that you got to go touch the stove and get burned to find out the stove is hot. So they're in conflict with somebody. I feel like they've been with somebody. Could be a karmic relationship, probably a karmic relationship. They've been fighting with this person, fighting with themselves, entertaining their shadow self here. The divine masculine, I feel like this is actually you guys. Like, this is you standing more in your strength. Like, even if you consider yourself the divine feminine, I mean, like a lot of readers on the YouTubes, they will kind of like idolize one more than the other and like, oh, the divine feminine, she's the one that's like the good guy, and the divine masculine, he's the bad guy. It's like, come on. Either one could be the good guy or the bad guy, right? And they're really, if you really understand true spirituality, there is no good guy, there is no bad guy. But not going to get into all that. Anyways, this person, they knew that they had a calling with you, but they're stuck in some type of contract. This is not like a soul contract, because I have a card in this deck called soul contract. This is like it's almost like they have an obligation with whoever this other party is. Maybe they took money from this person. Maybe they have a child with this person. Maybe, I don't know. There's some type of like legal, physical, legitimate legal situation that they have with this person, and it's got them tied to them temporarily. Maybe even long term, I don't know, but for sure, at least temporarily, they've got their hands full. So let's take a look and see what's going on with this person. Why is the conflict here? What are they conflicted about? What's the real deal with this? Yeah, so they're fighting over money, resources, something to do with money, which is exactly what I said about the contract card over here. So this person's obviously been focused more on... You can't make this shit up. Look. 9 of Swords. I'll just stop the reading right now and give my Guinness Book of World Psychic Records over here to myself. No, I'm just kidding. But the 9 of Swords. This person is literally stressed the F out over money and finances right now. Okay? Like, this is like, they can't even sleep at night. It's that bad. So they're really having it out with this person. So if this is like somebody that they left you for, or they chose them over you, or they cheated on you with, or whatever the situation is, right? However the situation is. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they just like, I'm going to go choose this other person instead of you because you freaked me the F out, because you're actually spiritually awakened, and your energy and your light and your love and all of that is piercing my darkness, and that's a very uncomfortable feeling for me. Well, and so yeah, see at the bottom of the deck here we have the Two of Pentacles here. So all that to say is, whoever this person was, I feel like it was like a chocolate covered turd. It's like on the outside, or candy. You get those candy apples, like. You get at the fair, whatever they are, the carnivals and the fairs, right? You get the caramel covered candy apple, whatever, right? It looks really good when you get it, and it's like, you start eating it. It's like, tastes pretty good, but when you get into the core, you start getting into like the actual center, what's inside of that. It's really just dog shit. It's poop. It's gross, and that's what this person figured out. It's like, oh man, on the outside, this looked really good, looked really yummy, and what started off seeming like it was really sweet tasting and flavorable, the further into it they went, they realized, oh, this is not bad. I mean, this is not good. This is really bad. But by then, they had already committed, right? Like they had got themselves entangled in something with this person where now they're obligated. They have an obligation to whoever this third party is, and they're realizing, you know, I kind of effed up. And so here they are, you know, trying to figure everything out. Like this is them juggling their money, their finances, trying to figure out what to do about this situation they got themselves into. There is the Hierophant. The Hierophant, again, having to do with commitments. A contract is a form of a commitment. So it doesn't have to be a tradition, your typical type of commitment. You're thinking like a lot of tarot readers will say it's marriage and the card of commitment, blah, 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 blah. While that's true, it's not limited to that. You got the Three of Pentacles. So, you know, again, trying to figure out what to do about this, how to work through this. But also, you know, they're kind of stuck. And here they are, Two of Swords, you know. So why is the shadow self here? What's going on here? This past person. I'm not going to clarify all these cards because there's just no point. We'll check the outcome and get to the meat and potatoes because that's really all that matters, right? Like, yeah. So here we go. We have Justice, Libra energy. So maybe you were dealing with the Libra. It doesn't have to be. But this is karma. This is also, again, having to do with legality. So on one hand, yes, they're getting their karma for what they've done. And they're realizing that now, which I said at the beginning of the reading, you know, they had to touch the hot stove to figure out that the hot stove was indeed actually hot. Ironic, right? But this was the Queen of Swords in reverse is karma for being dishonest, right? So this person has been dishonest. They've been unclear. They've been unfaithful, right? They've been a liar or whatever that looks like. And now they're getting their karma for it. So, yeah. And they've been indecisive, right? So they've been so detached from their heart center, their heart chakra for so long. It's almost like they don't even know what it's like to feel anymore. Like they've pushed feelings out and they've blocked themselves. They blocked their heart chakra for so long. They've literally desensitized themselves from emotions. And a part of me feels like this person almost views emotions as evil in a sense. It's almost like if I feel something, if I allow myself to feel an emotion, that's the real evil in life, right? Because feelings and emotions are bad, and feelings and emotions will lead you astray, and feelings and emotions will hurt you. And they have a narrative and a story that they've created in regards to feelings and emotions. And so they don't trust their heart. They don't trust feelings. They don't trust emotions. The only problem with that is that the head, when the head is out of balance, the head can be just as deceiving as the heart when the heart is out of balance, right? That's why there's, in spirituality, what's called the three paths, right? You have one pillar, which is typically the black pillar. You have the white pillar, and then you have what's called the middle path, right? And it's a theme that shows up in all spirituality. And in the theme of the middle path is all about having a balance between your head and your heart, between the light and the dark. It's all about finding that balance, right? In harmonizing. You're not too much into your emotions. You're not too much into your head. Well, this person has gone so far off kilter. They've swung all the way over to the head. And so now the voice speaking to them within their head is essentially their own devil, so to speak, right? And so they've been led astray. Self-deception at its like the highest level possible. So let's just skip over here to the delays, right? Actually, no. Let's skip over here to Fated Destiny. Why is the Fated Destiny card here? Let's see what's going on with the Fated Destiny card. See, I feel like this person knows that, how do I describe this? And this is interesting because now we got the King of Swords upright with the Queen of Swords in reverse, which we'll get to that in just a second. I feel like this person, because the calling is here and fated destiny is here, despite the fact that that Two of Swords energy has been here and they've closed off their heart chakra and they've been in their head so much, despite all of that, it's like you can't keep God, the universe, the source of everything that is, you can't push that out because you are that thing and that thing is you. And it's like this person, no matter how hard they've tried, it's like you're still invading their thoughts. You still invade their heart. Like you're the only thing that seems to get through. You're the only thing that seems to pierce, no matter what defenses they have, no matter what type of thoughts they have. It's like, I mean, without sounding cheesy, it's kind of like it's always you. And so in their mind, that's what they're experiencing right now, essentially. You know, in their heart and their emotions, you're essentially the person or the force or the energy that's always there. Like you're essentially the thorn in their side, if you will, right? And it's not a bad thing. It's just kind of like, it's like the universe isn't going to let them walk away. The universe isn't going to let them forget you. The universe isn't going to let them forget this. It's like the universe is like, okay, you can do what you want. You have free will, but I don't care about your free will. Right? Like you can run and run and run and run, and I'm going to be on your ass the entire time. Right? It's a good, an example I heard years ago is kind of like the whole thing about free will. This is years ago, and my beliefs were a little bit different back then. But like how free will and predestination works, right? It's like, well, imagine that there is a force that we call God or the universe, right? And, you know, that force is interacting or intervening in our lives in some way, shape, or form, right? Again, and I don't know that I subscribe to this belief exactly anymore, but the example was still good. So the analogy was, it's like if you were like hammering a nail and you missed the nail and that hammer hit your thumb, you can try to pretend that you're not in pain, that you're not hurting, right? Or, you know, if you had a nail or a tack on a chair and you sit down on that nail or that sharp tack, you can try to pretend that it's not creating discomfort. And that's the power that the universe has, right? So it's like the universe, God, source, the universe, whatever you want to call it, doesn't have to violate your free will. It's not there making you do anything. However, if you are destined for something and you're like, hey, I was destined to go over here, like my life was leading me in this direction, it was fate, it was destiny, and you're like, nah, I'm going to go over here instead. You can do that. You can go wherever you want to go. But there's a cause and effect for that. There's a consequence for that. And the pain of making that decision eventually will become bad enough to where you will eventually give in, right? It's like, okay, I can't take it anymore, right? And so that's what's happening to this person. This person is going through all this stuff to where they're finally starting to realize, it's like, man, I made a mistake and this was not in my highest good. This did not turn out the way that I thought it was going to turn out. Yeah, the fate of destiny. Look, 10 of Pentacles. They know that you are their person. They know that you were the right choice, even though they made the wrong choice. And now all they've done is they've created these hurdles, these unnecessary delays and hurdles, because we get the delays at the bottom of the deck here, because they entertained, basically they entertained the devil, the shadow self. They went the other way. But they're starting to see now. You get the wisdom card. And then underneath that, they have love. So it's finally kicking in now. And for some of you, this has been something for, I don't know, years, potentially. I mean, you could have been waiting for this person for for years and years and years and years at this point. I really don't know. But it's going to be different for all of you. But the point, the bottom line, regardless of how long you've been waiting, let's see what the near future outcome is, and we'll close the reading out here. What is the future potential outcome? What is the future potential outcome? So yeah, so right now, they're still in this devil energy. Well, it kind of came out in reverse, but it's still on the table. So they're still dealing with it in some way, shape, or form. So they're still working through some type of addiction or this karmic relationship, whatever this situation is. They're not out of the woods yet. Okay. We have coffee cup. So they may actually, they may work up they may get the courage to actually reach out to you, and you might hear from this person. Yeah, photograph is here. So this is like a Six of Cups energy. Like, they're reminiscing, which is to be expected, again, because we're moving into cuddle season. Like I said, the end of October, after Halloween, we officially enter cuddle season. All right. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, that's wintertime. So you have all the holidays. You have Thanksgiving, you have Christmas, you have New Year's. People don't want to be alone. And it's cold out, So all the memories, people start feeling nostalgic. They don't want to be alone for the holidays and all that. So this person is starting to think about you. We have the runner. They know that they were the runner in this relationship. I think before, prior to this, this issue that they're having now, because I feel like this person's actually learned a lot by being in this toxic, whatever situation they're in. They realize I ran from my person. So, they get it now. But in the past, I don't think that they really understood. Like, they don't have the same level of spiritual awareness that you have. Hand of cards. So this card says, take a chance, take a risk, being strategic, options, not showing their hands. So this is like, it's all of it. They're going to take a risk, I feel, but they're also going to, they're being strategic about it. They're not just going to come in and pour out their heart to you and make, oh my God, I figured it out, and I realized that you and me were fated to be together, blah, blah, blah. Like, they know that you're their Ten of Pentacles, but they're not going to come in guns blazing, because it's more like a dog with its tail tucked between its leg, because they know they hurt you. They know they effed up. They know they chose wrong. They know they got themselves into a bad situation that they're still not completely out of. I mean, they're going to show up and they're going to have to basically at some point tell you the truth and be like, hey, look, I want to be with you, but I got some loose ends to tie up. I got myself entangled in something I shouldn't have. And, I still have to take care of that. And it'll be up to you if you accept this person, with whatever baggage they come in with. Right? Okay. So then we have the last two cards. We have sunglasses. So yeah, this person's been watching you, stalking, trying to keep tabs on you, trying to figure out if you've completely moved on, if you're dating somebody else or whatever you've been up to. And then we have healing heart, which says healing from heartbreak, freedom from toxic relationships and addiction. So this is really crazy because we literally, it's like it's bookending. So we have addiction here. I'm going to try to show this to you guys on this camera. It's really hard to see. It may not. This is a webcam, so it's not going to auto zoom. But you can kind of see the subtitles there, right? Addiction. So look at this. And this card literally says healing from addiction at the bottom. It's kind of hard to see, right? So it's healing heart, healing from a relationship or a toxic relationship. So, this is where kind of where they're at, but this is definitely where they're trying to move to. Yeah. And then at the bottom of the deck, you can't make it up. We have ascending lightning. This is like a tower moment. Something shocking, something unexpected. So, yeah. So for those of you that have been waiting to hear from a past person, you're probably going to hear from them. I'm going to put, you could be like an 80% chance within the next 30 days to hear from this person. 75, 80% chance you could hear from this person. Easy. I think that this 9 of Swords energy, what they're most afraid of, the one thing that I think that would hold them back the most is just the fear of how you will respond. And I don't even think for some of you, it's even the fear that you've moved on or moved into another relationship. That would be easy for them because then they would be able to let themselves off the hook. See, if you moved on and you're dating somebody and you were taken, then they'd be like, oh my God, good. They found somebody. See, and then they would let themselves off the hook because the universe has been the one who's been up their butt. Like, you're going to go back and, you know, I'm not going to leave you alone until you go, talk to your person. And so, you know, they got the universe on their ass pushing them towards you. And so they're kind of hoping like, oh my God, well, maybe if they're already in a relationship, then I won't have to face up, you know, and be responsible and be held accountable for my past and the way that I hurt them and all my bad decisions and da-da-da-da-da. But I feel like most of you guys, obviously not all of you, but I think a lot of you guys are probably single or will be, and this person is going to come in and they're going to be like, oh God, like they're not with somebody, they're single. And so, you know, because the universe wouldn't bring this person back if you were with somebody else. I don't think. I could be wrong about that, but the point is they're not going to be let off the hook. They're going to have to come in, they're going to have to confront you, they confront the situation, and they're afraid of the way that you're going to handle it with them. They're afraid of the way that you're going to treat them, essentially, because they know they deserve to be punished. And that's what they're expecting. They're expecting to be punished for something they deserve to be punished for if you subscribe to that mentality, right? My advice, it's not in the cards or on the table, but my personal advice is maybe shock them with something different. Shock them with something that transcends punishment, because that's what they expect. We all expect punishment. I did wrong, I'm going to get punished, right? What if you shock them with acceptance and radical love? And please hear me. I'm not telling you to not have boundaries. I'm not telling you to take this person back. I'm not telling you to not demand. Demand might be a strong word, but have strong boundaries in the sense of like, hey, if you're going to come and be in my life, if we're going to even have a conversation, you're going to have to be 100% honest with me. And you're going to have to tell me the truth. You're going to have to tell me the hard truth, even the things that are super uncomfortable, right? But you can still give love. You can still love somebody without having to entangle, right? Like, because if love is conditional, if we only give love when we're going to receive it in return, that's not true love. That's prostitution. I'm giving you something and expecting something in return. That's not unconditional love. That's prostitution. It's a trade. I give to you with the expectation that you're going to give back to me, right? But to be spiritually awakened, truly spiritual awakened beings, then we have to transcend that thinking. And we have to transcend the thinking of punishment, because punishment is what creates fear. That's why people like this end up the way that they do, is because of fear and punishment, right? It's not love that makes people this way. It's fear that makes people this way. And that's, again, not me giving them a free pass in any way, shape, or form, because everybody's responsible for their thoughts, feelings, actions, behaviors. And this person is going to have to take responsibility for their thoughts, feelings, actions, behaviors. But we don't have to lower the standard of who we are based on experiences we have with people that betray themselves. This person betrayed themselves, and they betrayed you. You don't have to stoop to their level and betray yourself by being angry and all these different things, right? And I'm not saying anger is bad. I'm just saying the way that you treat this person when they come back. They're not you. They're not at the level that you're at, right? It's like expecting a 3-year-old to be a 16-year-old. They don't have that level of consciousness yet. So when this person comes back, you know, my gentle advice is maybe just shock them with kindness. Shock them with a sense of, hey, you know what? I forgave you. You know, like, again, you're not opening your life up. You're not letting them come in. You're definitely not going back to this person just because they came back. You're just giving them a little bit of an invitation, right? Like you're opening the door a little bit and saying, hey, you know, I'm here. I'm willing to hear you out. I'm willing to listen without the aggression, without the go fuck yourself energy or any of that stuff, right? And that person's it's going to shock them, because when you don't give them what they feel they deserve, that's going to be a huge mind-blowing thing. They're like, oh my gosh, I thought when I reached out to the collective, they were going to tell me to go F myself and they're going to, you know, chew me a new one, blah, 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 blah. Like they're going to jump all over me. And they know they deserve it, right? That's key. This person is coming back knowing what they did, knowing they deserve to be punished, knowing the, you know, the fact that you would even hear them out is a miracle in and of itself, right? So don't think that this person is coming in with an inflated ego, like, yeah, I'm going to march right back in there and, you know, just, you know, do whatever I want. This person is very, very wounded right now. They're coming to you after basically being kind of drugged behind the car by the universe, so to speak. I mean, this person has had their ass handed to them by the universe. And they're still dealing with it, because when Lady Justice has to get involved, because this is her job, she's the principal, right? Like you go to the principal's office back in the day when they bend you over the desk and smack you in the ass with the wooden spoon or whatever they had. That's her job. Her job in the Zodiac is to basically, you know, like, all right, you got out of line. I got to come over here and get you, you know, whip you back into shape. So when Lady Justice shows up at your door, that's like when the roaches scatter. Like, oh shit, everyone's like running, right? Because they know that, you know, when Lady Justice drops the hammer, that's it. Nobody gets away. Nobody escapes Lady Justice. Everybody gets their karma. And this person has certainly got theirs. So you don't have to worry about that. For those of you like, oh man, but they hurt me so bad. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Well, Lady Justice is, trust me. And you'll find out, you know, if you handle the situation correctly when this person comes back, you'll hear all about it. And you'll be sitting there, you're just sitting there listening like, oh my God. And this person's going to have some stories, and you're going to get to hear, you know, that whatever was going on in their life behind the scenes that you didn't know about, because they were in this karmic situation or they're in this karmic relationship, and their social media, they had all these happy pictures and they're out having the best time of their life, you know, all that bullcrap. You're going to find out the truth from them. You're going to hear it from the horse's mouth, and they're going to come in and they're going to tell you some stuff, and you're going to be like, damn. Like, and you're going to realize they got slapped hard. And I feel like some of you guys are actually going to feel kind of sorry for them. Like, you're going to be like, man, like, you know, on one hand, like, yeah, it kind of, you know, kind of nice to know, like, maybe, you know, like, we're going to be human. We're going to be honest. They got theirs too. You know, like there's that little part of all of us that kind of likes it when somebody gets what they deserve, if we're going to be honest. But then there's that part where it's like, okay, whoa, I didn't know it was that much, right? Like this person really got, you know, spanked hard by the universe. So for those of you that are wondering if this person has learned anything, if they haven't learned by now, then there's no hope, because I feel like whatever's happened to them, they got spanked hard. And whatever this situation that they might still be kind of sort of tied into, it's, you know, it's sucked the life out of them. Like this is the thing that has changed their life. Whatever this situation is that they're going through, it's changed their life. They will never be the same human being again. They will never make this mistake ever again. Like, this is a one and done. I will never, ever, 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 ever go back and make this mistake ever again. So with or without you, collective, in their life has no bearing on this. They've learned their lesson with or without you, you know. So anyways, hopefully this resonates for some of you guys out there. If you haven't already, please like, share, comment, and subscribe. And as always, my friends, love and light. All right, my people out in Chatland. Now that we've got that out of the way, it is free live tarot reading time with all my brothers and sisters from other misters. Okay, give me just a second here to regroup. Oh, thank you for the happy belated birthday. Okay, I'm just now looking at the chat. Thanks you guys for hanging out while I did all of that. So first off, before we jump right in, is there anybody here that's a Libra? Anybody at all? Do we have any Libras here at all in the chat right now? Anybody a Libra? Maybe, maybe not. You don't have to be. But if we have any Libras in the house, let's just give a big happy birthday to the librarians out there. To the librarians. All right. Yeah, I'm like a Libra everything. I've got Libra. What do I not have in Libra? My sun and my Mars and my moon, that's it. Every other planet is in Libra. All planets of mine are in Libra. Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, everything is in Libra for me, except for my moon, my rising, my sun, and my Mars. Okay. And Jean, you're a rock star. Jean is a rock star. She's here. Everybody's here. All the people are here. Okay, so we can get a list going. I sort of had one. So this is my list from earlier. And then I can backtrack and kind of see. That was really horrible. I put no effort into dropping that list into the chat. Okay, country and then jazzy. Jazzy. What else? Who else? What else? Then Jean and Lala. Jean, Lala, and then Aniket. Okay. Jean. I think I got it. Then we have Anakin Skywalker. Right? Did I make this thing? I think that's it. All right. I think this, unless my eyes deceive me. Free list. Okay. I think that is the free list. Now, as always, you guys can skip the queue. The information for that is in the description box, blah, blah, blah. I really feel like most all of you guys know that by now. I don't think there might be maybe somebody in here that's new that I haven't. I don't know. It's fine. If you're new to the channel, I would greatly appreciate if you would like and subscribe. All the other information is in the description box below. You can donate if you choose. Donations take priority. Other than that, we will dive right in. And Tiffany, you are, if you're here, Tiffany, you are up first. And while we wait for Tiffany's question, I have something for us all here to ponder. Sister, yeah, we can add you as well. Actually, it wasn't. What was I going to tell you guys? Oh, I remember. You guys need to go get this book. Right here. See this book? You need to go get this book. Now. Today. Now. Amazon. And you need to like actually have like get the book. This isn't one of those Audible books, because if you try to listen to this and you check out, it's not going to have the same effect. Okay. This is not a book that you need to like just listen to. And if you kind of catch something, you catch it. And if it goes out the other ear, it goes out the other ear. This is something where you guys need to like legitimately, like, you need to be present with it the entire time. You need to be present with this book. I just went through all of it. Essentially what it is, just to kind of explain it here for you really quick. So there's two types of astrology. There's two types of anything spiritual. There's what's called exoteric spirituality and esoteric spirituality. Okay. Now the difference is very important. Most people are familiar with EXO, exoteric spirituality, meaning external, right? The things outside of you, the forces outside of you, external influences, right? And while that stuff has some degree of meaning in our lives, like it can be beneficial to know about those things like exoteric astrology, right? Knowing the current transits and where the sun is and what the planets are doing, and looking at your chart and what's happening out there and all that, right? Like that's kind of like I would say the pop culture version of spirituality. That's what most people are familiar with, and those things can definitely have an impact on us, for sure. But the stuff that's going to change your life, is esoteric spirituality. This is the astrology of what's going on inside of you. So your sun in esoteric astrology is like your soul. And the houses and the planets and all of those things have to do with all the different types of energy that you are made up of. So your impulses, your desires, all that stuff that's going on inside of you as a very complex being, all those things represent, the meanings are still the same. So like if you know the meanings of like Mercury, right, it has to do with communication. So it's the same meaning as the exoteric version of astrology, but you're now applying it to yourself. And so what this book really does is it takes you through your entire astrology chart. So if you already know where your placements are, then you can just go right through the sections, and it's super laid out. You just find, my Mercury's in Libra. So I just go to the section where it says my Mercury's in Libra, and I read the description, right? And you just do that for all your placements. But I'm just going to tell you guys that, first of all, the only reason I'm sharing this with you is if something radically changes my life, I'm not like a little bit, because for me, it's like, well, it's not really worth sharing. This shit is like a game changer for me. And I'm sharing this with you guys because I really, 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 really feel that things are going to shift and change as we move into 2025. And that's not doomsday, and it's not just because we're in election season, and it's not just because of all that, okay? Like, we are moving into a period of time where if you have any form of spiritual inclination about you at all, you consider yourself a spiritual person on any level, or maybe you feel like, well, I'm not sure if I have a spiritual calling. Well, I can tell you have a spiritual calling, right? And we're about to go through, whether you like it or not, it's for some people, this is going to be a lot harder on them than it will be for others. For those that are resisting their spiritual awakening, because they're still stuck to these old paradigms, they're still stuck in the matrix and all of that, it's going to be very, very painful for them, because they're not wanting to let go of a reality that's being taken away from them. And that's the harsh reality of what's going to happen. Like, unfortunately, we can't control the evolution of humanity. Like, we are in this world where the only absolute in life is change. Certainty, security, and all that shit is a false reality, right? It's an illusion. And so for people who are clinging on to certainty, clinging on to things being the same, change is the only absolute, man. And so for those of you that are not resisting, and you're like, hey, you know what? Cool. I'm a spiritual, or, I've been doing the work. I'm open to change. I'm adaptable, and I'm ready to embrace whatever life throws my way. You guys are going to thrive. And this is where this book could help both people, but if, the people that aren't ready for it they wouldn't spend time with a book like this. So, but for those of you out there who take your spiritual development and personal growth seriously, I'm telling you, like, I'm getting chills just sharing this with you guys. That's why it's like there's so much information that wants to come out of me. It's like I can't talk fast enough to get the energy to come out of me. So I'm like stuttering over myself. There are answers for some of you guys. This is the message. This is why I picked this book up. It's not just for me to share, hey, I read this book and it helped me out a lot. Like, I'm not here to just randomly share some personal shit because I have an audience. Like, I'm actually sharing this with you guys because some of you guys have been looking for answers, and you've had a lot of the pieces. All right, think about a jigsaw puzzle. A lot of you guys have had a lot of pieces figured out. You figured that out, you figured this out, and it's like you've got, I don't know, like a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, and you're missing maybe 20 pieces, right? Like, you've got the whole thing done almost, but you're missing just 20 pieces. Those 20 pieces very well could be in this book. That last little thing, those last little few answers that you really, 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 really needed. And these aren't like little things. These are big things. Life-changing things that you will find in this book. And so for some of you guys, again, you've been looking for answers. The answers that you will find in this book, if you get it, are actually going to give, how do I say this? It's like, you're going to read, like, you're going to go through the book and be like, okay, I'm reading, blah, 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 I'm reading. And as you take in that information, it's going to help you understand things that have happened in your life in a way that you've never understood them before, which is going to make you understand yourself in a way that you've never understood yourself before, which is then going to empower something inside of you and awaken something inside of you and connect you to something inside of you that you've never been connected or awakened to before. And so it's almost like you go into the cave for 5 minutes and then you come right back out and everyone's like, holy shit, what happened to you? And you're like, I saw my whole life flash before me. Not like in a bad way, but like you just see it, like you get it now. It's like, man, like I get it. I understand why those things happened to me, why that happened to me. I understand why this thing, never really understood that thing over here, but I understand that now. This is like a key, like a magical key that's going to illuminate things for you guys. And it's going to affect every part of your life, mentally, emotionally, physically, all of it. It's going to affect you for your career. It's going to affect you guys for your relationships. Because some of you guys have been struggling in money and career. Some of you guys have been struggling more in love and relationships. Some of you guys have been struggling in both. This is going to give you answers for those areas in your life you've been struggling with, okay? And this is just interesting how the universe makes this stuff work, right? Like, I'm reading this just for me, right? I got this book last weekend, actually. I went and I got this book. I traded a bunch of old stuff in, and I had some store credit at this really cool store. And so I found this book, and I was like, oh, I want to get this. And I've been, obsessively reading it all this week just for myself. I'm not even thinking about, sharing any of this with anybody. And so, but then tonight, like every time before I come on and I do a live reading, I open myself up to like, well, does the collective need to know? I know that they're here to get a free reading, and that's cool. That's fine. That's what I'm here for. Here to hang out with you guys and do free readings. But that's not all I'm here for. Like, that's not why I started this channel. It's like, what do you need these people to know? And I'm opening myself up to be a messenger beyond their immediate concerns. Because sometimes, we're so caught up in what's going on or what's not going on. Like, we get tunnel vision. And we don't always know what's best for us. We don't know the bigger picture because we're so focused on just our own little lives, right? And so the universe is like, well, you need to show them this book and tell them to go buy this book, and you explain to them, right, why. So that's my big rant on getting this book, going through it, and understanding that this is not astrology. This isn't exoteric astrology, like so many people are already familiar with that. This is about the astrology of your soul, like your consciousness, understanding yourself. And I'm telling you, some of you guys, your whole life is going to be radically changed just from going through this book. 100%. 100%. Okay. Okay, Tiffany, I'm sorry. I'm ready for a question now. Enough about all the things. You guys have been very patient. I'm shutting up on all the things, all the other things. And Tiffany, I'll give Tiffany a moment here to post her question, and we will off to the races. How does Cancer feel about me currently? Well, hopefully Cancer doesn't want any part to do with you. That would be bad news if you found out you had cancer. That's not good. It's never too early for a dad joke. We've been in no contact for a few months. He likes some things on my Instagram stories recently, but he still hasn't reached out. Now, okay, wait a minute. Tiffany. you say the world has come between us? Our lives have come between us. Actually, that's what I'm going to listen to right now. Hold on. I got to get breakfast at Tiffany's going here to do Tiffany's reading. Tiffany. I'm gonna explain something to you because he hasn't reached out. He's liking my Instagram stuff and watching all of my Instagram stuff, but he hasn't reached out. Like, if that's not reaching out, then what is it? That's reaching out. He's testing the waters, girl. All right, now we got the song. So I feel like, all right. Tiffany. So he's looking at your Instagram stuff and he's liking it because he's testing the water. He's trying to see if you're going to react to it. Because he's, like, I mean, that's what people do. Yeah. He's giving hints. He's like, what happens if I do this? Is she going to... It's a game. It's all the games. It's all games. Social media games. I'm playing the games right now. You guys want to hear my game? All right. So there's this super hot Sagittarius. There's a super hot Sagittarius who's born on the same day that I am, but just a different month. So she's born on December 7th. I'm born on September 7th. And I've had my eye on this girl, I don't know, probably for a few years. And, like, there was always that little something inside of me. It's like, man, you should, like, shoot your shot, right? So, and I'm going somewhere with this. So this is part of your reading, Tiffany. Just because I'm not using cards yet, but this is part of your reading. So, I'm like, you should shoot your shot. But I didn't, right? So, 1 year went by, 2 years went by, like 3 years have gone by. And I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago, I posted something and she commented on it. And I was like, ooh, she commented. So then what did I do? I immediately went to her page and then I commented on something on her page. You see how this works? She dipped her toe in my pond. So now I got to go back and dip my toe in her pond. Right? And so then she comes back, hearts something on my page. So then I go back and heart something on her page. So this is how it works. This is what people do, right? This is how you got to understand the game. And this is what this guy's doing. Like, he's liking your stuff, but you already have, it sounds like you already have, what am I talking about? See, I just turned 43 and I've already got Alzheimer's, man. I can't fucking think. It might be the wine. It might be the wine. I don't know. It's not even late yet. God, what's wrong? I cannot think of this word. You already have, you already know the guy. Jesus Christ. You already know this guy. So, he's somebody in your life. He's not a complete stranger is what I'm trying to say. Whereas this chick that I'm, that I'm crushing on, you're This is why I love you guys, man. Jean's like, years. Years, though. All I can see is Jean stinks, her stink face just looking at me like, years, though. Years, though. You think my Virgo was bad. I know, but it's more complicated now. Tiffany, listen. Okay. All right. All right. I I gotta try to collect a thought here. I gotta like honestly try to collect a thought here. Jean just got me laughing. I'm just gonna have to let it come through. She's cracking me up. All right. Okay. It's more complicated than that. Okay. Tiffany, it's actually not more complicated than that. How do I know? Because I I know I'm going to sound egotistical as fuck when I say this, but I understand women up one side and down the next. Like, you know, if I've accomplished anything in the last 11 years of my life, understanding your species has been at the very, very top of my list. And what I've learned about you beautiful fucking creatures called females, you feminines, if I've learned anything about you, you guys have a superpower, a mega superpower, like a Super Saiyan, crazy, epic Dragon Ball Z, you know, fucking, what do they call those things? Death Star power, like obliterating universe power. You know what your superpower is as women? And don't shoot me. Don't you guys come at me with all your hate for saying this. Women, you guys are amazing at overthinking things. Period. That's every woman's superpower. The ability to overthink things in a way that no man will ever understand. Like, we just can't fathom it. And I've studied this. I understand only from the psychological aspect. I don't understand it from experiential aspect, because obviously I'm not a woman, so I don't know what it's like to just walk around and just constantly have a narrative and story and overthinking everything that can possibly overthought, you know, and for not even needing a reason for it. It's just like, it's going to happen. And that's what makes me feel bad for you ladies. It's like, Jesus Christ. But it gives me a lot more empathy and compassion, because now that I understand that as a man, it's like, oh man, no wonder why, you know, she is the way that she is and how she can change and all these things. It's like, you know, a man who understands what you're going through will show up differently for you when he cares about you, right? So my point is that, yes, it can be complicated, but it can also be overcomplicated, right? And if there's anything that I've ever seen a woman do that was unnecessary, was she self-sabotaged by allowing a thought to penetrate her mind and then grow and grow and grow and grow and become this monster that it never was to begin with, right? I'll give you one more example and then I'll pull the cards. There's a meme. Maybe you guys have seen it. Maybe you haven't. Obviously, I can't post memes. But there's a meme of... it's like a picture of a guy and his wife laying in bed next to each other, and they got the little word bubbles above their heads. And she's facing one way and he's facing the other way, right? And she's all like, you know, she's faced her way. She's got this kind of scowl on her face, and her little thought bubble is, I bet he's thinking about another woman or something like that. And he's looking the other way, but he doesn't have the scowl on his face. He's kind of got this little goofy smile. And he's like, you know, thinking about like where he's going to go fishing tomorrow. And it like, that could not be more true of the difference between men and women. You guys are creating these narratives and these stories that disempower you, and you get in your own way, and you project that onto men thinking that we think like you do. And men are guilty. We do the same thing, right? We project and think that women are as not as complicated as you are. And so, unfortunately, that creates a lot of relationship problems, because men think that women are like them and women think men are like them. Like, we relate to each other as the opposite sex version of ourselves. Women think that men are hairy women. That's what women think. A man is just a hairy woman. But we're not a hairy woman. And so we don't understand all that overthinking that's going on in your mind, right? We just don't get it. And so it doesn't have to be complicated, more complicated than that. I'm not saying that you don't have a complicated history with this guy. But in terms of his actual liking or taking actions where he most likely knows that he's taking those actions. Like if you can see that he's actually looked at your stories and he's liking them or he's interacting, then of course, I mean, that's the reaction he's looking for. He's wanting you to know that, hey, I'm here. He's asking for permission. This is what women don't understand. Women don't understand that, and again, I don't know the history. Maybe he did something wrong. Maybe he didn't. I don't know the complicated history, but he's asking for permission. And we'll just cut to the chase. He's asking for permission. Basically, like the cat comes up to the window or the dog comes up to the window and is like, hey, I'm here. You know, and you see him through the glass and he's looking up there, you know, the cat's just sitting there looking up under the window. That's him. He's sitting there. He's just out the little stray cat out the back door looking up, you know, the stray cat looking at you through the glass, you know, and it's up to you if you want to crack the door open. Right. So, anyways, that's what all of that's about. But I get, maybe you want to know what's going on with him before you crack the door open, right? And that would be a fair question. So, the Cancer. Let's take a look. What's going on with the Cancer? What are his intentions with Tiffany? Ooh. Oh boy. I love Tiffany's response. She's just like, yeah. Like, he just said all that stuff. And it's like, yeah. It's all right. It's all right, Eddie. It's okay. You tried, brother. You tried. You did your best. You did your best. You did your best. You tried. Okay. So, first card. The dude fucking loves you. Let's just start there. Can we just start there? Everybody right now that's here, with the sound of my voice, drop love into the chat. Go, go, go. Drop love into the chat. I want to hear you all say it. Acknowledge it. Put it in the chat. Let's go. Because I don't think Tiffany hears it. If she can't hear it, she needs to see it. If you're not hearing it, then you're going to see it. Because there's a part of you. There's a part of you, Tiffany. I can feel it. There's a part of you. I can feel it. I feel that resistance. I feel that resistance. Oh, that resistance. God. Resistance. That Cancer motherfucker sending love to me. How dare he send love to me? That hairy woman. Well, he's stuck though. Get the stuck card. Yeah, he done realize a thing or two. Being a stray cat and all, he realized a thing or two. He realized that there ain't no Tiffany like his Tiffany. That's what he realized. You see, sometimes people Do you see this cheese? They think that cheese is really good somewhere else. Like, there's better cheese out there. They don't realize that cheese on a trap. And that trap is going to smack you in the ass. So I don't know what this, the history doesn't matter in all seriousness. Like, it doesn't matter whatever the history is with you and him. But the dude loves you. He feels stuck without you. You're his divine feminine. You've awakened something within him that I don't think that he's ever really felt before. He's not really understanding it. Because the divine feminine, this is his energy, by the way. So he sees you as a divine feminine, but he's also experiencing that within himself. And here's the thing, guys. You hear about it all the time. The love stories. You hear the love stories about people who meet their person and they just know, they have that knowing. I just know that they're the one. This is where that energy comes from. When you have the knowing is not a masculine energy. It is a feminine energy. And that's the beauty of the divine feminine, because the divine feminine, if it doesn't matter like where you are and how in touch or how in tune you are with that part of yourself or not. When you come in contact with the divine force of the divine feminine, especially if you have a soul contract with that person, it's instantaneous. Instantaneous. You will feel it down to every fiber of your being. Aries like, why are we all posting love? Because we're here to help Tiffany embrace this love that she's questioning. And then we have karma. So whatever situation has happened, like there was obviously something, like there's some type of backstory, obviously. I think this is what you were alluding to, the complications of the relationship history you have with this person. Well, he's gotten his karma for something, and he realized whatever from whatever he's learned, whatever lessons that he needed to learn and get smacked for, whatever his karma was, I feel like he's learned it, or he is learning it. But there's a realization. So karma is like a twofold energy here. On one hand, it's like, yep, you're going to get cause and effect. So you're not getting away with anything. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have shadow self. Right? So, he was misbehaving, probably. Now there's dual energies attached to this as well. But let's acknowledge the fact that there was probably something that he did wrong. To what extent, only you and him know. But he's gotten karma for it. Now, because of the karma that he's gotten, because of whatever it is that he's learned, he wants to come back and make things right. It's like, hey, if I wasn't fair in the past, I want to be fair now. If I wasn't honest to you in the past, I'm going to be honest now. Whatever it was that I did wrong, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do it right this time. Well, whatever that was, who knows? Because the devil energy can be anything. It's devil energy. It's anything toxic. Anything out of fear, obsession, addictions, imbalances, whatever. Right? Now, on the other side of things, this is him also feeling like, this is you guys basically having, what's the PG way of saying, how would Disney describe this? Well, that's not actually, I shouldn't say Disney. Disney basically puts pedophilic porn artwork all over their 90s Disney movies. Like, you got to look at, like, subconsciously see, like, 10 penises on the Little Mermaid. So Disney might not be the best example. It's a PG way of saying that the dude, you guys basically are, I don't know, kinky freaks, sex freaks. If you've hooked up, you've slept together, like, your sex life is not boring. We'll just put it that way. That's the most PG way I can say it. So that's how he feels about you. So let's say what's the future outcome? future potential outcome from his point of view. Let's take a look. Okay. So, yeah. Plain and simple, he doesn't know if it's over and done. Which is why he's testing you on the social medias. That's why he's testing you on the social medias. Because he doesn't know if it's done. The Lover's card in reverse. He doesn't know if it's over. He doesn't know if he effed up too bad or whatever happened. He's afraid that it's done. He's afraid that you've moved on. Six of Swords. But at the same time, he's also hopeful that maybe if he comes in, if you let him in, you let the stray cat in, he can smooth things over. At the very least, I feel like he wants a chance to explain himself. Here it is. King of Swords at the bottom. Three of Cups wanting to come in, reunite with you. I feel at the very, very, very least, Tiffany, he would like an opportunity to, at the very least, explain himself. Will you hear me out? Will you give me a chance to explain my behavior? Will you give me a chance to share what I'm thinking and feeling, or, I don't know, talk about the past, or at least get closure, because we have the Six of Cups here. You know, this is him having memories with you and him feeling like you're his person. You're his, the love and soulmates. He knows. You've awakened the feeling in him. It's more than a feeling. Right? That's like a Foreigner song, I think. So let me translate it to you in this way. Here's a guy who's got crazy feelings for you, but he's also scared shitless. Because I feel like he probably did something. I don't know what he did, but he did something. He knows that he did something. He's afraid that what he's done can't be fixed. He hopes that at the very least maybe you would crack the door open, let him come in to explain himself, because he's ready to tell the truth. He's ready to be honest and tell you the truth. So the ball is really in your court, Tiffany, whether or not you want to let this guy in and have breakfast at Tiffany's or not. You know, if you're going to let him in on those scrambled eggs anymore. Scrambled eggs, green eggs and ham, Sam I am. Hopefully nothing's green. Hopefully nothing is green. I want to do I want to do it right now. Me too, sister. Me too. Cheers to donuts. I'll hear him out if he does decide to explain himself. Let me give you one extra piece of advice. One extra piece of free advice. Before anything, I mean, clearly you have feelings for I'm sorry. My mind just completely it went totally in the gutter. Only because I know that Aries likes those cream-filled donuts, and not for the reasons that she's posting. But I got to stay focused. So back to this advice. Focus for Tiffany. My last piece of advice for Tiffany. And this is good advice for anybody. Anybody that has a question about an ex or an ex lover or a past person coming back. It's very difficult to have clarity about something when your emotions are clouding your vision, right? When you feel the emotions and you're caught in a tug of war. And if I had to guess, I'm just guessing, if I had to guess, put myself in Tiffany's shoes, it's like being in a tug of war. You have the emotions that are pulling you because you want this person. A part of you wants with this person because you love them, but a part of you has been hurt by them or whatever's happened in the past. So there's a part of you that's trying to protect you and say, hey, no, we don't want to go there. That'll hurt you. But then there's that part of you like, no, I want it because I love it. So you're in a tug of war, right? And I think everybody has had that experience at least once, if not multiple times in their lives. So when you're caught in the tug of war, you're caught between self-preservation, the need to be protected and stay safe, and I love this person and I really want this person back, and or maybe you don't have to want them back in your life, but you love them, you care about them. And so at the very least, you have a curiosity, right? There's a lingering effect. It can be very difficult for you to have clarity about where you stand within yourself about that situation or that person. And this is very important. This is what so many people take for granted. You have to decide before any other thing, right? Let me say it another way. We put the cart before the horse when we don't do this thing first, right? So this is the thing that we have to do that no one teaches us how to do. So we have to learn it the hard way. When you're dealing with something like a past person or a past lover or a decision, any type of important decision, because this would be an important decision, letting a past person into your life who's maybe hurt you, betrayed you, or whatever the story is. It's an important decision. You're putting your heart out there, and any matters of the heart are an important decision, if not the most important decision, because your heart gets broken. It's devastating. It's one of the most painful things that we go through in life. So before you get caught in the whirlwind of him and all this stuff and trying to figure out, all this other things, you need to figure out where you stand within yourself. What will I tolerate? What will I not tolerate? Why do I want this? Why would I not want this? You got to get honest with you before anything else. And this is the number one problem that I see with so many people in the spiritual and tarot world and all this, even in life coaching, right? We're so caught up on what the other person is doing, what they're not doing, what they're thinking, what they're not thinking, how they're going to work. It's like we're giving our power away because we can't control what that person does. You have no clue what this guy is going to do. Even if he comes back, even if he's changed, even if he comes back and says, hey, I love you, you're my person, I'll be good behavior the rest of our lives, I want to marry you, and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. The only person that you can control is you. But we don't put ourselves first. We put all these other things first. We don't really sit with ourselves and go, what is it that I really want? And why do I really want it? What am I going to tolerate? What are my true non-negotiables? What are my true boundaries? So my gentle advice to you and to really everybody is whatever situation in your life, whether it's career, whether it's especially if it's relationships, you have to take enough time. You have to actually spend time with yourself and get honest with yourself. A lot of people don't. This is what doing the work is really all about. Because we're so taught, so trained to think of external, right? The answer is outside of me. The fulfillment is outside of me. What I need is outside of me. The person that I need to rely upon is outside of me. My savior is outside of me. My fulfillment is outside of me. Everything is outside of me. Very rarely do we sit with ourselves to go, well, what is it that I really need? What do I really need? And sometimes we realize, if we're really honest with ourselves, that a lot of times the things that we thought we wanted were not the things that we needed. And that what we really need is what we really want, which changes the things that we think that we wanted. And I know that sounds like a weird oxymoronic play on words, but it actually meant what I said there. The only way for us to know what our true needs and wants are for us to turn our power inward and take our power back and become powerful people and not powerless people. And that's the only way that you'll ever get to a point to where you can trust yourself enough to know what it is you need. It's not that our intuition is ever wrong. Our intuition is right 100% of the time. It's that we don't trust ourselves enough to trust our intuition to lead us and guide us when our intuition is actually telling us what to do. Or when we stop long enough to actually hear it out and listen to it, even though it's been speaking the whole fucking time. Right? And we're all guilty of that. And part of spiritually awakening or true spirituality is doing simple things. It's not accumulating and acquiring all this spiritual knowledge and, learning this and that and being able to, read astrology charts and do tarot readings and all this other shit. The most spiritual thing you can do is trust yourself. Literally. The most spiritual thing you can do is learn to trust your intuition. Know the difference between what your intuition is and what it isn't. Because your intuition is never wrong. Because your intuition is that part of you that's connected to your highest you. Or whatever it is that we call God, the ultimate source, the universe, whatever that thing is, that's your intuition. That's why it can never be wrong. And if we could all get to a place in our spirituality where we would just listen and trust that thing 100% of the time, we would damn near live almost a flawless life. But so it is, we are humans and we don't do that. We have to learn how to trust ourselves. So I'm just going to let that be what it is and allow that to be interpreted how it needs to be interpreted. But anyways, all that to say for Tiffany, Tiffany, don't overthink it. If you're still here, you're still watching Tiffany, don't overthink it. That's all that's literally the one thing I will tell you on your side of whatever he's got, all this stuff that's on him, that's him. That's his to do. You have two choices. You can crack the door and see, by letting him know, because he's a man. I'm going to tell you, ladies, about men really quick. We don't pick up on subtle hints. We don't. You women, you can do, everything is subtle. Everything is speaking in code, and it's vapors and clouds and invisibilities and body language and saying things with tones and flicks of eyes and all these things you ladies do. And it's this whole other language. And a woman can be in a woman. I can't tell you how many times with any woman that I've ever been with, and we were out somewhere interacting, and I'm just like over there like, man, these people are really cool. They're really nice. Like, these are nice people. Then we get into the car, and she's like, that girl was a bitch, and she was a no. And I'm like, holy shit. Where's this coming from? She's like, you didn't see the way that she was looking, and she said this and that. I'm like, I saw a nice person who was smiling, just acting like a nice human being. Oh, no. No. There's all these other things going on in the female world. And so, anyway, don't overthink Tiffany. Do not overthink this. Because if there's something that he is doing that's actually right, that might be the thing that you want him to do, you will self-sabotage it. And this is another thing for you ladies. This is more free advice for all the ladies out there. Sometimes a man is actually doing the exact things that you want him to do. Like, oh, I want him to do this. I want him to do that. I wanted him to come back, and I wanted him to treat me this way. And then the guy shows up, and he's doing the damn things that you wanted him to do, but he's not getting credit for it because you're looking through the lens of your overthinking. You've created narrative. You've created a story. You have turned it into this thing where he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. But he doesn't know that. He has to figure it out the hard way, because he's over there going, because you ladies will move the goalposts. And I'm not saying you do it on purpose, but mentally you're doing it because you don't understand. Like your brain is trying to keep you safe because you're a safety-driven creature. This is a psychological and biological fact. Women are safety-driven creatures. So your brain is up there scanning your environment for threats all the time. Your radar, your scan vision for threat detection is on all the time, which is something that men don't have. Men don't scan for threats. We don't scan for threats at all. You ladies are scanning for threats all the time. And so when you've experienced a threat with something in your past, your brain has flagged that as a threat. It's like, this thing hurt me. It can hurt me again. It is not to be trusted. But he doesn't know that. The men don't know that. So we're over there like, okay, so I got to jump through that hoop and I got to go over here, do that and get that thing and bring it over here. And then you ladies, you move the goalpost. It's like, okay, he did all of the things. And you're like, no, I can't trust you. Move the goalpost. But you're not doing it on purpose. You're doing it in your mind. You're setting him up to fail because you're self-sabotaging, because you're overthinking. So I see an opportunity here for something that could go in a positive direction. Nobody can control what he can do. You can only control you, Tiffany. So just take control of the overthinking. And welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. Thanks for hanging out. And cheers to everybody. Cheers. Okay. So, Tiffany popped the cherry tonight. She was our cherry popper for the night, and I appreciate her for doing so. Tiffany's like, I don't know, this guy's a crazy son of a bitch. And I would agree with you. You guys could get anything. Anything's possible tonight. I mean, we might get cream-filled donuts if Aries sticks around. She got a few stories to tell about that. Is it her turn? It is. It is Aries' turn. All right, guys. So, listen. If anybody has any children in the room or anything, you might want to tell your children to leave the room. If you have, sensitive ears and eyes, just sensitive to, sexuality or anything like that, then you might want to just come back after Aries reading is done. Great Creator. That is a badass name, dude. Great Creator. That is badass. I like that. Also, I want to say welcome to everybody. Aries, she's like, I'm here. We know you're here. We're just waiting on your question, my love. She's like, I'm posting. Give me a minute to type. No, your name is not Priya. Your name is Great Creator. Can't lie to me. I can see it with my eyes. Tell me your name. I know your name. I can see it with my own eyes. While we wait on Aries to post her question, I gotta find a song. Man. I don't know about you guys, but I will be so glad when all these effing election ads stop running. I'm so sick and tired of seeing every freaking time I click something to listen or watch or anything, it's like elections, 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 elections. Now, I warned you guys. You guys thought I was kidding when I said when Aries posts her question, I warned you. I'm just going to tell you, I warned you. Right? Here we go. Here we go. I live for this shit, man. Some of you guys, man, you guys have, like, I just vicariously wish I could live through you guys. Well, I guess I vicariously do live through you. You guys have some awesome lives going on out there. Okay, here we go. Yeah, see, she's laughing. She knows. We all know. How will my next workplace romance be like? Like the next time I experience workplace romance. Can you see if it will be with the boss? I mean, like, how do you even need a reading on this, man? How do you need it? Like, it's. I mean, it kind of like whatever you make it, right? I mean, just walk into the office and grab your boss by the junk. I mean, this has happened before because you're asking, what will my next workplace romance be like? I feel like I want to ask you a question in return. Like I'm trying to think of even like what deck to use here. Like I'm literally trying to think like what fuck it. Okay. Well, we'll just go with this. Okay. So what's it like in all seriousness, what's it like being so horny all the time that you literally can't think? See, this is what's so cool though. This is what I love about you. I love that you own that you're a freak and you're just like, yeah, I'm a freak. And I want to get my freak on and I want it to be in a workplace. Like, see, most people would keep their fantasy taboo shit on the down low and just kind of hope. Nah, you're like, no, I'm going to grab this thing by the balls. I'm going to make it my bitch. And we're going like, I don't know. That's just a level of confidence that I got to give you credit for that level of confidence. Most people wouldn't have that kind of confidence when it comes to their sexuality. But let's find out. I don't know. When is Aries, what's her next workplace romance going to be like, and all the things? This, I'm going to buy a, so they have this, maybe some of you guys have seen it. I don't know. But there's like apparently there's like a super naughty tarot deck out there. I'm going to buy that tarot deck literally just for Aries when she comes here. And that'll be the only time that I use it. It'll be Aries naughty tarot deck. When she comes to get readings, that's the one that we'll use for her readings. All right. This should be a very interesting reading here. She's like, I'm not horny all the time, just most of the time. The spontaneous and forbidden nature is the reason it's fun. Oh, you ladies, please tell me all your secrets. I'm a complete stranger on the internet. Your secrets are safe with me. So please, yeah, tell me. I want to hear it. Don't you guys be looking at me like I'm over here enjoying myself. I liked a guy who was my boss once, but sadly he didn't like me back. I thought he did, though. Romance makes work more interesting. Well, that I do agree with. You guys aren't going to believe this. You guys are not going to believe this. You guys are not going to believe this. See, you guys think that I was just giving Tiffany a hard time. You guys think I was just giving Tiffany a hard time. Oh, no, no, no. Look who came back. Look who came back for a second visit. Now, y'all take a look at this card, every one of y'all out there, especially you ladies. And I want you to look at this card and get it fixed. The image of this card burned into your memory. See this? And down here at the bottom it says overthinking. You see what this card is? It's overthinking. You guys remember what I told? My big diatribe that I'm not going to repeat with Tiffany about the overthinking and being a woman? Man, this is a good song. Okay. Decisions. See, I got to figure out if I want to read this separate or if I want to read it with the other energy. No, let me get the other ones. All right. These are brand new. Brand spanking new. Never used. All right. My God, this song is good. I wish we could collectively listen to music together. But I'll just pretend that we are. I'll pretend that we are while I masturbate these cards. One of my favorite readers masturbates her cards. She does it differently. If you guys have ever gone and seen Baba Jolie, she masturbates her cards like this. She'll grab them and she'll masturbate them like that. I don't use that technique. She does. It works for her. I can't add any more names on the list. Anyways, while I while I try to get these, while I try to get the rest of these cards, Jesus, to come out. So, don't mind me. Don't mind me while I get the cards. I'm just gonna engage in a friendly conversation with you guys while I masturbate these cards. But something that I've noticed about like tarot readers, female tarot readers, and I don't know if it's just the ones that I watch. I don't know, but I feel like almost all female tarot readers have to have like huge, massive chests. I don't know what it is. It's just like, and it's like they always strategically have their cameras placed in such a way to where it's like, you know, it's like, well, here's my tits. So I don't know. There's a connection between tits and tarot. That's what I'm trying to say. As the minority male tarot reader, I've just noticed that I do not have tits for my tarot. So she's like, "Oh my God. Yeah, you should try to read the cards, Aries. I'm just going to let you just guess what you think they mean, and that's what that's what we'll go with." I can't shuffle these fucking things forever. Jesus, come on. The cards are like not what's going on here? There's a mood. There's a mood here tonight. You see what I did with those numbers? Are you putting Mark of the Beast in here? What are you doing? You see what I did with those numbers? I need one more. Oh, boobs. I see what you did. It took me for a minute. I was like, wait. Took me a minute. God. It spells boobs. I know. I need Aries to come jack these cards off because they're not jacking off for me right now. How long is my longest stroking season? Okay, so while we're still jacking these cards off, I want one more card. Can you give me one, please? Please? One? Just one. One more. Even. Please. Please. I beg you. One. And then I want to answer Jean's question because that's a very important question. Thank you for... All right. I got a drink after that. Okay. Jean asked a very important question. What was my longest stroking session? I got another drink. One more before we answer. We're going to try to jack these cards here. She's like, and a sandwich. That's right, Mama. You won't come make me a sandwich, mama? A sandwich? I want me a sandwich. I want me a BLT. Okay. My longest stroking session. This is so easy. I don't even have to think about it. All right, so I don't know. I was probably every bit of 14 or 15, probably 15. So this is like 1995, 1996, somewhere in there. So back in the day, the internet was barely even born. And so I had, my mom had gotten us a family computer that conveniently ended up in my room. It wasn't so family anymore. And for those of you that are old enough to remember, we had this thing called AOL. AOL 1.0, the very first AOL. America Online. And there was this chat room. There was this chat room called the Red Dragon Inn. Now, you have to understand that as a 14, 15-year-old who, the internet was brand new. The internet was brand spanking new. So it's not like now where everybody knows what everything is. I had no idea what this thing was. It just had a cool name. I'm like, hey, this is a cool chat room. It's called the Red Dragon Inn. So I go into this chat room, and everybody's talking kind of weird. Like, it's like they'll say something in like first person, and then they'll say something in third person. But it's like everybody in the chat room is doing this. And I'm like, this is really weird. And then I just, kind of had to watch it and figure it out for a minute. Then I was like, oh, okay. I think I get it. And so I started going along with it. Well, what I didn't know was I was in a live role. I was like in a role-playing chat room, but it's an erotic role-playing. So a bunch of people in a chat room that are there to have erotic role-playing. And so, I met these people, and we would go into these private chat rooms. So I can't believe I'm telling you guys this shit. I was married to a woman for 11 years. My ex-wife, I was married to her for 11 years, and she didn't even know this about me. You guys might be the first ones ever to hear me tell these stories. So I would go, you got on that site. Danny's like, how you got on that site? It was just on AOL. So AOL, the original AOL, is super simple. As soon as you logged in, there was like a splash screen with just a couple of options. And there was one that was like chat rooms. You click the chat room, and then there was like a list. And there was only a few. And you could either start your own chat room with its own name, or you could join a pre-existing one. So, I would just scroll through. And they had like a bunch of cheesy ones like Lobby 69 and Lobby this and Lobby that. Or some other stupid crap. And then there was the Red Dragon Inn. I was like, yeah, this is badass, man. They're fucking dragons, man. What's this lobby shit? A bunch of people, age, sex, location, boring conversations, I was like, but I get in the Red Dragon Inn. I was like, no, this is cool. So I had my little screen name, and then I met, long story short, I met with these chicks. And so then you would break off and you would go into a private chat, right? And so I had two things going on. I had two things going on. So I got my chat, my private chat, and I would start. I'd lock my door. I'd lock my bedroom door about 8:39. It'd be like my starting it out about 8:39. And I knew it was going to be an all-nighter. Like, I would, the sun would be coming up 6:30 in the morning. The sun would be coming through my window when I would be logging off. So it would be like an all-nighter. But anyways, so I'd be in the private chat, basically, essentially sexting, with whoever this other person was. And then on my TV, they had about 3 o'clock at 3 o'clock in the morning, they had the fuzzy channel. And so the TV would just pick up on this, I don't know what channel it was, but it was a channel that you didn't pay for, but it would like pick up enough to where you could see. And it was like the soft porn, so you could make out that there was, every once in a while, the ziggy zaggy screen would kind of like clear up and you could see some nipple or you could see some butt or something, but there's clearly, it was like people, having sex. And so it's like, I got the fuzzy TV screen going and I'm in my chat room and, it was, I would say, I'd probably go like 6 or 7 times. Like I would, the first 3 in a row would happen pretty quick. And maybe that 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th ones, it would take a while. And, yeah, man, like I was a machine back then, man. And it was like, after like however many hours, it's like 9, so like 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 9 or 10 hours of, going at it. 9 or 10 hours of masturbation straight. Like, I don't know, like how that thing, like I didn't rip it off my body. Like, it's pretty real. I guess it's something about our private parts that are resilient. You know what I mean? It's like you ladies, like there's that whatever that thing is, that's saying, like a meme, like nothing can take a pounding or nothing can take a beating like a woman's privates or something. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, that's my story. So Gene wanted to know my longest sessions. I'm like 9 hours. All that to say 9 hours. A real person. A real person. It's not really dependent on me. Yeah, I'm not a quitter. I am not a quitter. I would say though, like, I don't know, maybe like 5. I dated this girl once. She was a nympho, dude. And she was a widow. This was years ago. This was the first girl I dated after my divorce years ago. She was 6 years younger than me. And I don't know what it was about her, but she had this, I guess it's a good problem to have if you're a woman, but I guess apparently there's something that if you have this thing, like you can have endless orgasms. Like it never gets sensitive down there. Like you can just keep going and going and going and going and going. And like, so she and we would just go buck wild for like 5 hours. Like, and I remember the first time I asked her what like the most was that that she had ever gotten off. And she was like, well, some guy got her off like 7 times or something. And I was like, 7? That's it? And so, I'm like, instantaneously, I'm like, okay, I have to beat the record. If the record is 7, I have to beat the record. So my first attempt at this, I stopped at 13. And that was just when I stopped. Because I was like, I beat the record by almost double. So then, but I realized we were talking, and I didn't know if this girl was lying to me or not. And she's like, I could have gone more. And I'm like, I can't tell if she's full of shit or not. So I'm like, all right. So I'm not even lying. God is my witness. I can ask the tarot cards. God is my witness. I went after that joker for 3.5 hours straight. Okay. And so, yeah, if there's anybody out here in tarot land that is sensitive to sexuality or sexual conversations, then you might want to leave the chat now. You're being warned. I'm giving you a minute here to leave the chat. If you don't want to hear about sexual stuff, then this is not the chat for you tonight. And this is Aries' fault. This is not me. I didn't bring this up. This is all Aries' fault. So we're going to blame it all on Aries. All right. So if you haven't left the chat, then you want to hear the sexual stuff. So you were warned. So I went down on this girl for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours I went down on this girl. And we counted. I stopped at 30 consecutive in 3.5 hours. Back to 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 back. 30. God is my witness. God is my witness. God is my witness. And so I was like, well, she just had it 30. I think she's probably taken care of. So I think we tussled for another 2 hours. And these are like the ones where like you're like completely drenched in sweat. It's like someone threw you in a pool. Like we were like sex gods. Me and this woman, I like, sometimes you just meet that person. You're just in that era of your life where, and she and I, like, that was it. That's literally all that we did. We banged all the time. And that's all I remember for the 1 year that I was with that girl. That's all that we did. We banged and 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 we banged. Yeah. So my longest live person, about 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours of like nonstop going after it. From start to finish, 5.5 hours. Okay. So, back to Aries' very PG reading here. And you guys start leaving the chat. I know where you guys are going. I'm just calling you out right now. If I see you guys leave the chat, I know where you're going and I know what you're doing. All you guys getting all hot and bothered listening to my stories, running off the chat on me to go take care of business. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Don't think I don't know. Try to lie to the psychic over here. All right. Okay. So let's just take a look at this side first, and then we'll go over here to this side. So we have the renewal card. We have the mask. We have loss. We have the divine feminine. We have release. We have seasons. And I know you can't really see the words. This deck over here on this side is a deck that I've created for myself. And so you know, if I was going to actually sell this, obviously I'd have to change the font because you can't read it. And I'm just mentioning that to you guys, that the words are hard to read because, you know, I'm not planning on selling it, so it doesn't matter. We have recovery and we have overthinking. So, in terms of your question, now see, the universe doesn't have quite the same sense of humor that we do, because the universe is all over here in serious land over here, okay? Because this is all getting all serious now after we've just had this sexual conversation. And I had to masturbate the cards for like, I don't know, you guys watched me, but there's relevance. The fact that it took that long for the cards to come out might be representative that some of you guys are having issues trying, you know, finishing, or maybe you haven't had some in a while. So there's relevance even to that. Anyways, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So you have this renewal energy here. And so this is what the universe is saying, and I'm just being the messenger in all seriousness. This renewal energy here, actually, the word that I'm getting for you, Aries, is actually self-worth. So the universe is saying, hey, you got to stop selling yourself short. And there's nothing wrong with being sexual, first of all. Like in all seriousness, every single one of us is here, right now, because our parents had sex. Like every human being that's on the face of this planet is here because two people were having sex, right? So, you know, the whole taboo that's associated with sex, I mean, that's got to stop. You know, and I get it. Like, there's a time and there's a place, and I get it. You know, you don't want to hear, you probably don't want to hear about certain people's sexual adventures. You'd probably rather not hear about them, right? So I'm not saying that there's not, you know, a time and a place for those conversations, but overall, I think that we do, as we evolve into a higher level of consciousness, I do think that we need to have a different type of a relationship with sexuality and stop making it so taboo. Because there are certain people who have different sex drives and who have incarnated onto this planet for different reasons. So before we cast judgment on people and demonize people and all these different things that people do when it comes to sexuality, maybe we can learn something. Maybe we should hold space for everyone and all the different reasons that we are here and why we've all incarnated for the different various experiences that we've come here for, right? Just a side note. And I'm not saying that anybody here, I'm just saying in general, myself included. But specifically here, just like regardless of who you are, like let's say it's not sex or relationships. Let's just pretend, I'm going to use an example to make this make sense. Let's say it's work, right? Something we all do that's not taboo. It's like, it's taboo for you to be a freak, but it's not taboo for you to be a workaholic. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's literally the same thing, just a different hemisphere of life, right? Like you can have an imbalance in work, but you can't have an imbalance in sex. That just doesn't make sense to me, right? But that's the way that the world makes it. So again, that aside, that observation aside, even if you are a sexual person, you still are a spiritual being before your sexual urges or whatever the reason is that you're here. Your spirit, your soul always comes first. So when you hear things like self-love and all of that, really another way you could hear it is soul love or soul being or beingness, the power of now, and all these spiritual things, right? About being present, being in the now moment, all these things. They're all saying the same thing in a different way, which is if you don't put your soul first, if you don't understand that you need to know that the soul comes first, then every other thing is again, it's you're putting the cart before the horse. Like spirituality is about us learning this most fundamental thing, that our soul has to come first. And when you look inward, when you treat the soul as number one, you identify with the soul first and foremost. You take care of the soul first and foremost. Everything else starts to work itself out, right? But we have a problem with misidentifying with all these other things. We can identify with anything outside of the soul. We can identify with a name, with a job. People identify with their trauma. They identify with their children. People identify with all sorts of things. All these false identities that we have. False identities. The thing that we're not even really those things. And we don't know that we're trying to be those things. It's just that we don't know who we are because we have not gone inside to identify and figure out who the fuck we are. I don't know who I am. I haven't figured it out, right? Because I didn't put my soul first. So, soul first. That's the most important thing. You have to learn to put your soul first. And when you put the soul first, everything else will naturally happen as a result of that. So, the renewal card here for Aries is about the renewal of the soul. It's renewal of self. It's about self-worth, but not cheesy self-worth, because people hear that. It's an overused term. It's a generality. Oh, you have to love yourself and having self-worth and blah, 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 blah. And some people, they think that they have that. It's like, oh, well, I love myself. I care about myself. It's like, well, intellectually you do. Maybe you do. Maybe you get it. But do you understand that? Are you watering the garden of your soul? Do you really get that? A lot of people don't. So with that being said, next to it, we have the Mask card here. So anytime that we don't feel good enough, we don't feel loved, we don't feel worthy, we don't feel accepted, or we're just afraid to allow the real person that we are to shine through due to insecurities, we wear a mask. And if anybody here, I'm going to call myself out, if anybody here knows how to wear a mask, it's me. I will beat every one of you. Every single one of you, I will beat all of you in wearing a mask. I am the mask master. I've lived that way my whole life. The fact that I'm here doing these readings for you guys are just fortunate enough to see me without a mask, because as I've gone through my personal evolution, as I've gone through my renewal, the renewal of my soul, I realized it was okay for me to take the mask off. Because all an insecurity is a part of yourself that you have not identified with. It's an unknown part of yourself that you have not fully identified or associated with. That's why it's an insecurity. Because we aren't insecure about things that we know. If you feel confident about something, are you insecure about it? No, you're not. Anything that you know, it's like, man, I'm confident about that. There's no reason to hide it. There's no reason to feel insecure about it. But if you're not confident or you're insecure, what do we want to do? We want to hide it, right? That's why we wear a mask. We wear a mask to cover up things because it's a part of ourselves that we have not yet identified with. So for you, Aries, there's parts of yourself that you have not identified with that your spirit, your soul is saying, hey, I want to show you something. This is beautiful, man. It's making me emotional. I want to show you something that you have not seen. The universe wants to hold a mirror up in front of you and go, let me show you all these beautiful things about you that you're not looking at and seeing the beauty within yourself. Because while you can be a sexual person, it's a paradox. There's two truths that can exist simultaneously, right? You can be a sexual person, but that sexual drive that you have can also be leading you to be and behave in such a way that's untrue to you, right? Because sexuality becomes the mask. Like I can fool myself and trick myself into thinking that I'm worthy, people love me, I'm good enough, I'm desirable, I'm wanted, because I'm a sexual being. And our brain is very smart. It figures it out. Usually when we're young, like we don't even remember, like between the ages of like when we're born and about the age of 7, our brain figures all this shit out and goes, hey, when I was young, I figured out what worked and what didn't work. I figured out how to get love, how to get acceptance, how to be significant, how to get validation, how to get protection. Your brain figures all that shit out and then creates a subconscious program, a pattern. And most people, doesn't matter how old they are, a lot of people are running on super ancient programming. And probably like people like 60 and 70 years old that are running on programs that were, set into, that began when they were like 7 or 8 years old. Like this was like 60 years ago. That's how old the program is, right? But it doesn't matter, because when your brain figures it out, as long as it works, your brain will use it. And that's why it uses it, because it works. But it's just because it works doesn't mean that it's necessarily our best. It's bare minimum at best, right? So we figure out the bare minimum way to get our needs met, but our soul, our spirit, the true part of us that I was just talking about, this is why the soul has to come first. The soul is unhappy, it's unfulfilled. My needs are met, but I'm unfulfilled. How many people, you have your needs, you know that your needs are being met, but you're still unfulfilled, right? I have a job, I have a partner, I have a house, I have kids, I have this. Why am I unhappy? Robin Williams. Why the fuck did Robin Williams kill himself? He was loved by everybody. He was brilliant. He was funny. He made people laugh. He was famous. Everybody knows who Robin Williams is. Everybody who's ever seen a Robin Williams movie can remember it. He killed himself, right? Just because just because your needs are getting met doesn't mean that your soul is fulfilled. Robin Williams knew how to wear the mask. He did a good job. He wore the mask better than anybody, right? And he killed himself. So my point is, again, when we're disconnected from our soul, it doesn't matter if the mind is helping us stay afloat. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And the reason I said all of that is to lead you to the next card, which is this loss, because you've gone through a lot of losses. You've experienced a lot of losses. And we all have different ways of getting our needs met. We all have a primary method through which we get our needs met. And I won't go into all of that because I'll be here all night. But the point is a lot of us use sexuality as a primary way of getting our needs met. Because it's like, hey, if I can use this and it works, then I will use it because it works, right? And so what God, source, the universe, your higher self, whatever you believe in, Aries, wanting to tell you is that your sexuality was intended for a higher purpose than that which you've been using it for. Okay? Your sexuality was intended for this. This says divine feminine. It doesn't just say feminine. It says divine feminine. Your sexuality is a sacred, divine force. It's sacred. And, and I know we were, kidding around and stuff earlier, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But the reality of sexuality is there's nothing casual about it. And that's the lie that we've all been sold in this modern day and generation, is that sexuality is casual. Like, you can literally just have casual sex. And I'm here to tell you that there's no such thing as casual sex. And I will debate you and 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 debate you until we're blue in the face. That there is no such thing as casual sex. That doesn't mean that you can't choose to have casual sex. Doesn't mean that you can't just go out and choose to believe that, hey, this is just casual. It's not. Just because you think it's casual doesn't mean it's casual, right? But again, that's a whole other story. The point is that the universe, your higher self, God, source, universe, whatever you want to believe, is trying to show you that it's okay for you to be a sexual being, but maybe that there's a higher purpose than the approach that you've been choosing. You've been choosing an approach that's actually doing more damage to you than good, right? And so with the release card here, there's a double energy here. This is the center of your reading. So with the release energy, it's telling you, hey, maybe consider leaving the old way behind. Maybe there's a better way. Maybe there's a higher way. It's up for consideration here. But also understand too that the universe, you have been learning lessons that you don't need to repeat. You don't need to keep repeating these lessons where you give away the goods and then you got nothing to show for it, because these people, these guys or whoever, I mean, obviously I'm assuming guys, but whoever it is that you give the goods away to, they never stick around, which is why you feel the loss, which is why you wear the mask to pretend that you're all good despite the fact that you go through the loss. Because the truth is, you're not okay. You can wear the mask all day long and put on the pretty face and go, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. Bullshit, you're not okay. It hurts. It fucking hurts. It hurts to give a part of yourself away, but then you have to protect yourself, because the more that you give away, because you're like, well, maybe this person will actually love me. Maybe they'll actually love me, love my soul, love who the fuck that I really am, and not just the piece of ass that I am, even though, hey, I'm a sexual being and there's nothing wrong with being a piece of ass sometimes. Sometimes you want to be a piece of ass, right? It's okay. That's okay. Both can exist. That goes back to the paradox analogy. It's okay to be sexual, but it's also okay to acknowledge the fact that you want something more than just being, used for sexuality. But on the other hand, you realize, well, that's better than nothing. So you opt for a standard of, well, having something's better than getting nothing at all, because it's at least still meeting your needs at a basic level, right? It's like, I mean, I'm not in your shoes, so I can't speak, but, if I was to be completely radically honest, I'm like, well, I wouldn't mind getting laid. This person, they're not going to stick around, but hey, they wanted to get laid and I was hornying up for it. Like, I think anybody that's honest could say that they probably have those moments, but that's not what I want long term. I don't think that's what anybody wants long term, right? And so you have this seasons card here, which is the next card, and the seasons card for you is about the change of seasons. It's about you realizing that, hey, we all go through seasons of life, and every season of our life is meant to be about something that we were intended to learn in that season, right? It's just like the 80s were the 80s, the 90s were the 90s, the early 2000s were the early 2000s, the 2010s, and now we're in the 2020s. Like the decades and the eras of our lives, we can look back and go, man, this is who I was back then. This is where I was back then. But seasons change, and you're being called into a different season. And you're going to be pushed there whether you like it or not. We all are. This goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning of this whole thing. But to choose it and to willfully align with it is a whole nother thing. That's where the real beauty is. When you choose it and you align with it. Yeah, it looks like the internet is being a little bit weird. Hopefully we won't lose it. I saw it on my screen too. I saw the internet going in and out. Hopefully we won't lose it. So now we're here to recovery. So the universe, your higher self, God, source, the universe is telling you that you have an opportunity now to lean into something greater. You have the opportunity to go into this beautiful place of change. And look, underneath the recovery is the fulfillment card. So this is like the 10 of cups, the 10 of pentacles. This is like your actual soul fulfillment. Now, ironically, you have overthinking over here. You can stay in this energy, and if you stay in the overthinking energy, you're going to stay in conflict. And if you stay in conflict, you can't make this shit up. You have destruction underneath. So overthinking leads to conflict, which leads to destruction. And underneath that is love. So basically, you will become your own worst enemy when it comes to love. And essentially, you won't realize the fact that you're basically cock blocking yourself. You're preventing any real love, anything fulfilling from coming into your life. And it's not the men's fault. These people that you attract into your life, it's not their fault, because they're just coming into your life because that's the vibration at which you're living. That's where you exist. So they're just coming to you because that's, like, hey, you're on my level. That's how it works. So for you to find something, in order for you to attract something fulfilling, you have to take the higher calling. And it doesn't mean that you lose your sexuality. It doesn't mean that you lose any of that part of you. It just means that when you evolve and you go up to the next level, your sexuality goes up to the next level with you. And where maybe at one time in your life, like back here in the past, sexuality was used for this intention or that purpose, or it had that meaning. But here at the new level, sexuality has a new meaning, a new intention, and a new purpose. And I think that message is relevant for everybody, right? And that's the beauty of really what all this is because it's intended to be opened up for all of it. So I know you all have a specific question that you came here for a free reading. But if you're listening, and I say this every time I do these free live readings, if you're actually listening, truly paying attention and listening, even though it's not your turn, there's information here that is for you. And a lot of you, your answer is being given. If you just take the advice and apply it to your question, the answer is the same for you. The cards, when it's your turn, they might come out and say a different thing. They might say the same thing in a different way. But this really is more of a collective reading, even though it's specified to Aries. And that's the beauty of it, right? That's the paradox of individuality. Like, we are unique and individual in our own way, but we're all part of the unified collective. So really quick over here, these are brand new for me. All three of these cards over here are brand new. I've never seen these cards. I've never used these cards. They literally came in the mail this week. So I have no idea. You have clouded vision. It says, recognize and discuss red flags or areas of concerns. Yeah. So again, everything that I said down here, the clouded vision comes from the overthinking. You can't see things clearly because you're overthinking too much. And it's partly because you've gotten so used to wearing this mask for so long that you don't know what the real reality is. So things aren't very clear for you. Taming anger. Don't roar in arguments. Respect can heal wounds. And so I know you're an Aries, and I think Aries are kind of known for their Mars energy, right? So it's just saying, hey, when you get pissed off and angry, you just need to learn to maybe control a little bit of your anger. We have love's disguise. And look at this. You can't make this shit up. I'm just noticing this because I'm just now looking at it. This chick is wearing a mask. Kind of hard to see. But she's wearing a full-blown mask. She looked kind of hot. It says, love's disguise. Go beyond superficial looks and see who they truly are. Yeah. It's saying, hey, when you wear the mask, the people that you attract wear the mask, right? It's like, I'm going to put my mask on, and they're like, cool, I'll put mine on too. So I can't see into you, and you can't see into me. This says, this is a yes card. There's 3 yeses here. I don't know. Maybe I should have paid attention. Maybe that's why those cards were taking so long to jump out, because it's like, hey, this is not the right deck for this. This says, uplifts your spirit, easy to do, light work. Yeah, see, these were yes or no cards. I should not have used these cards, but I just was shuffling them. That's why they weren't coming out. The universe is like, dude, wrong deck, don't use it. This is not a yes or no. Anyways, but they're here. Rising to the challenge, and it says, breathe new life into ideas or something. So this one here says roots of stability. Ground yourself in what nurtures your being. Establish a stable base from which love and career can bloom. So, yeah, basically saying what you're really looking for is true stability, whether you realize it or not. But to get that stability, you're going to have to take the mask off. Commitment. See, we have stability and commitment. What you really want is commitment, whether you act like you do or not. That's really what you want. But you've been wearing a mask, so you're not going to get commitment because you wear the mask, they wear the mask, right? So commit to this next stage in your life. Commit to this next stage in your development, and there will be a promise fulfilled in some form. So basically saying if you do the work, you level up, you take the advice, things will change. And then revelations await. Embrace the mystery, embark on a journey of discovery, and watch as secrets unveil before you. So all this to say, in summary for you, Aries, is there's... Oh, shit. This area in your life that you have been in, the season of your life. The answer to your question, like, sure. I mean, you want to have sex with your boss, then you have the capability of making it happen. If you've been successful at achieving that goal in the past, you'll be successful in achieving that goal in the future. Being a woman and having sex it's a woman's world when it comes to sexuality. It's like the saying goes, women control the gateway to sexuality, men control the gateway to commitment. And I believe that that's true. More often than not, men are the ones who control how commitment goes. More often than not, women control how sex goes. I do believe that that is true. I found that to be true. So because you're a woman, sexuality is not one of those things that should be very difficult for you, if that's what you're looking for. I don't think that it is. I think there's a lot more to you than you allow people to see. I think there's a lot more depth to you and brilliance and intelligence. I think that you've just found it's very easy to lean on this one thing in your life, because it's worked for you. And, like I tell women all the time that beauty is a blessing and a curse. If you're a beautiful, attractive woman, you will get a shit ton of attention, but it'll be superficial attention. That's the double-edged sword. You get a ton of attention from a ton of people you don't want attention from. And then when you get sick and tired of all the fake attention that you get because you're so beautiful and you want something sincere and fulfilling, it's nowhere to be found because you were relying upon your beauty for so long, right? You weren't letting anybody see your true soul. So everything has a blessing and a curse in that regard. So I don't know if any of that makes any sense to you or if that's helpful for you. Let me go back through the chat. One thing that you guys will definitely walk away with tonight are all my secrets. You guys got all my secrets tonight. You should be happy. And you didn't have to pay for them. You got all of Eddie's free secrets. As approachable, but apparently... I'm not a Leo. I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. I'm not a Leo. And I don't see, but that's another limiting belief. Guys love Leo women for some reason. Guys love all women. In my experience, guys love Aries. They love Tauruses. They love Geminis. They love Cancers. They love Leos. They love Virgos. They love Libras. They love Scorpios. They love Sagittarius. They love Capricorns, they love Aquarians, they love Pisces. There's no... Guys love all women from all different... It's not just one. Danny. Cancers. You cancers. She remembered. See, look at Jean. She remembered my mom's a Leo. That's crazy. Sister's a Capricorn. Woof. Now I'm going to tell you something about them Capricorns. I'm going to tell you something about them. There's a reason. There is a reason that the Capricorns are the devil in tarot. There is a reason that the Capricorns are the devil card in the tarot. I'm going to just say that. I'm going to just say that. The devil card. All right, who's next? So T Garth. T Garth is next. If T Garth is still here, you may post your question. Jesus, a Capricorn. Now I'm gonna tell y'all some. Those Capricorns. Will me and D reconcile? Curious if he'll take any action. All right. Oh my God. If it's anything like my shuffle, probably not. There we go. That's better. See? You got to take your time with it. You can't just ram it in. All right. T and D. Future outcome between T and D. Will they reconcile? Well, we have the devil card. Your card came out. The Capricorn. No, that's not you. I see. Sorry, T. I was looking at the Capricorn. I got distracted. That's not you. So this card was in reverse. So this is a good thing. It was over here in reverse. You couldn't see it off camera, but it's the same card as the devil. So maybe D is a Capricorn. We don't know. Or maybe you're a Capricorn. You don't have to be. Well, we got at least one Capricorn. There's always room for one devil. Oh, man. Okay. I like what I'm seeing. I'm going to go... I'm going to go 50-50 on that, but let's get a second let's get a second opinion. So we had the same card come out twice. Ooh. Yeah. Don't like seeing that. Seven of Swords. My least favorite card in the tarot, the Seven of Swords. So there's either some major trust issues here or there was some type of betrayal. Why is the Seven of Swords here? And don't worry, I'll tell you what the cards are in just a second. Right now, I'm going to say 50-50. I'm going to tell you why in just a second. Why I think it's 50-50. Um, okay, so I'm going to stay with my... Let me move this over here. I'm sticking with my 50-50. You have a 50-50 chance that you'll reconcile, and here's why. 50-50 chance you're going to reconcile, or you can reconcile. Okay, so here's the deal. So the devil, the shadow self card, rather, which is essentially the devil card, came out in reverse, which is basically D apparently was a bad boy. We have the Seven of Swords here, we have the Three of Cups, and we have this between card here. This between card is stretched too thin, torn between lovers, and on the rebound. So Mr. D don't know what he wants. He don't know where the best place to put his D is because he thinks his D might have a better home than where it's been. And you let that D run the show, things get a little bit gnarly. He needs to perhaps stop thinking with the D and start thinking with more of this. Hence the King of Swords at the bottom of the deck. He needs to start using his brain, his big brain, and not his little brain. And his life would be a lot better. But essentially, he's starting to figure it out, I think, because the devil card basically is in reverse, which is promising. It's showing that there's a chance here that maybe he's learning his lesson in that regard. Now, with that being said, we have the Three of Pentacles in the building card. These two cards are basically the same thing. So he's going to reach out to you. You're going to hear from him, I think, for sure. And he's going to want to try to work things out. We get the Ace of Pentacles. That's a solid offer coming in. He's going to want to talk about whatever's happened. We got the Passion card here. So, he definitely finds you very attractive. And he definitely... What do the kids say these days? How do they put it? He definitely like to tap that thing again. Yeah, he definitely wants to hit it again. So you have that going for you. He finds you hot and attractive. I mean, I think you guys have probably great sexual chemistry. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the deck, we have endings, we have delays, and we have stuck. So the endings is pretty self-evident because obviously D was out running around using his D on any and everything that had two legs and a place to put it because we have the Seven of Swords. However, with justice, you can't see, but justice is underneath here. Move these out of the way. We have justice. And Lady Justice always serves justice. When Lady Justice shows up, someone is getting a spanking, because that's what Lady Justice does. She runs around with her little sword, and she finds people who are being bad, and she gives them an ass whooping. So he's got a little bit of an ass whooping from Karma, Lady Justice. And he realizes that if he didn't come back and tell you the truth, because that's what Lady Justice basically did, said, hey, you want this chick back in your life, you're going to have to tell the truth. Otherwise, it's done, it's over, no more. The world. So when he comes back, he's probably going to tell you that he's changed, things are different, that he's not doing the bad stuff anymore. The world is completion, closing out, being done with that cycle. He's done running around. He's done with casual dating, casual flings, blah, 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 blah. Right? And so, but, whatever he did before is obviously whatever ended this relationship with the endings. The delays card here and the stuck card next to it, it was delayed and stuck because he wasn't done doing his thing. That simple. He was out. He didn't know what he wanted. He hadn't made his mind up yet. But he's come full circle, the world card, and he's decided that you are the person that he really wants. So after all of his running around, he's settled and decided, well, I want her. Now, there's a chance, I'm going to say 30% chance. There's a 30% chance that if you guys can work this out, that you could build into something beautiful, meaningful. There's a chance, a 30% chance that you could have something meaningful, a meaningful committed relationship with this person. 30% chance. Otherwise, you need to let him go or he's going to let you go. There's only one of two choices. It's either going to turn into something like you're going to have the talk, he's going to come back, you're going to work it out, or you're not. It's black or white. There's no in between, there's no maybe, there's no friend zoning, there's nothing. It's either we're going to be something or it's over, you go your way, I'm going my way. Now, these cards that I have here, I asked specifically what his thoughts towards you were. So he feels that things were fast moving between you guys. The words say they are pressuring you, they don't respect boundaries, or it could just be a player. Yeah, fast moving. So, he was thinking like, man, this is a hit it and quit it. We have revealing. This card says opening up to you, tearing down walls shows their true self. So he felt seen by you. That was the difference. He's like, man, I just thought I was just going to get a hit it and quit it with this girl. Thought we were just going to have a thing, a fling, and that was going to be it. But then turned out what he didn't expect was to actually have a connection with you. So he actually felt like you saw him for who he really was and not just the mask that he was wearing. He sees you as a bit of a dreamer with this card. This card says high maintenance, must live up to their ideas and not happy with reality. So he sees you as maybe like a little bit like you have like low self-worth is how I would put it. And, that makes, and I'm just saying this in general from my experience being in this, in the capacity of relationship coaching. Women who have low self-worth and or have a lot of insecurities are easy targets for men who are just looking for sex. It's just, they're the easiest targets. So newly divorced women, single mothers, and women who have very low self-worth. Those three categories, if you're a woman, you're the easiest targets for a player. Like, they just know. And I'll leave it at that. And then here, like we've already said, we have the between card, torn between lovers, and on the rebound. So, to answer your question, T, will D want to reconcile with you Yeah, I think he wants to. I think he wants to at least have a conversation with you, maybe at least try. But this Seven of Swords, you're going to have to investigate and find out for yourself. The cards seem to indicate maybe he's learned his lesson. Maybe he realized, hey, I don't want to live this life anymore. Like, I want the real thing. And maybe he wants the real thing with you. But you're going to have to find out for yourself. You're going to have to do your due diligence and figure out if that's true for you. So when he comes back in, you know, whatever you need to hear, whatever questions you need to ask, however you need to go, whatever investigative approach or whatever, however you want to call it, you know, you're going to have to do your due diligence and figure out for yourself if you think he's telling you the truth or not. Has he really changed? Does he really want, you know, a long-term committed future with you and only you? You're going to have to convince yourself of that. These three cards here. So like, this was the problem. The Seven of Swords was the problem. These three cards seem to indicate that he has, along with the Shadow Self card in reverse, or the Devil card basically in reverse. So really, these four cards indicate, to me at least, that he has changed. But you're going to have to use your own intuition and proceed with caution and use your own discretion. But that, to the best of my abilities, yes, I think you're going to hear from him. He's going to want to work things out with you, but it'll be up to you to really decide if you think he's changed. Yes, and you don't have to. If you're used to communicating with your dick, then you don't have to use your words very often. So, you know, when you force him into a position to where he has to communicate with something more than his man thing, you know, who knows? Maybe there's hope for him. Maybe he'll grow up a little bit. Who knows? Who knows? Who are we on? Oh, Luna. Luna donated. Okay. Luna donated. Thank you so much for your donation, Luna. You may ask your question. Oh, wait, here it is. I see it. Professor stole my screenplay. That son of a bitch. What? Oh, I just lost it. Scroll back up. Professor stole my screenplay, and Hollywood contacts made it into a film at cinema. Lawyers are too expensive. Wrote too many influential people for help. Will someone help in 2024 with career or justice? I wish it were that easy, but it's not. I have let the world know, though, on my side. A lot of people know I have done what I could. Well, there's a meaning for everything. Oh, no. Well, I can tell you something major and sudden is going to happen for you, Luna. Because I can count on like one hand any time that my cards have exploded out of my hands when I was doing like, I had a completely fine, firm grip. That's what she said on my cards, and they blew up out of my hand. Like, okay. Shit. And see, the problem when the cards fall on the floor is that they fall under the chair. And so I can't move the chair without rolling over the cards. So it's very difficult to get to. But we did it. Mommy, wow, I'm a big boy now. Okay. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. All right. Let's try that again. So something major is either going to happen. I mean, obviously something major has already happened. So I take that whole explosive thing that just happened as being relevant to something. All right. How do I want to ask this? I'm shuffling and that card just flew off into the abyss. There's an energy around you right now that is like crazy explosive. So you're asking if you're going to get justice. Well, we have karma here, so there's a yes. Let me grab the... hold on. Maybe I can get with my foot. Oh, there we go. All right, so we have the unknown card. We have karma, which is justice. Let's see what else. This is crazy. All right. Okay. So we have contract, we have mail. After that, after the karma. So it does look like something is going to start unfolding here. We'll find out specifically in just a second. Let me get one more. In the future. So whatever this is, it's definitely, yeah. So things are going to happen. But it may be in a way that you're not expecting, because there is a transition coming and it's happening in the future. So, ooh. Okay, I'm getting like a major download for you. Are you, hold on, let me go to the chat real quick. I got a major download for you. I have written to many actors, producers, directors. Okay. Just give me a second here to like get the full download. But okay. This is going to sound really weird, Luna, and I've never done this. I've never done this before. In a reading, I've never had this happen before. This is the first time this has ever happened to me in a reading. Okay, but I'm just here to be the messenger. I'm just here to be the channel. So you can just pretend that I'm not here. I'm just the broadcaster, the beacon. Okay. So I'm being told to ask you a question. And the question that I'm getting to ask you is, and this is verbatim, okay? This is verbatim. Do you see where you went wrong? In this situation, when whatever happened that started this whole thing rolling, God, source, universe, spirit, whatever it is that you believe in, is asking, do you see where you made the mistake? Or do you see where you went wrong? And I have to wait for your answer. So I'm not just like, I know this is really weird because it's like an exchange. And like I said, this has never happened ever on a reading before. But I'm being told to wait for you to answer that question. And then we'll get into this over here in just a second. And if you don't know, it's okay. You can say, I don't know. I don't know where I went wrong or if I went wrong. Like, whatever the real answer is, it's not a trick question or anything like that, just to be clear. It's not the big picture. She has to see it. It's okay if she doesn't, but she has to be able to see it. Go back and see the exact moment. This is a very specific thing. It's wild. Like, this has never happened. Okay. While that I 100% believe that is true, obviously, and I agree, like, I don't trust any of those systems. But Spirit is saying, again, and I'm not, just to be crystal clear, I'm not challenging you. I'm not here to challenge you or what happened. So this isn't like my asking you these questions are not to debate the what happened. Like, obviously what happened is what happened. That's the reality. I mean, your work was stolen. That's not up for debate. But there's an importance behind why these questions are coming. So if you go back before, maybe all the way back to either when you were creating this work, or maybe even just before you were creating this work, can you recall any type of synchronicity, any type of feeling? It could have been super subtle, super small, maybe a dream you had, anything during the conception of this work or just before you created it. Anything that could have been relevant to you. I mean, it could have been the tiniest, and it's probably going to be something. I mean, it would have been something big enough for you to be aware of, obviously, but maybe something not so big that you wouldn't consider it in hindsight, because it didn't feel that substantial at the time. But if you reflect and you're using your intuition, it might actually come to you. Bingo. Bingo. All right. You got it. You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. Okay. The reason why I needed to ask that and see if you got it is because the universe is saying you need to always, never, ever, 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 ever again, never, ever again, violate that hunch. That hunch that you got, that you felt with him, never, ever, ever, ever make that mistake again. Never not trust yourself. When you get a bad feeling like that in the future, just know that you know that you know that you know. Like, hey, this is bad. And when you feel that, at the very least, hit pause and investigate what that feeling is telling you. Because just because you feel a bad feeling, that could mean a lot of different things. That's why we got to go in and go, hey, check in with yourself and say, hey, I'm getting a bad feeling. What is it trying to tell me? Right? So, there's a lesson in this for you, because here's the other side of it. And again, I'm going to get over here to this in just a second. Here's the other side. I'm getting chills, and it's giving me happy goosebumps. And I know that you're like, how? And I know this hasn't been a happy situation for you, but there is a silver lining here. He can take the script. You can rob the creation, but you cannot rob the creator, because it's different. It's different. It's like people, it's not exactly the same type of example, but it's a close one. There's a lot of people who steal tarot readers, like there's all these readers out here on YouTube doing readings, and someone will go and they'll record their readings. They'll start their own channel. They'll either put the person's voice higher or lower, and they'll put this really fake, stagnant background. And, they pose as that, as that they're doing their own readings, but they're really not. They're just stealing the other person's work. It's not the same. So the point is while this person has tried to steal your creation, you can never rob the creator. And nothing gets past Lady Justice, which is karma over here. Karma never forgets an address. So there will be karma to be paid. Now, the beauty of this is, so he steals your creation, and he's like, damn, this is some good shit. I'm going to go take it. Maybe I'll monopolize on it. The wand is only magical in the wizard's hand. When you're the one who's been given the gift, like if I try to, let's say what Excalibur, right? Like not everybody can go pull the sword out of the stone. Only the chosen person can pull the sword out of the stone. It's the same thing. Like the work in your hand is magical. Like music, right? Mozart writes something and he wrote it. He knows how to play it. You hand that piece of music over to somebody else who doesn't know, even though they can read music and they're trying to figure it out, sort of kind of sounds the same, but it's not. It's not the same magic that it was intended to be in that person's hands. So this person can take your work and try to monopolize on it or steal it or whatever, but it wasn't meant for them. It's not going to have the brilliance. It's not going to have the wow factor. It's not going to have, it's going to be worthless in their hands because it wasn't intended for them. It wasn't given to him. It was given to you. That creation was given to you to manifest, not him to steal. So the silver lining in it is that masterpiece is not magical in anybody else's hands other than yours, because it was given to you. I don't know how else to explain it other than that. But I'm saying it to you in an encouragement to let you know that even though, yes, they could steal the idea, they have the script or whatever they did with it, it doesn't matter. Because they're not going to be able to do anything with it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how brilliant the idea really is. It's only brilliant when it's in your hands. And so they fucked up. It's like if they were smarter, they should have just recruited you and along with the work, and realized on the spiritual level that the work is attached to you, and that without you, the work is dead. It's nullified. It's lost its power. So too bad for their fuck up, right? So, well, it probably does happen to a lot of people, but we're not talking about everyone. We're talking about you specifically, right? Because not everybody that is in this industry was called to be in this industry, right? A lot of people, do a lot of things that they want to do or they think they can do, but they're not. It's different than having a calling. Having a gift and having a calling are two different things. Like there's a lot of things I'm gifted at that I don't have a calling in those areas of my life. Like I'm a very gifted drummer. And I tried to make drumming my life, but that wasn't my calling. I'm a very gifted writer, but I'm not called to be a writer. In some senses, I'm gifted at this shit, but I'm not completely called to this either. So you can have a gift and it not be your calling. And a lot of people misunderstand that, right? The Kobe Bryants and the Michael Jordans of basketball, those dudes had a gift and a calling, and it's completely undeniable. When you look at someone's gift and their calling and you see those two things come together, then you see the best of the best of the best of the best. You know the difference between somebody who's really gifted at something, but they're not called, versus someone who's called and they have the gift. It's like, those are the people that we know. Those are the people that are written in stone. They're known for that thing, right? So yes, while people, a lot of people get ripped off and this stuff happens all the time, it's not quite the same because, being gifted at something and I'm not saying it's bad. It's not wrong either way. Wrong is wrong. Stealing is stealing. Doing harm is doing harm. A crime is a crime, period. So I just want to make sure I say that up front. But on a spiritual level or a metaphysical level, which most people don't consider, there is a difference, right? It's different saying like, okay, I'm gifted at something, and you steal something from me, but it's low impact because it's not my calling. Like, okay, you stole my drums. I'm a drummer. You stole my drums. It sucks. It's a crime. My gear is gone. I have to replace it, but it doesn't have the same effect because it's not my calling. It's inconsequential in a way. And again, I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm just saying that overall, it's different. Now, why is that a good thing for you? It's a good thing for you in the sense that when you have a calling, you have a covering. Now I'm going to start preaching to y'all up in here like a Sunday church, y'all. Come on. Can I get an amen? When you have a calling, you have a covering. You know what that means? That means this. That means you got Lady Justice. Lady Justice looking right over that shoulder being like, hey, you fucking with somebody in their calling? That's when you goes up another level, right? That's the difference between a misdemeanor and a felony in the spiritual realm. Spiritual realm, there's like little misdemeanors and things. You get slapped on the hand. You commit a felony on the spiritual level, your ass is going to court and you're going to serve. And so, someone messing with you in your work, when it's your calling, it's a felony. And so I'm saying this to encourage you because you have a calling in this, but I also don't want you to be so focused on the infraction that you lose sight of your power. Because this creation, this work that came out of you, is amazing as it is. You are the work. You are the work. This thing that you created is not the work. The work came out of you. You give birth to this. You give birth to this excellence. All work that comes out of you is this. That's the difference. That's why I was saying if they were going to take something, they should have just recruited you. Because them taking this idea or this work or this script, yeah, it's still a crime. It's still bad. It still deserves justice. But it's dull. It's not. It doesn't have the favor on it. Using church terms, it's not anointed because it's not attached to you anymore. It's unplugged from you. There's no power going to it anymore. When it's in your hands, it's like plugged into you. It's plugged into the source from which it came from, which is you. You are the source of that creation. They cut the umbilical cord. This thing is going to die. So they're not, whatever they plan on doing with it, even though they did the wrong thing and they stole it from you, it's not going to profit them at all. It's dead. Dead on arrival. DOA, dead on arrival. But what you need to understand, another part of the lessons, the first lesson was you need to trust yourself. Anytime moving forward, you get that little hunch, never violate that hunch. The second thing is you need to realize that you are the source. You need to realize that you're a badass. You need to realize that you have a calling, not just a gift, you have a calling and a gift. And that brilliance and that beauty that's inside of you, regardless of how this turns out, and we haven't even got to that yet because I keep getting downloads for you. And I could just say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to give you a card reading, or I can give you all the messages that are coming through me, which is obviously what I'm doing. So the universe, God's source, your higher self, the universe, whatever you believe in, is wanting you to start realizing that you are that thing. No one can steal you from you moving forward. And so regardless of whatever your concern is for this thing, and you have every right to be concerned, because again, it is an injustice and it does deserve to be held accountable for. The universe doesn't want you being so focused on this infraction that you start giving so much of your power away to it. Right? Because then you'll feel like, oh, well, I had this thing and it was this and it was that, and then they took it and now it's gone, and then you'll start to identify with it. You're like, I was a one-off. I had this creation, and I'll never be able to create anything like it ever again. It was this one crazy thing, and I'll never get it back. When it's not true. You'll give birth to something better than that. If this thing cannot be retrieved, first of all, let me back up and say this. If this thing cannot be retrieved, it wasn't supposed to. If you don't get this thing back, you weren't supposed to get it back. It was meant to serve a lesson for you. All of this was meant to serve you for your highest good. So that you would know, moving forward, hey, this will never happen to me again. I'll never create something incredible and amazing because I have a gift and I have a calling where I will ever just flippantly give my treasures away or put my treasures into the hands of people when my soul is saying, hey, wait, hit the pause button, brakes, stop, red light. You'll never violate yourself again, right? So no matter what happens as a result of the situation you're going through, it's actually working out for you and your highest good, whether you can see it fully or not. So as being the messenger for you, this is just, me letting you know that there is no loss here. I don't care what the outcome is. There's no loss because you can't lose you. You are the gift. You are the calling. The thing came from within you. And if it came out of you once, it'll come out from you again. I'll give you one more example, then I'll go to the cards. So as a drummer, when I would play music, there were times where I played that instrument in a way that I thought I would never be able to replicate it. Like, I will never play this good ever again. This is the best I've ever played this instrument. And in that moment, that was true. In that moment, that was 100% true. I had never played that instrument as good as I did in that moment. But I was also that version of myself in that moment. See, I didn't realize that every time I get behind those drums and I played, I was getting a little bit better and 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 a little bit better. Well, that time that I thought I played at my best was down here. I wasn't accounting for all the improvement that I would make every time I kept playing and playing and playing. So then fast forward, and sure enough, I had another one of those moments where I was like, man, I don't think I've ever played this good. Right? Because the more that you evolve, you're a new version of yourself. And now you're playing at a level that you've never played at before. You're creating at a level you've never created at before. So this thing that you wrote, this creation, this script, whatever this thing is that you wrote it at this level of you. And that might have been the best that you had at this level. But you're going to grow, and you're going to grow, and you're going to grow, and you're going to grow. And at this level, God only knows what will come out of you at this level that will dwarf this creation down here. And that is the journey of the artist. That's every artist's journey. Wherever you are today, as long as you keep going and going and going and you face the challenges, then whatever you create up here at this level, after, well, that one wasn't as good, that one wasn't as good, this one was okay, this one was okay, and you work and you work and you work and you work and you grind and you grind and you grind, and then one day, this other creation comes out of you. And this thing up here is way fucking better than this thing was down here. So again, I'm saying this, again, not to minimize the infraction, not to minimize the crime, not to minimize anything that was done wrong. What was wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. But to encourage you away from the idea that this thing that was taken from you was something that could be taken from you. And then you're thinking, but wait a minute, Eddie, it was taken from me. On what level? On what dimension? Right? If you believe that this thing that you created is something that wasn't from you, then you're absolutely right. You didn't create it. It wasn't you. It was some thought that was given to you. Or maybe you stole it from somebody from the collective and then you created it and it wasn't yours. And so that's why it was taken from you. There's a million different stories we can make up about that. But we know that that's not true. We know, I know, you know that this came out of you. It came from you. It came from that source inside of you because you have a gift and you have a calling. You don't have just the gift. You have the gift and the calling. And the universe wants you to acknowledge that, because when you start stepping into that power, you will laugh. You will laugh at anyone who dares try to steal anything from you. Like, here, you want it? Here, take it. Here, you want this work? I'll give this one to you for free. Here, you can have that. Because you'll start to realize that the words that are coming out of my mouth are true. That when those things are not in your hands, they don't have the power. Right? It's like if you have a stack of real money, a stack of $100 bills in your hands, and when you hand it to somebody else, it turns into monopoly money. It's like, here, steal all of my money. In my hands, it's real money. Thousands of real dollars in my hands. When someone takes it out of your hand, it turned into monopoly money. And you just smile and laugh. Like, here, steal all my money from me. It turns into monopoly money in their hands. They can't steal it from you because it's not connected to you. Or I'm sorry, it's not connected to them. It's only connected to you. The power of it's only connected to you when it's connected to you. Because you are the power. You are the source. You are the thing that gives this thing life, existence. And apart from you, there is none. That's how you know the universe has your back. That's the fail-safe. That's the foolproof. That's the insurance policy that the universe puts on your calling, because it's your fucking calling. It's your gift and your calling. And there's an insurance policy. There it is. Here's the legal insurance. Here's the insurance company, and here's the insurance policy. You have an insurance policy on your calling. Everyone does, because it's your calling. That's why in the Bible it says, he who's been given with great power comes great responsibility, right? You have a calling. That's power. You have a responsibility to have that calling. So some people try to come in and rip you off when you have a calling. It's just not going to go very well for them because you have an insurance policy. Man, dude, if I'm taking this shit for me, if I don't care what anyone, like, I'm just sitting here like, I'll take it. That's a word right there. Come on. Where are my church people at? Praise Hallelujah, jalapeno Jesus. I'll take it. If you don't want it, I'll take it. That just encouraged me. I can't make this shit up, man. All right, anyways. So let's look at the actual, let's look what you actually came here for. Let's take a look at the unknown. So right now, this is kind of like I feel you. Everything feels up into the air. Everything feels unknown. It's just like there's no conclusion. It just feels like there's nothing happening right now. Right? When the truth, regardless of what it looks like to you, Lady Karma, she's like a hitman. She's like, oh, you gonna come fuck with my girl Luna? Okay. So she gets up, she gets all of her bros up in the hood. She gets in the car, and she's like, "We gonna go drive down to we get up out the hood and track this fucker down." And so now Lady Karma's out on the prowl, and you can't get away from Lady Karma because she knows exactly where you live. We got this contract, so this is like legal matters. So we got karma and we have a contract. So we got both of them. So yeah, there's going to be legal action. Something is going to happen. And we have the mail. So this is obviously, I assume you're a professor. This is the only mail that would make sense. However, these things are not going to happen probably as soon as you want them to. I just got to keep it real. This is stuff that's going to happen in the future. And you're going to have to trust the universe. You're going to have to trust and believe that karma actually has an insurance policy on your calling. You're going to have to believe that karma has got your back. The universe has your back. And even though here you are, not seeing any results, thinking nothing's happening, they're getting away with it, and I've called, I've reached out, you've exhausted your power. You've done everything you can do. I've called the people, I've reached out to these people, I've talked to the people, and I've done everything I can do. Well, maybe. You've done everything you can do, but trust. Have faith. Have faith in the divine. Have faith in the spiritual part of you, because this is the third challenge that this is bringing you, is how involved is this woo-woo spiritual shit anyways? Like I'm going to take my headphones off for this. How involved is this woo-woo spiritual shit anyways? Like for real. Like for real. Like, can you really trust this shit? Some invisible fucking power, force, some whatever it is. What is this thing? What is this force? Why should we trust it? Can I trust that there's some fairy godmother whoop-ass Shira karmic justice thing out there who really cares about my problems enough to go out and take care of business, get justice for me, make these things right, warring on my behalf and doing all these things? Like, really? Yeah. There is a part of spirituality that this situation is encouraging you to explore within yourself, your own beliefs. And the universe is saying, wherever you are in your beliefs with the divine, the invisible, the metaphysical, the spirituality, whatever you believe, this situation is occurring so that you can realize that you are a hell of a lot more powerful and a hell of a lot more spiritual than you thought you were. And sometimes it's not so much the things that you do directly in the physical realm, the five sensory realm, as much as it is what you do with your spiritual powers, the inner world, the invisible realm. And that you have power within you, just like you had the power to create something that was so good, someone decided, man, this is worth stealing. It's so good. which is essentially just someone who wanted to steal your power, because that's all creation is. Creation is an act of power. So somebody stole your creation, they were stealing some of your power, right? Because they didn't think they had that power within them, and they didn't. So they wanted to steal yours, right? Well, when you start to believe that the same power that created that work is the same power that resides within you on all levels of your life, not just your work, not just your creation. This power is within you and your relationship and your health and your, family, all areas of your life. This power exists on all areas because you are that power. There's no separating you from the power. There's only the illusion of separation. When we believe that we're disconnected from the power, then we are, because we believe it. And that's the mechanism. That's the veil. That's how this shit works, right? The minute that you acknowledge it, you believe it, and you rest in it, that's what faith is. Faith is going, hey, I have an irrational level of confidence and belief in something that I cannot tangibly interact with. It transcends my five senses. That's the power that you have. And so the universe is like, I'm going to show you what will happen when you learn to use this power in a trusting type of way. So you're in spiritual school right now. You're being taught some spiritual things. It's interesting. Right now, you think that the problem is about what's happened to you. It's about the infraction. Oh, my work got stolen. That's the problem you think. That's what you think is going on. The universe is like, no, that's not really what's going on here. What's going on is I'm introducing you to your power. I'm just doing it in a way that you would not perceive. But here you are on September 29th, 2024, in a chat room on YouTube with some dude that you've never met who's telling you a bunch of shit that you get to choose to believe whether you believe it or not. And that's okay. I mean, I'm actually all for healthy skepticism. So you're going through a transition right now. The transition that you're going through, look at the picture. The transition is a staircase going up to a light, but everything around it's dark. There's this dark, ominous kind of environment, and you're just going, the only place you can go is up. The only place you can walk is up the steps into the light, right? Then underneath that, we have this mask, which is saying, hey, I'm transcending all the falsities. And the mask is just a metaphor for anything that isn't real. You're transcending anything that's not real. And you're moving out of this place of only being concerned with security, right? And that's everyone's primal first animalistic instinct is our safety, our security, what's ours, what will keep us safe, what will keep us protected, our livelihood, our reputations. But there's more at play here. We have the zodiac at the bottom here. You're being shown the mystery. You probably weren't here at the beginning of the reading. I don't know. I don't think you were. And I went on a big spiel about this book. This book has the answers to those mysteries. I knew this was going to come out again. And for those of you who've been here for the whole time, you heard me say it at the beginning of the reading. I knew this was going to come out again. I knew there was relevance to this. Whether it's one person or whether it's many. There's answers in this book for some of you guys out there who are meant to see this video or you're in this chat. There are answers in this book that I cannot give you because they were given to these authors to put in this book for me to just be a synchronicity, just to be a point of saying, hey, I'm here to promote what they've done, their work, so you can go and you can get the answers that they incarnated here to put into a book to go out and spread among the masses. So I could find it and go, hey, I got answers from this creation, and I'm here to tell you that I got answers from it. And then they're like, hey, I'm here to tell you so that you will go get answers from it as well. That's how this works. That's the beauty of creating something that will continually feed the collective long after we're gone. That's the beauty of creating something. So, specifically, why's karma here? Let's take a look at the karma card. Let's just peek into the actual outcome here. What is the actual outcome? Well, Lady Karma's blocking something. So this is like I'm getting like the Lord of the Rings, like the Gandalf scene where he's like, he puts the wand down. He's like, "Thou shalt not pass." It's like the big monster thing or whatever. So yeah, karma is stepping in. Karma is cutting off, cock blocking the getaway, basically. So here, these people are trying to get away in the boat, and karma's like, "Nope, you ain't getting away." So, yeah, they're not getting away with it. But there's also essentially the other side of the Six of Swords, which is things calming down. In other words, coming out of a chaotic time, essentially. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Change. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is beautiful because the Wheel of Fortune upright is always good fortune. It's luck. It's, you know, the Wheel of Fortune comes out and it's like, hey, go, you know, go get a scratch-off ticket. You might win. Like, it's substantially good luck. So, it's, you know, obviously in tarot, it's a major arcana. So it's a big deal. But it also talks about cycles and seasons. So again, karma, everything is going in your favor, whether you see it or not. The bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Cups. They think this is just really you overthinking things. You know, trying to figure it out in your mind. Like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? When really you just have to trust that, again, Lady Justice is going to take care of it. So, tell me about this contract. So we have the Fool. Knight of Pentacles. There's a lot of earth energy. I don't know if you're like a, you don't have to be, but there's earth energy here. So give Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn here. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So this is interesting. There's like a whole side story that I can't even get into here. But this contract basically, it's like going into this whole other story, and it's hard to know if this is I feel like this is this person. Like this could be your professor maybe. It's not clear, but what I can see at the bottom of the deck is very telling. So we get from the Eight of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords, Six of Cups, the Lovers, Seven of Swords, Four of Cups, the Devil, the Ten of Pentacles, and then we get a Tower. And it's interesting that it shows up right after this Ten of Pentacles here. So it's like, whatever this situation is, it's almost like I get this idea that it's like, I feel, for some reason, I want to say I feel like this is tied to your professor. Like, it's almost like they're thinking that in their mind, having this is going to produce something for them. Like they can, it's almost like in their mind, they can see it. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this with it. But it's like they're fantasizing, but they don't understand that their fantasy bubble is going to get burst because she's hot in pursuit. But it's almost too like whoever this person is, there's something about, there's some other, again, the side story really has something to do with like whatever's going on in their life, something to do with their family, maybe their wife. There's a whole other, a whole other story situation going on with that person. That's what all this shit is. There's a whole other side story going on with this person. So I'm not even going to try to decipher all of that. Future. Why is the future here? I think that whoever this person is, like family problems or marriage problems, there's all kind of shit going on with that. The future. What do we need about the future? Okay, so yeah, we have the Page of Pentacles, this the Six of Cups here. So I'm like basically seeing like essentially, yeah, good news. So it's essentially the resolution of this past issue because the Six of Cups is like essentially representing the past in this case. And so, and the page is really like the creation itself. It's a different way of like traditionally reading. And then we have the Four of Wands, which is the celebration, basically. Not without, you know, obviously the hidden shit that's gone on, the fears and all the things that were tied to this with the Moon card at the bottom. Three of Pentacles, this King of Swords guy. But the outcome, essentially, this Four of Wands is telling here. So the Four of Wands is a favorable outcome. Actually, really, all three of these cards, in a sense, are favorable here. But what's standing out to me, especially about this Page of Pentacles here, is this is known as the card of the student. So it's really a card about learning, essentially. So again, part of all of this has to do with what have you learned from this situation. Yes, you'll be celebrating a victory or a win. Show me the transition card. But a lot of it really has to do with you learning from this situation because, again, this thing that you've created is not your only work. Yeah. The Hangman. The Hangman is about seeing things from a different perspective than you've seen them before. That's the transition. Your world is literally being turned upside down so that your thinking can be turned upside down. It's just that most of the time when people's worlds are turned upside down, their thinking does not get turned upside down. Their thinking stays the same and they try to rationalize why their world is turned upside down. Whereas if you turned your thinking upside down, along with your circumstances turning upside down, you would have a totally different perception of it. That's the point of the Hangman. Page of Swords in reverse. It's everything that I just said. The Page of Swords is now, if I show you, here's the Hangman looking to, I guess, the right, and here's the Page of Swords looking to the left. They're looking at each other. And Swords is obviously all about the mind, mental things. So these two can have a conversation because they're seeing eye to eye now. The Hangman can impart the wisdom to the young Page of Swords because they're on the same wavelength. That's the transition here. You're being shown, you're being taught something through this period of time. Can't make this shit up. The bottom of the deck. Sun, illumination, enlightenment. And the reason that the Sun is the happiest card in the deck, by the way, is not just because it's the happiest card in the deck. The reason that the Sun is the happiest card in the deck is because we are given some type of knowledge, some type of information, something, we become illuminated to something, enlightened to something that gives us our power back, our peace back, our happiness back, our innocence back. We become illuminated to something because anytime that life becomes stagnant or sour or bad or poor, that's always what makes life happier or better, right? It's not just the improvement of the situation or circumstances. That's just the icing on the cake, because people's circumstances change all the time for the better, and they still remain miserable. They remain unhappy. They remain unfulfilled, right? I mean, you can bail people out of bad situations all the time, and their life is still shit. So it's not necessarily the change in our physical circumstances that make us happy. It's the growth that we experience as a result of the things that we've gone through, right? And when we become aware of the growth, then it changes everything, right? It's like, hey, it was worth it. And the people that understand this are the ones who always say that. They're the ones who say, man, I wouldn't change a thing. Because would you go back would you go back and change, this ABCXYZ thing that happened to you? No, I wouldn't change it. I don't know, man. Like, that was pretty brutal. I was like, you went through a lot of shit. That was very hurtful. Like, yeah, I know, but I wouldn't change it. Like, what, would you go through it all over again? Yeah, I would. Really? Yeah. Why? Because of who it made me, who I've become. And that's more important than anything. Who you become, Luna, as a result of what you've experienced, leads you to the Sun. That is your Leo power. It's 100% your Leo power. So you're being given a gift, whether you see it or not, whether you're consciously aware of the fullness of it or not. You're being given a gift. Oh my God, Sister Girl from McDonough, Georgia. You're not gonna believe this. I used to live in Stockbridge. I know all about the McDonough. That's my old stomping grounds down there off of Giles Road. What were the other ones down there? There's like 3 or 4 exits down there in McDonough. I used to go to the Starbucks, and I would work at Starbucks because I was basically using their free internet. And I was living in, I lived off of Rock Quarry Road. Had an apartment down there. So I'm super familiar with McDonough and Stockbridge. That's wild. That's crazy. That's crazy that somebody that you're on here and that you're from there. That's crazy. Like, that's like super close by. She's by Eagles Landing. Yeah, you're like right there. Yep. That was yeah. So there's I forget the exit, but there's the exit right there off of Stockbridge. I think it's the one. I don't remember the name of it. This was like 2016, so it's been a hot minute. But there's a Starbucks right there. I used to go to that one, and then I would go. There was one, I think, up an exit. That might have been the Giles Road, or it could have been Jodeco, maybe. Whichever one that was up there, there was like a Target up there, a Super Target or something on the other side of the road, and then there was a Starbucks opposite of the Target. I'd go there, and then I'd go to there was the third Starbucks, which was actually off the main drag in McDonough, where they put all they put a huge strip mall in down there, a huge strip mall down there. Let me see the chat here. So you talk about spirit and picking up things. My whole life, I have dreamt a lot of my life, like lived deja vu many times. And I have this inner who knows what that tells me either a man or woman is headed my way to help me in a situation. Not sure why I get this intuitive feeling. That's the whole thing. Luna, is that you have a gift. You have a spiritual gift that you need to start trusting that and lean into it and learn more about it and get in touch with it. Explore it, like to understand what it is and why you have it and how it can serve you in the in the sphere of influence that you're operating in, your career, your talent, like you're where you need to be on purpose. And so that gift that you have, that spiritual gift that you have, is not just meant for you and your own creativity, but the people that you come in contact with, and I know it can be a little bit weird and awkward sometimes to operate in that. But again, if you're open to those intuitive nudgings to come through, then it can be very powerful and very profound, because you'll meet somebody and you'll start to feel that inclination inside of you, like, oh man, I feel like maybe I'm supposed to say something to them or ask them something, or you start to feel led and guided to do something that's not intuitive, because it doesn't feel socially, normal, right? Like, because not everyone's walking around with these spiritual gifts activated and interacting on that level, even though it should be normal. And, we don't want to act weird or, bizarre or crazy. And then, of course, we don't want to be wrong either. So you don't want to put yourself in a position where you feel like you need to say something or share something, and then you're wrong, right? And I have this shit happen to me all the time. The last one I had was there's this girl and her boyfriend, and her dead brother, no shit, her dead brother is like, starts talking to me, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. So, I start asking, talking to her, and sure enough, found out that 2 years ago, her brother killed himself. He committed suicide. And I was like, oh, hey, wow, like this is gonna, so it's always hard, because it's like, man, if I'm wrong about this, I'm gonna look so ridiculous. So, I can't, I'm human. I'm I care. I hate to have to admit that I care about being wrong about something, especially though when it's kind of personal. It can be personal. Someone's relative killed himself. That could be a touchy subject. And I'm a complete stranger. And so we get to talking, and I'm like, hey, look, and I just told her, I was like, look, I think your brother, he wants me to tell you this. And this girl starts breaking down, and she's sobbing and crying. And then I'm like, do you have a sister? And she's like, oh my God, I do. I have a sister. I'm like, and I didn't know. But I was like, well, I need to talk to your sister, because your brother wants me to tell something to her. And she has an identical twin sister. So I had to go. So we go find her sister. And it was it was this crazy experience, man. And I was I mean, I was like, it was nerve wracking for me because I'm like, geez, man, this is just crazy. But anyways, my point in all that is just trust yourself. Definitely trust yourself. You have a spiritual gift. Don't question it. Okie dokie. Who are we at? Let's scroll to the list. Yeah, man. Y'all come up in here being like, ooh, I'm going to get me a superficial 5-minute read. Well, y'all done come to the wrong channel tonight. This boy can talk. He done talk and say all the things. That's right. That's right. It's all right, though. What is it, 2 o'clock in the morning? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I guess I could do some speed reads. Where are we at? Okay. All right, I'll do some speed reads. I don't pay attention much to the list when I'm doing, but we'll do it. If if Danielle's still here, Danielle's like, fuck that, I'm out. I done listen to this boy done talk all night. She asleep. Danielle's asleep or getting high, and I approve of both. Asleep or getting high. Yeah, everyone boned. Like, I ain't gonna sit here and listen to that dude. Shit, it ain't my turn. I ain't got nothing to hear with that. I'm going to bed. Yeah, she fell asleep or she getting high. It's all good. Danielle might be taken up off the market soon. We won't be seeing her around. We won't see Danielle around much anymore. She being snatched up by some dude. Off living the good life. Living a good life. Then she'll be sleeping, getting high, and getting laid. The trifecta. So I went on a cruise and met this guy, kinda. She kinda met him. We talked, but I was scary and didn't really shoot my shot. Now I keep thinking about him. What's the energy surrounding my love life right now? Did I drop the ball here? What the? Man, you done shot. Girl, that don't sound like you. That don't sound like you now. I'm just saying. Well, Luna, all I can tell you, you better be paying attention to all that spiritual shit. Whether it's a dream, whether it's a hunch, whether it's intuition, I don't care if you fart and it feels spiritual. Everything. Anything that happens to you that feels spiritual, do not, the very first thing I told you, do not violate a single hunch. You fart and it's like, I think that was a spiritual fart. It was. Don't second guess it. Don't second question it. Anything that feels spiritual, it's spiritual. And country, I'm not judging you. Look, we're all here. We're all human. You know how many times I dropped the ball in my love life? I ain't even going to tell that stories. Like, yeah, I'll just say I fucked up a few times in my life and it's, it's two. I got like 3 or 4, probably closer to 3. 3 for sure women that I know It's like, man, I regret it. I like look back and man, what the hell is your problem, dude? What the hell is your problem? I could be living the good life right now. But I screwed up. So I gotta wait. Gotta wait for my next try not to screw up. So it is with life. Whoa. I keep feeling like there's some other oh, I know which ones. Okay. So yeah. So you got some actually you got some you actually have some good things going on here. Okay? So yeah, you actually have some good things going on here. And I'll try to do I'll try to I had to try to pick it up a little bit here. All right. So, yeah, you got the fulfillment. So this is as good as it gets. Like this is the best card that you can get out of this deck. Here. And there's like 82 cards in there. So this is like a lot of cards in this deck. You got fulfillment coming your way. Now, if there's any and it's not negative or it's not bad, but if there's, and I've said this all night to you ladies, I've said it all night. Now, it didn't come out. The card itself didn't come out. But just because the card didn't come out doesn't mean that I don't know what it is. And I know you ladies know what it is. You know what that word is. I told you. I held the card up earlier in the reading, and I said, I want all you ladies out there to burn this image into your mind. Yeah, I know exactly what it is. Overthinking things. Well, this is another way of saying the same thing. Fortress. You're very guarded right now. Overly guarded. Unnecessarily guarded. And when we get guarded, we start to overthink things. And when we overthink things, we miss opportunities because we're overthinking the opportunity because we're trying to protect ourselves. We're guarded. Now, the beauty of being guarded is that it ensures that we don't get hurt, right? The bad thing about being guarded is while we make sure that things don't come in, we also don't get to share things, the parts of us that want to go out, that want to connect and create and love and experience. So we cock block ourselves. So this Fortress card is us cock blocking ourselves, basically. But thankfully, all your good cards overcome this one. It's not bad. It's just hey, you need to be aware of this. Fated Destiny, which is like the Wheel of Fortune card. You have destiny on your side. There's somebody who's coming towards you. Timing is a factor right now. Okay. So, but it's on your side because it's right here next to the Fated Destiny card. Love, can't make this shit up. What's fated for you? Serendipity. Here it is. Here's the movie Serendipity. Maybe you should go watch it. If you haven't seen it in a while. This is Serendipity. You and Kate Beckinsale, which is my celebrity crush, by the way, you and Kate Beckinsale are going to hook up, which I'm extremely jealous that you would hook up with Kate Beckinsale. Anyways, you got Fated Destiny and you got Love card. So love is on the way. Contract. This person wants to be official. You're being sent somebody who wants to be official. That's what the contract is saying. Whether or not you actually decide to be official is up to you. But this person will have no problem putting their name down and being like, I want to be with her. I want to be with her, and I'm willing to put it in writing. I'm willing to legalize it. I'm willing to put half of everything that I own at stake. I know that's not what you're about, but, that seems to be a big problem these days, right? The fear of what happens? I'm going to lose half of everything. Not this guy. He's not worried about it. Ooh, then my favorite one. When you get your hands on this man gets his hands on you. You remember all that stuff we were talking about earlier? You were here for it. All that See, this is when we need Aries back in the conversation. Well, I'm just gonna tell you, I know that you a little freak, and you can't lie to me, country. You can't lie. You can't lie. I know you a freak. Country, a lady in the streets, but she a freak in the sheets. She a freak in the sheets. Actually, it kind of reminds me of remember that movie remember that movie Coming to America? He's like they're sitting in the cafeteria, and there's that band that's playing Sexual Chocolate. I think they have the girls that come out, the bikini girls that come out on the stage, and the pastor guy, the guy that's the funny pastor, and then he's like looking, he's like, the Lord is good now. Look at this, and he's like looking, he's like, I forget what he says, and they're passing around the offering plate. The guy puts his chicken in the offering plate. He's like, that's not the trash. Man, I gotta go watch Coming to America now. Anyways, I'm just here to say, y'all gonna be doing some things. Y'all gonna be doing things you ain't never done before. You gonna be doing things with this man you ain't never done before. Celebration, look. Celebration. It's coming up. It's coming up soon. You're going to end up with this man. You're going to marry to this man. And you have Genesis, a brand new beginning coming up for you. Celebration. So your love life is looking really good. The only thing the only thing that you need to be careful of. What's that word? Come on, put it in the chat, ladies. Put it in the chat. What's the one thing that you guys need to be careful of? Put it in the chat, please. Starts with an O. Over what? We need to stop over what? Because when you overthink, you get in your own way. You cock block your own happiness. I can't make this shit up. I can't make it up. That 5 of Swords right there is self-sabotage. So this is what you need to know. You might have options. You might have a couple of options. Ovulation, that's good too. I like it. You got options here. 3 of Pentacles. You might have a couple people, semi-interested. But then you're going to have this guy. This is your man right here. You got a King of Pentacles. Now, he could be a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, literally. If not, you're going to know that this guy is the real deal because he's got his shit together. And you're going to know from intuition. You're not going to know until he's not going to flaunt that he's got his shit together. Your soul is going to tell you. Just like I was talking to Luna a second ago, saying, don't violate a hunch. Well, I'm going to say the same thing to you. You're going to know this guy, you're going to feel something. You're going to be like, holy, this guy's got his shit together. Like he for real has his shit together. You're going to know when you meet this guy, however you meet this guy, you're going to know he's got his shit together. Now, we got those two, but then we got these here. Now, this Knight of Swords in reverse is not what it normally says. It's not the normal meaning of like when you typically see this card in reverse. Like I could give you the book definition. That's not what this means. This is saying to take your time. Do not rush into things. Do not worry about how fast it goes. Don't worry about, what are we? Like what all the overthinking stuff. This is saying, hey, take your time, slow down, be yourself, chill out, just enjoy what's happening. You don't have anywhere to go. You don't have anywhere to be. Just be in the present with that person. Be in the now. Be in yourself. Don't hurry. Don't rush. Just be where you are. Enjoy what's happening. That's where you need to be. And for the love of God, please do not overthink. For the love of God, do not do this. This is the overthinking card. He's got a mullet. And he plays Dungeons and Dragons, and he's got swords. They're not dildos, they're swords. Okay? Do not be this guy. Do not overthink. Because look, this card is the one that's on top of this Four of Wands. There's your marriage. There's your happy future. There's you and your person. This is the celebration energy. Five of Swords, Four of Wands. This will totally cock block you from getting this, which is overthinking. You overthink, you're screwed. And I don't mean like because you have a quick thought, okay? I'm not talking like, oh my God, you just, when you let it go, you let it be pervasive. It keeps going and overthinking and you start spiraling. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking you catch yourself overthinking for a minute, like, that's normal. You've done it your whole life. It's a habit, right? And so the more aware you become of when you do it, you can interrupt that pattern. Like, wait. I caught myself. I'm in control, not you. You don't get to rule me anymore. I'm in control. I got everything under control. Everything is safe. Everything is fine. If I need you, brain, I'll consult you. Right now, I don't need you. Right? So sometimes you got to learn to put the brain in its place, even though its intention is well-meaning. It's trying to keep you safe and keep you protected. It doesn't want you to get hurt. But again, you can stay safe and you'll never have love. That's what the Fortress card is, right? If you want to stay safe, then be single and have cats, right? Because love is not safe. Love is the most courageous, the most risky thing any human will ever do. But it's worth the reward. The risk is worth the reward 100% of the time. So you have love coming towards you. And there's literally nothing else. Like, that was it. There's no other there's no negative anything else. It's just stay out of your head. Don't be overly, what's the word? Don't be overly safe, I guess. Like, what I'm saying is, like, don't be so concerned with your security or your safety. And I don't mean like literal. I'm talking about like to where you can't be yourself, or you can't take a risk or something, right? Or you're just overthinking too much, right? But other than that, everything is, it's like, that's probably one of the best readings anybody could have. I would take that. The reading that you just got, I would take that for myself, 100%. Oh, that's cool. Saw your best friend's wedding, wedding. I saw my best friend's wife being pregnant in April. He told me a few weeks ago that his wife is having a baby. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Like, the divine, I'm going to tell you guys something. The divine feminine is like on point right now. All the energies that's going on with the divine feminine, like, for those of you that are like spiritually tuned in, you guys, that energy is on point right now. If you can lean into that and trust it, you guys will start doing some crazy shit. And also, again, get this book. I'm telling you guys, I can't say enough good things about this. Get this book. It will enlighten you and give you answers and tune you in ways that you can't imagine. Don't take my word for it. Jazzy Dreamer. I thought Streamlabs was a YouTube bot. So what does that make Donald Trump? No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We will not talk politics. Don't do it. I screenshotted. I'm going to order it. Awesome. Perfect. Perfect. You're so welcome. I love when you're here. Love when you guys show up for me. I feel like I'm with my friends. Just got to get online more often. May I ask what Virgo's feelings, intentions, and next actions are towards me, and anything else you think I should know about your our connection? He's a Gemini. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. You were saying Virgo. Now what's this shit, man? So you're giving me up for a fucking Gemini? Are you kidding me? Oh, hell to the no, no, no. Hell to the no. You my moderator too. What's going on, Gene? The fuzzy channel cousins. That's 100% sure. That's all the hopes I got, man. It's like, God, if I could just turn the fuzzy channel on. I'll tell you, man. Those were some good sessions too. Like, it's crazy. That sixth, seventh time, man, you get that, like, that's like that long, like you've been at it for a full 9 hours, and you get that seventh orgasm. It's like, I mean, you're just so, like, you're so worn out by then. Everything hurts. But it's like, you just can't stop. Yeah. I never give you up unless I got babies. What? So what you trying to say, girl? You trying to say we got to name the babies now? Damn. If I'd have known, all you had to say was, hey, I just want to name the babies. You ain't got to go out and find a whole nother baby daddy. My body count, your body count scares me. What you talking about? My body count scares you. I only got one body. How many bodies do you think I got? I got this body right here. I got one body. We gonna find out about this fucking Gemini though. I'll tell you right now, this is a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You bringing that up in here? Some Gemini. Like, man, you can't even be like, you can't even keep it in the same, like, you can't even be like another earth sign. Like, oh, it's a Taurus. I'm like, at least it's like respectable. You like find like a respectable man to be with, like a Taurus. Like, nah, I'm gonna go for broke. I'm gonna just go straight for the Gemini. Like, damn, man. You've been here all night, hearing me talk about talking to all these people about their self-worth and personal development and spiritual growth, and she's like, I want a Gemini. I'm like, see, this is how I know ain't nobody listen to a goddamn word that I say. I get on here, man, and I talk for hours and hours, and Gene over here just like, oh, but I want a Gemini. Give me a Gemini, please. Man, I'll tell you, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You sure can't make him drink. Taurus is 9 years. No, you need him. What kind of backwards ass thinking is this? He's a decade younger than you? That means when you're like 80 years old and you need help, like getting in and out of the bath in all them things you got to do when you 80 years old, he's going to be 70. He'd be like, at least semi-capable. You need a younger man. Help take care of you in your older age. Don't give me that facepalm shit. I don't understand the logic about having an older man. Would you want to be taking care of a man? Like, look, you're 80 years old. You're going to be taking care of a 90-year-old man? How does that work? That don't make no sense. Yeah. That's right. You were Capricorn. I forgot. The devil. Yeah, you know what them Capricorns are. I'm gonna put it in the chat right here. This is what them Capricorns are. Nitas. I kicked the Gemini out of my life. Virgo. Hold on. Trump is a Gemini? Is he really? Now, see, now you done got me confused. I gotta go look for your damn question again. Okay, you want to know about the Virgo's feelings for you. Where did the Gemini come in, man? I thought she was talking about... Yeah, Capricorns are devils. But they ain't devils in bed, too, now. You get a Capricorn in bed. Whew. I almost married a Capricorn. And I ain't even going to lie. Here's my second confession for the night, and then I'm shutting up. No more confessions from me. I legit, she was a pastor's kid. She's a good little Christian pastor's kid. And man, I'll tell you what, that little Capricorn, whew, all she wanted to do was fuck. That's it. And it was so good. I was like, I'm going to put a ring on your finger. And I did. I sure did. And I just got to thinking, well, I've just about married her, man. Now I'm going to tell you, well, actually, I said that was the only other confession. I'm going to give you one more confession. Then I'm going to do this reading for Jean. Because she going to freak me out thinking she was with a Gemini for a minute. And I was like, Jesus, Joseph and Mary. But now I'm okay. I had to scroll up, correct myself. She's with a Virgo, thank God. Thank God. So anyways, I'm with this Capricorn pastor's girl, and we're getting it on. And I kid you not, God is my witness. We're doing the thing, and no, we're not doing it the butt thing. We're just having normal, missionary style sexual activities. And she took a shit right on my bed. While we were doing it, she laying on her back. I noticed this funky smell. I'm like, you know, I get it. We're humans. Every time, you know, maybe she had to toot or something. But, you know, if it's a little bit of a toot, that smell go away. This smell didn't go away. It got worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, okay. I said, something ain't right. So, you know, now I'm just going to give y'all a little bit of visual here. Jean's like, you told us this story before. She's like, you done told this story. So I got her legs. She's Amber Heard. See, Jean remembers everything. She remembers everything. She remembers my mom's a fucking Leo, man. That's why she's my mod. That's brilliance right there. That memory, that's a gift right there. So anyways, I got the Capricorn's legs up here on my shoulder, you know, we doing the thing. And because I got her legs, I kind of lean her over to a side a little bit, and I kind of like did a little peek to kind of peek up under, and I sure enough, man, ain't even, God is my witness, she done took a shit right on my bed. Well, I ain't forgot either, because I mean, it happened to me, and I've been scarred ever since. And she did. She Amber Heard right on my bed. She didn't even wait. I mean, she's like, I'm just doing it with you right here. Like, We doing the deed. This is good a place as any. I'm like, all right. I'm like, okay. And I know what you guys are thinking. Like, well, what did you do? What did you do? Well, I'm going to tell you what you think I did. Like, what'd you think I did? I kept going. I'm going to get mine. I'm going to get mine. You think just because you take a shit on my bed when we doing the deed, I'm going to stop? Do I look like a quitter? I told you I ain't no quitter. By God, I kept going too. Find out how long I can hold my breath. I'll tell you that much. So, needless to say, I finished, and once I got done, you know, she realized by that point she had done something, and I'm like, you know, I don't want to make this hard for her, so I just kind of like left the room to see what she would do. I went to the bathroom, and when I come out the bathroom and I come back in my room, poor girl was scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing. Well, see, now here's the thing. I had an air mattress, so it wasn't as bad because it wasn't like a real bed. It was an air mattress. And so it was like right on the actual air mattress itself. So there was no sheets, there was nothing. It was just the air mattress. So I got mine. I walked back in that room and she was scrubbing that spot. And she turned around, and when our eyes made contact, she looked mortified. She looked like she was about to cry. She knew that I knew what she'd done. She knew what she knew, what she had done. So I had to do some quick thinking on my feet. And I said, at least we can honestly say, not fake say, we can honestly say that I fucked the shit out of you. And that was it. We both laughed. We went on with life. And it's true. We legitimately say, hey, my boyfriend, he fucked the shit out of me. Literally. Because I shit on his bed while we was fucking. Not too many people can say that. They fake say it. They want to brag about how good they get it in bed. They want to brag and be like, look what I did with my boyfriend. We do this and we do that. You know, people want to get all talk. They in there having a Christian missionary with all the clothes on, with the lights turned on, you know. They got a Bible laying on the bed next to them and stuff. Oh no, we rowdy up in there. We get them monkey bars, and we got one of them swings. Nah, you ain't. People just be talking. People be talking. Body count resume. Listen, y'all be talking about body count resume. How many body counts you think I got? How many? I'm interested to see what y'all start guessing the numbers up in there. It's a random dude doing tarot readings, 3 o'clock in the morning. How many body counts y'all think I got? That should be an interesting intuitive test. We'll see how many of y'all can tap into your intuition and guess my body counts. I'm not going to lie about that now. I got to get me one of them sex swings too now. She's like 8. Speaking of, I'm still pulling cards on you, Miss Jean. I'm seeing over here. This card right here, just FYI, this passion card, this is that card that comes out when you're going to be sticking the shit on that Virgo's bed. I'll tell you that right now. So you laughing at me right now, but just wait. You're going to get your karma too. Be like, that boy, I get up on that tarot reading, he say all kind of funny things. But when I go over to my Virgo's house, when I go to my Virgo's house, yeah, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. Yeah, look, see, you done got that house there. Be like, yeah. See, just you got them. You have to take some of them pills, some laxatives or something. You be careful. If you don't take them, you're gonna end up like this. You're like, oh my God, what have I done? Like, well, you done took a shit on the man's bed. It's like, it was all fun and games. I didn't know that when Eddie was telling that story, he was predicting my future. I didn't know. He was predicting my future. The only woman I've ever slept with was my ex-wife of 11 years. She was a Libra. We were both virgins when we got married. I was 21 and she was 20. Now, I don't like this, though. Gene, I don't like this. This is that deception. There's some type of deception, Seven of Swords bullshit down here at the bottom of the deck. I don't know what the hell that's all about. I don't like that. I don't like that. That sounds like a Gemini to me. That don't sound like no Virgo, whatever that is. I'm just saying. Well, I did say I banged a Capricorn too. That's true. And I had the girl after my divorce. Y'all don't forget about her though. We had marathon sex. Okay, we got to figure this out. You done got yourself into some kind of show here. We got this loss card. That's not good. So some kind of loss or something here. Why is the loss here? So I don't know if this could be passed though, because we got the building card next to it. So this is implying that something didn't work out. Now this building is like, well, let's work on what didn't work out. Loss. Okay, so we got a Queen of Swords, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, but it ain't got to be a Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. It's just the Queen of I ain't gonna take no bullshit though. Definitely wouldn't take no bullshit from no Gemini. That's for damn sure. Let's see. Why is the lost card here for Gene? What's going on with this? Yep. Someone's like, I gotta leave. I gotta get out. Gotta be done. I ain't dealing with this bullshit no more. Someone done drew some. Look, we got somebody drew some boundaries. They drew a line in the sand. It's like, look, you ain't gonna come over and shit on my bed. See that? Hey, y'all see that? That's what she's saying. You ain't gonna come over and shit on my bed. That's Capricorns. Capricorns do that. I ain't no Capricorn. I ain't no Capricorn. I ain't gonna come over and you ain't no. I don't let no Capricorns come in my house and shit on my bed. See? We got the Six of Swords. So this is something about, hey, look, I'm protecting my peace. I ain't dealing with no more of this choppy water crazy shit. If you can't come in and add value to my life, you can't add peace to my life, then you just stay the hell away. This is you protecting your peace, trying to stay out of conflict. Yeah, see, can't make it up. The sun came out in reverse. This is you trying to stay away from things that you know are gonna steal your peace. Like you come into my house, you come into my life, and if you don't make me feel better, I'm going to leave it upright. You come into my life and you don't make me feel better, you don't add value to my life, you bring your bullshit into my life, you try to take a shit on my bed like a Capricorn, and that's it. Ain't dealing. So things have been up in the air for a while here. with the hangman. Things have been up in limbo. But I feel like you've been learning a lot. I feel like this other man's sort of kind of been learning, but not the same way you have. There he is underneath. Look, I can't make this up either. So there's the hangman, and there he is, Mr. Virgo. He trying to look like a Capricorn. Look at this. Look at this robe he's got on. What the hell is this? Look at this. He got like a huge bathrobe on. And it's got pot weeds on it. So he might smoke weed. I don't know. Maybe he likes to smoke weed. But he's got a stress ball over this, and you can't see it. Right here. You can't see it. I'm kind of pointing to it. He got a little stress ball in his hand like this. But he's like, yeah, when you look that good, you ain't got to take a shit in someone's bed. But there he is. What's underneath that? A tower. See? I knew it. He's sitting on some bullshit, but he's stalking you. He's looking at you, thinking about you, but something happened. This tower, somebody fucked something up with this tower. Let's see what the building is here. So he wants to come in and make something right. He wants to make something right. Green vibes. I got mushrooms. I don't smoke that. I don't smoke the devil's lettuce. That's for Danielle. I told you, she either smoked out or she went to sleep. She's all about the devil's lettuce. I got them shrooms, but I don't do the devil's lettuce. Come on now. Why is this building here? What do they want to fix? What's going on with this building here? Oh, there's the loss right there. Yeah, they see now. I already know what it is. I already know what it's saying. Yeah. So the Three of Pentacles, I picked it up in reverse, but it's meant to be upright because that's what this Three of Pentacles is, the building card in my deck. They want to work. They want to work it out. They want to collaborate. They want to fix whatever they did wrong. There's the Five of Cups there, which is the loss. They know they fucked up. They know they screwed up. Now they regret it. Whatever they did to you, which I'm guessing probably this Gemini shit over here, right? My favorite color is it's like an ocean blue. It's a very specific. It's like a coral reef ocean blue. But there's some Gemini shit over here he did, which is probably why we've been talking about Gemini all night, because he did some Gemini bullshit, and that's where this loss comes from. Now, we got the Matrix here. Now, the Matrix, I'm going to tell you straight up. The Matrix, in its raw form, is somebody who is not spiritually connected. In other words, you have a spiritual person who's awakened, and then you have an unawakened person. And so those two pills can't really, they're not the same thing. The red pill, you're awakened. The blue pill, they're asleep. So if this person don't wake up and get on your level, then, you know, it just can't work. And I think they're realizing that now because there's this loss here. And yeah, Five of Pentacles. Life is not better. Life is not better without. And this person's realizing, hey, yeah, I'm going to continue to feel unfulfilled and lonely and like I can't connect. And why? Four of Pentacles. Because they're, just like I said all night long, people who've been hurt, they fall into the trap of protecting themselves at all costs. And while this will ensure that you do not get hurt, it will also ensure that you do not get loved. So if you want love, you cannot do this. And that's what this person is doing. And because this person is doing this Four of Pentacles, protecting myself, they end up in the Five of Pentacles of not getting any love. And so the Matrix here, they need to take the red pill and give up the blue pill. Take the red pill, awaken, and realize, hey, I got this badass woman over here that, I could have a really awesome connection with if I wake the fuck up. So let's just take a look and see what the Matrix wants to say about this. Yeah. Essentially, there's two meanings here. This person needs to go on a spiritual journey, but this is also, again, this is you, Six of Swording it. This is you saying, hey, look, I'm perfectly fine leaving anything unfulfilling behind. So this is you essentially saying, hey, look, until you get your shit together, I'm going over here. I'm going off over here to my little spiritual hermit Virgo cave. And, if you ever figure yourself out, you figure your life out, you figure out what you want, you figure out the things, you know where to find me. Passion. Now, obviously, you guys have no problem in this department. Obviously, there's a lot of chemistry here. There's a lot of passion here. You probably haven't taken a shit on his bed, which means you're probably not doing it right. Like, I feel if you were doing it right, if everybody was doing it right, then I feel more of those accidents would be happening. So, but that's just my opinion. Why is passion here? So this person is very, very, very attracted to you. Right? Like, so if we just focus on their side of the energy, they're extremely attracted to you. Yeah. See, they want this with you. They want to come to you, no pun intended, and they want to start something. They want to start over. Three of Pentacles and the Building card and the Ace of Pentacles. This is them wanting to come to you and start over. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Three of Cups. He wants to reunite with you, wants to come back to you. But deception, Three of Cups, I mean, that's like cheating energy. So, yep. Can't make it up again. Three of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Heartbreak, cheating energy, or unfaithful, or just not telling the truth. But again, this person can't stop thinking about you. There he is. And they want to have a good time with you. I mean, look. When he's thinking about you, if I put the card right here, that's what a pole looks like. He's sitting in his room and he's holding that pole just like that. It might even be that long. I don't know. I mean, that's a really long pole. And if you look at this face, he's looking at it too. Like, he's like actually looking at it and he's like admiring it. He's like, damn, this is a fine specimen of a wand I got here. And it's interesting because it's always the skinny white guys. Danny, we were just talking about you. I literally just told them that you either were smoking the devil's grass or you went to sleep. I called it. I said, Danielle either fell asleep or she's smoking the devil's grass. Yeah, death card. So, yeah, it's just, this is you like, again, this is transformation. It's like, hey, this situation can't continue like this. Investments, like, okay, if this dude is married, it's like, okay, well, I don't play that. Like, I'm not going to be the third party string along because you're in an unhappy fucking marriage. You need to get your shit together and you need to figure out who and what you want. I'm not going to be here to be your third wheel because you're stuck in a marriage that you don't want to get out of. That's why the death card is here. Investments, that's just talking about the fact that the dude's probably married. Success. Why is success here? We know why deception is here now. See, I knew it. I knew Danielle was either high or asleep or both. She my soul sister, man. I know what she doing. Ah, man, she light up that devil's lettuce. Start doing all kind of things. She don't know. She don't know all the things that I know. But I know all the things. Yes, sir. Yeah, y'all may start calling me Santa Claus. I see you when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. I know if you've been bad or good. I know when you've been doing other things too. Yes, sir. I'm like Clay Aiken. If I was invisible, I'd be watching you in your room. Yeah, so the success card, Gene, is about him keeping up a facade. This is him being like, oh, but look at all my investments. I got my marriage and my money and my wealth, and I act like I'm married. But he knows the tower. It's bullshit. So right now, or up until now, this dude has been pretending, putting on the show. He's just trying to keep his reputation looking good. And this is, by the way, this is a common thing, a theme for most married men. A married guy who's in a miserable marriage, he will find a mistress, a third party, and he will make all these false promises to that woman. He will convince the third woman, the third party person, that he is going to leave his wife for her. He will convince her that don't worry, I'm gonna leave her. It's I'm working it, we're figuring it out, but and he will continue and string you along, and make you believe. Statistically, you can actually go look this up. Statistically, only 20% of the time does a man actually leave his current wife for the affair person. Only 20% of the time. So 80% of the time, they do not. And the reason is because they're not going to give up all their shit. Not going to give away half of everything that he owns. For the woman that he's basically sleeping with. Like, he's just not going to do it. He's not going to give up his reputation and his kids and all the shit that's going to... if he can have his cake and eat it too, they're going to do it, essentially. But whatever this is, it's going to blow up. It's going to backfire. It's going to blow up. When we get the tower here, show me the tower really quick. There it is, Hermit. That's his energy, Virgo. It's just confirmation that the tower is coming for him. It's going to blow up on that Virgo ass. You done thought you were going to be like a Gemini. Yep. There's the 9 of Cups. So, see, he thinks, it's almost like he's got this genie. Like the whole like genie and the lamp thing. And he doesn't know that he's rubbing him he got like a landmine basically. It looks like a lamp, a genie lamp. He's like, ooh, look at this genie lamp. He's rubbing it, and it's actually like a bomb. And it's like he presses the button while he's rubbing it because he thinks it's a lamp. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna get a genie. I'm gonna get a wish from this genie with that 9 of Cups. He's rubbing it, and it's actually a bomb. And then the whole fucking thing blows up in his face. Yeah, because right now 7 of Cups is right now he feels like he can have his cake and he can eat it too. But the tower says otherwise. So what I would say about this situation is he has a lot of desire for you. And I think that there is a chance that something what's the word? Something substantial, something of substance. I don't want to say substantial. I don't want to give him too much credit. There's a potential for something more than superficial that could happen, but, and this is a big but, he's got some other shit he's got to deal with. So until he deals with the deception shit, until he chooses you, let me just make it simple. Until he chooses you, and he knows that he wants you, and he's willing to do whatever it takes. Like, all right, I want Jean, I want her, I'm going to go for her. I'll do whatever it takes. My marriage is shit anyways, which I think it did, or really I think it is. And I'm not just saying this, but I think he's just staying in it because he doesn't want to have to deal with the fallout from it. I think his marriage is over. They're staying. He could be in it for the kids. He could be in it for the convenience. He could be in it because he doesn't want to lose his shit, his money, his assets, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that he's happily married to this woman anymore. I think he definitely is passionate about you, but he has not made that decision to leave this situation. However, because he thinks he can have his cake and eat it too, he's going to get the tower. So in other words, the tower is like, oh, and look, you guys think I'm crazy? You think I'm making this shit up? Look at this. You can't make this shit up. Look on the tower. Look at the colors of these two individuals. You got blue on the one side and you got red on the other. Hey, what were we talking about here? The red pill and the blue pill. Well, shit. What pill did he take? He took the wrong fucking pill. That's what he did. He took that blue pill and his ass get blasted by that tower. And he realized, I should have taken the red one. I didn't take the red pill. I took the blue pill. There it is right there, and here it is right here. Not once in my life have I ever seen that or made that connection. And there it is, right there. So he's going to get slapped. He's going to get slapped by the universe because he's up, trying to have his cake and eat it too. And you just can't do that. You can't do that. So she cheated on him. They were divorcing. It was costing too much, and they reconciled because there was no prenup. See, I mean, the details are still, even if they were slightly off, it's still the same thing. He never said he was leaving for me. We didn't have an affair. Well, you don't have to physically have an affair. You can also have an emotional affair, right? And that's how all affairs start. Most affairs are not like, hey, I want you, so let's just jump and, tear each other's clothes off and start banging. It always starts with the emotional affair, right? There's the interest. And the interest without the resolution of this other situation is a form of deception. So there's still that deception that's here, even if it wasn't completely physically acted upon, right? The intent, because this is all energy, right? And an intent or a motive is just an energetic impulse, right? If you have a desire for something that you haven't, taken action upon, that desire is a form of energy. But it's still energy. And that energy is what's here, right? It's like, lots of people get tempted to do things that aren't good all the time. It doesn't mean that, like me, I get tempted to drive people off the road all the time. I get stuck behind people all the time in traffic. And you want to see me at my worst, then get in the car with me when I'm driving. I'm like bipolar. Like who I am here and who I am when I'm driving. I turn into the fucking devil when I drive. Because I literally just can't take people on the road. So, I'd be in prison because I would have driven everybody off the road because everyone's fucking retarded when they drive. I'm the only person that's not when I drive. When I'm the best driver in the world and everybody else just needs to get the fuck out of my way. Well, that's an energy, right? The fact that I haven't driven people off the road doesn't mean that energy isn't there. So that energy would show up. If we were doing an Eddie's driving reading, you would see that energy. You'd see like 5 of swords, 5 of wands. You'd see towers. You'd see all kind of crazy shit. And I'd be like, what's all this about? It's like, well, Eddie's got like a, not like hardcore road rage, but I think about it. I don't see, if I had real road rage, I'd act upon it. And I'd like, I'd do crazy shit like a lot of people. I just think it and I say it out loud. I'm driving just normal, but, I just say a lot of really nasty things to people that I don't even know who are driving really slow, too slow to be in the left lane. It's not hard. The speed limit's right there. It says 55. You're going 35. You're not in the right lane. You're in the left lane going 35 in the 55. So you're a fucking idiot. And so I say it out loud. I don't run them over. I don't run them off the road. But it's still an energy. And the presence of that energy would show up here. So anyways, I haven't been talking to him during the divorce. There's never been cake to eat. Well, he sees it differently. They don't have any kids. She's barren. We've talked about having kids. Atlanta traffic is so awful. I'd rather get too many times. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay, I got enough here. So what's the outcome for now? What's the outcome for now? Four of Cups. Nothing's changing right this minute. No action being taken right this minute. Just a lot of thinking about things. A lot of pondering, not a lot of action. Oh. But that could be changing. So right here, right now, Four of Cups, not a whole lot's changing. However, Two of Swords, somebody is going to get off the fence about whatever, and Page of Pentacles. An action is going to be taken. However, it could cause a lot of stress with the Nine of Swords. Now, it's interesting. This card, the Fool, fell out on the bottom of it here when I picked the deck up. So I'm going to say you're probably going to get a shot with this guy. And whatever you choose to do with that is obviously up to you. He's going to make a move. He's not right now. Four Cups. The stalemate is ending. The offer is coming. Not easily, though. Lots and lots and lots of stress. Nine of Swords. And underneath that's the Five of Swords. But there is a new beginning. So, I think you're going to hear from him. I don't know. Don't hold me to this because I am not a time lord. Nobody can predict time or free will. And very, very rarely do I even go there because most people don't have the maturity to actually not take it so serious. Like they hear a time frame and they're just like, oh my God, it's gotta be that. And it's like, no, just put it on the shelf. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But, with that being said, I don't know if it's going to be by the end of this year. Now, I know that we're technically 48 hours away from October. So then we have just November and December. But I don't know that you're going to, whatever this action is that he's going to take, I don't know that it's going to happen before the year's up. So it could be into 2025 before he takes that action. But don't hold me to that. It's possible. Anything's possible. But I do think he's going to make a move. And but it may not be before 2025. So hopefully that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for always being here, for moderating for me, and thank God that you're not with that Gemini. That just puts my heart at ease. Danny, my soul sister from another mister who's high as a kite. Oh, shit, she's ready. She's not asleep no more. She's not sleeping no more. She's awake, everybody. Wide awake. Nero. That would be a really good name for a cat. If I get a cat, I'm going to name my cat Nero. That's so random, but I'm doing it. That's the last of my drink. Now look, all I have is my empty Ace of Cup. It's all gone. Nero. Nero thoughts of me. He is engaged and he lives in England. Oh God, he sounds like a Gemini. Here we go. Here we go. He's engaged. He lives in England. He sounds like a damn Gemini. I already have confirmed he is my soulmate. Or wait, that's not what she said. She said soul mare. Soul mare. Like a horse? I've heard of twin flames, I've heard of soulmates, but I've not heard of a soul mare. I've never heard of a soul mare. See, even I can't keep up with all the shit anymore. Okay. Continuing. I'm really not trying to be with him, but obviously attracted to him. We spoke. He's fun, has money, attracted energetically. I don't know him. I've come to the conclusion that just because you feel something for someone doesn't mean you're supposed to be with them. God knows that's the truth, girl. Girl, that's the truth right there. You know how many times, hey, you know what that meme is? What's good for the whole, it's not good for the soul. Or if you're a man, what's good for the pole, it's not good for the soul. Have y'all heard that? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm getting high again. So accessible in Barbados. Well, damn, girl, get you some now. All I got's me and Angela. That's all I got, me and Angela. Gemini was just looking to take advantage of my kindness. He didn't realize that I would cut him off like I did. Look, Gene's like, I done fucking Lorena Bobbitt. I'll chop a man's dick right off. I love the name Nero. So do I. He's a Taurus. Soulmate. I ain't never seen that meme, Eddie. Yeah, it says, what's good for your whole is not good for your soul. It says that. But we check him out. We check out what the kitty cat Nero want to say. And Gene's like, look, I'll chop a man's dick right off. I will chop a man's dick right off. You think Lorena Bobbitt's the only one? At least he's a Taurus. At least he's a Taurus, Danielle. At least he's a Taurus. Danielle and Nero. Nero. And a lot of almosts. Card almost flips, but not quite. All right, what we got? Oh, of course, well, yeah, we know he's a man. I love when the tarot is funny like that. It's like, I'm going to just tell you Captain Obvious. What else we got? Come on. Anything else? Besides this obvious? Anything else after? Are you for show for show? Are you for real for real? Wait. Oh, now that's interesting. I didn't see that. Oh. Okay. Okay. I gotta check this. I gotta check on this for you, Danielle, but I'm gonna say this. So obviously we got pause. We got not now. We got him because this is a male. That's what the card says. It just says I know you can't see it down here. Because I used a funny font. You can't see it, but that's what it says down here at the bottom. It says, where my finger? It says right here, it says male. Because it's talking about a man. And then we have release. And then we have passion. Then we have higher power. And then we have future. And then underneath this, we get into the goody stuff. So what this is saying basically on the front side is this man ain't your man. It's saying, no, not him. It's not him. And even if it was him, like you guys would you guys would get froggy. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you guys would get down if you know how. Get down to be down. You know, all that stuff. Or as Trudy would say, I love when she says it. She's like, well, Danielle, I think you could just have a little bit of a roll in the hay. I'm not really seeing anything here, but I do see that you could have a roll in the hay with this man. But that's about it. So the universe is saying, no, he's not really the guy for you. I mean, the sex might be banging if you was banging, but you're not banging. So, but this is where it gets good. So this is the silver lining. So we get the higher power. And so your higher power is like, look, girl, come on now. I got your back. I ain't about to let you get up in some of this, what's good for your whole ain't good for your soul. But I got your back. Higher power looking out. Higher power's like, look, I'm going to show you a little something here. Higher power done give you this little telescope. Higher power handed over to you. Handing you that telescope. It's like, look, I want you to take this telescope. I want you to look through that telescope. Tell me what you see. And you're like, okay, universe, I look. You get it. You start looking. And so here you are. I'm going to put you right here. So here's Danielle looking through the telescope. She's like, she's like, oh, man. After some time goes by, it's like, man, I got to see through. Oh, look, shit, there's some trauma. Somebody gone through some shit here. That's going to come by, and you keep looking. Oh, look, somebody done overcome their trauma. They mastered it. Somebody worked through some trauma and shit, and that goes by. And look, they let go. They let go of some shit in their life that they didn't need anymore, and that goes by. And then look, this is where it starts to get good. Somebody coming back around, and you don't see this coming. Somebody's coming back around, and you don't see this coming. Somebody coming back for second chances. You don't see it coming. And look, manifestation. It's something that you been manifesting, you thought was stuck. And look, it's coming out. Renewal. It's growing out. It's coming. That renewal is coming your way. We got excitement. So something you done forgot about, you done gave up on, you done let go of, you like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. They probably a Gemini. Dick probably can't even get hard no more. I don't even know if I want that crusty thing, but it doesn't look like one of them gas station tornado dog things, the green crusty ones, what do they call it? A tornado? One of them tornado dolls. He done got him a little gremlin green tornado dick or something. I ain't even trying to get all that no more. Danielle like, man, I ain't trying to puff on something that look like that devil grass. But I'm just here to tell you what I see in the cards. Now, whether or not you want him to come back, I can't control that, but somebody from your past coming back. And they done learned a thing or two now. I'm going to just tell you, they learn. So the person that's coming back to you is not the same person they was when they was with you. He has a community PP. Well, he about to put a ring on that PP and bring it over to you. Let's take a look and see. Tell us about this past person. Who is this second chances? I want to know about the second chances. Tell me about the second chances. That's all I want to know. Who is the second chances? The King of Wands. Look, it's the king of the community PP. She's like, I don't want that doggy Eddie. Oh, come on, man. She's like, now I'm the one resisting. Look, your higher power is like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Your higher power, Danielle's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You mean to tell me I've been over here busting my ass, breaking my back, going here, going there, doing all kinds of things to get this motherfucker to get his shit together, and you gonna be like, I don't want that. You don't bring that to my doorstep, universe. You don't bring that to my doorstep, universe. And he's like, look, there he is. Look what he dressed in, man. He coming in on a damn. He's riding in on the Ark of the Covenant. Look, that's literally the Ark of the Covenant he's coming in on. How you gonna say no to that? He literally riding in on the glory of God, and you're like, I don't want it. Let's take. Look, I'm curious. I'm gonna check it out myself. Tell me more. Tell me about this King of Wands. She trying to act like she don't give a shit. Well, I'm gonna find out. I want to know. You tell me. You tell me, universe. You tell me. You talk to me. I want to know. It's fine. She be like, She trying to act like she don't want to hear about the past man. Well, I'm about to find out. Tell me about this past man. He coming in with his glory. Oh shit. We got a tower in reverse. Damn. Higher power took too long. No, higher power didn't take too long. Higher power, perfect timing. Look, Ace of Cups, he coming. Danielle, goddammit, look. Look at that cup. It runneth over. I'm gonna tell you what. You get that. Look, I'm gonna tell you straight right now, whether you like it or not. The minute you get that wand in your hand, this is what you're gonna be right here. You're gonna be having you a little problem. You're gonna be having you a little problem. I mean, things getting drippy wet all over the place. You better be putting down a damn tarp. Hope you ain't got carpet. Look, we got the tower in reverse. Now, you know why the tower is in reverse? Because he ain't coming in to blow your shit up anymore. Look, he ain't coming in to blow your shit up no more. He knows what he done did. Look, that tower is in reverse. She's like, I'm resisting it. I don't care. Look, look. 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 It's the Six of Cups, Danielle. There he is. Look, he coming in. Look at him. He looked like a garden gnome, too. He got a little garden gnome beard, and he's got some cute little flowers. And look at you. You ain't even gonna look at him. You're like, you know, fucking take your little weeds, your little bitch ass weeds somewhere else, motherfucker. I ain't trying to look at you. You're like, look at him. He looks cute. He looks like one of the 7 dwarves. He's like, come on, baby, just look, I brought you these flowers. You're like, no, I ain't trying to look at them flowers. I ain't trying to look at them flowers. Come on, tell me more. Tell me more, universe. Oh, shit. Look at this. Yeah, see? He done know now. He knows now. I'll tell you straight. He like, this girl, she done got a falcon. Not only she got a falcon, look at that, man. She got some nice boobies too. I ain't gonna lie about that. Y'all ever notice that? I know what the Nine of Pentacles is all about now. Nine of Pentacles is about getting that nine of triple D breast implant job or something. They could be natural. I shouldn't judge. I take that back, Lord. I apologize. I judged her. I don't know. This could be real. I'm over here saying they fake. I don't know they fake. They good no less. He knows. He looking at them Danielle. He like, look. That's some. He been thinking about you. He been thinking about them too. He's like, don't I miss them? Look, you're his sunshine. Right there. You can't be more happy than the sun. You can't be more happy. That's the happiest card in the deck. The universe is like, I'm trying to make your fucking ass happy. Look, I'm going to bring this motherfucker back to you. And he's going to light up your world. The happiest card in the deck. And you're going to look me dead in the face. And you're going to be like, I don't want it. Not him. Not him. He like a Gemini. He like a Gemini. Let's get a few more here. She's like, not me. Hold on. Oh, you ain't into the story there yet now. I want one or two more. We're going to get one or two more on this mofo. Oh, shit. That one fell on the ground. Hold on. That was just one. Anything else you want? You might as well tell her what she going to miss out on. She's saying no, universe. Danielle's like, no, I don't want this shit. You might as well just go ahead and tell her what she's missing out on. Let's get the one that fell on the floor. Can't make it up. There he is. Look at that wand. Look at that wand, Danielle. It's the last time you're going to see it. the last time you're going to see it. Take a good look now. He looking at it. We all looking at it. Oh, dang. He coming in with it too. Coming in fast, son. Look at that. Hey, you the one who said he was a soul mare. And look what this guy's riding. He's riding on that soul mare. Right there. You said he was your soul mare. And there he comes right there. I mean, he got a big old wand, Danielle. I'm just saying. That's like, look, a man who's got a wand like that, that's like a whole different kind of tower moment right there. You looking for a good tower? They say there's good towers and bad towers. That might be a good tower moment right there. I'm just trying to look. Look, all right, ain't none of my business. I'm trying, high power. I'm trying to show her. You can't make it up. There it is again. Strength. He coming in. He just like, look, I'm tame. You tame the beast. You tame the beast. Right there. You shut the mouth of the lion. You tame the beast. Yeah, he knows he's miserable without you. He's on here like, I done fucked up. I can't think. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I can't live without my Danielle. He out there just staring. Like, man, all I got's this wand and nowhere to go with it. Poor bastard. He's just sitting there thinking about you, hugging his Teddy Ruxpin pillow. And all he can think about, well, you can just look at the image of that card and come to you. Use your imagination. He got the wand and that. He got the wand and you got the, well, you know what that means. I'm just saying, look, don't shoot the messenger now. Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just here to be the messenger. That's it. You ain't got to take him back. I'm just saying that, the universe like, look, I'll whip his ass. I'll whip his ass. He got an ass whooping. He got a good higher power ass whooping. Yeah, this other guy, man, he's, you know, I think he's, I think he's focused on his engagement and all of his other things or whatnot. But this King of Wands, yeah, he did. King of Wands came right on in and said, "Look, I know what you want. You can't hide it. You can't deny it. You can smoke all the weed you want to, Danielle. You can try to smoke it. Try to smoke my wand right out of your memory. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Try to smoke my wand right out of your memory. Can't do it. I don't control the messages. I'm just a messenger. Want a higher power doing something. I don't know what may. Anakin Skywalker's next. I'm with you though. If I find out you giving it up to some shit ass Gemini, I'll be. You know you. I'm gonna tell you some words now. You don't be doing that. Well, you don't need to be no delusional shit neither. I could have stayed asleep. Yeah, you could have. But then you would have missed me. We wouldn't have this special moment together. You wouldn't have this special moment with me, the true love of your life. Don't deny it, Danielle. Don't deny it. Everything happens for a reason. Sister girl, post your question. Well, I'm watching my subscribers count, Danielle. I better not see my subscriber count go down one. I'll be like, I don't fucking believe this shit. I know where to find you too. I'd fly my ass down to Barbados and I come straight to your house. Then we don't end up taking a nap or something. I don't know. She'd be like, here's the devil's lettuce. Like, I just want to take a nap. That's one thing I am good at. I'm good at sleeping. She already knew. Am I? Man. Yeah. Those bastards. See, you come out here on the community, you would never leave Barbados. You're probably right. I probably would never leave. I probably never, for sure. I just disappear. What's her name? What was that girl's name? The dude, she went missing on that Paradise Cruise thing, and there was that guy. Oh, what was her name? Oh my gosh, this was like from forever ago, but it's been. I can almost remember his name. She was like a blonde girl. I think they think that guy like killed her or something. The younger guy, I don't remember what the hell his name, her name was, or that guy. Anyways, the point is, my next live, I need to get on the schedule for sure. Natalie Holloway, thank you. Gene, see, God, Gene, you're on everything, man. Your mind is like crazy. You remember everything. Yeah. Um, hopefully more consistently when I get this book finished. That was his name, Duran. Yes. Yep. It was right there on my the tip of my tongue. But it's like I'm asking the same question next live. Well, y'all know you know how to get in touch with me. Maybe waiting like for my ass to come on and just send me a damn email. Send me an email. Is that an email? No, that's not my email. It's in the thing. It's just what is it? It's this. I know it's in the description, but we do. I just posted it in here anyways. What? Send me an email. Damn. I almost went blank there. I'll just scroll up real quick. Okay. My name is Ariana. I haven't heard from Trevor in over a month. How does he feel about me? Are his intentions good? He stays with his baby mama, so I'm keeping hope being lovers and friends. Friends with benefits with Trevor. Ariana. That's a really pretty name. Ariana. Was he a test? Is it meant to be? Should I hold on? Is he from Locust Grove? When should I send you an email? You send me an email whenever you want. Send me an email whenever you want. Whenever you compose it and then you hit send is when I'll get it. You're not bothering me, if that's your concern. Danielle's practically family by now. We're Soul Tribe. Legit. Oh, shit. Okay. Trevor. Let's see if... 2.5 hours? You're crazy, man. Send me an email, Danny. I mean it. Don't make me fly to Barbados. Slap you with that King of Wands. She's like, what'd you just say to me? Yeah, well, you know. You know. My email response skills are actually better than my going live tarot skills. Shuffle. She's like, I heard that. I'm glad. I wanted you to hear that. You could show me around the Barbados. We get into something. Even if it ain't right. Even if it ain't right. Jean's like, Jean's like, girl, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. I done showed all my secrets. Y'all leaving out here tonight, y'all know every single one of my secrets. So, I don't want to hear no complaining about no things. You don't hear all the secrets. Okay, so where are we at here with this? So, you got a few things going on here, Ariana. I'm not going to lie. a few things going on here. Now, the very first thing that stands out to me is the superficial card, which tells me we got superficial and we got passion. So this is like a surface level relationship for sure. You know, probably more about the bangs and the sparks and all that, which, hey, you know, get in where you fit in. You know, I've been there. I ain't no judgment here. Hey, look, no judgment here. Okay? No judgment from me. I'm just saying, look, I know sometimes that's just the season of life you be in, you know? Want to have a little bit of fun, have a little bit of hookup. You know, is what it is. But I don't see anything overly serious here in regards directly to the relationship. But homeboy here, we done got this karma card, so I'm going to have to figure out here, because this is telling me either he needs to be done with something or he's going to get karma for something. So we got to figure out here, why is the karma here? I mean, this could just be like maybe he got to get a divorce or something. Well, tell me more. Man. Okay. So we got a Queen of Wands and we got the Sun card. So we got Leo. You said you was a Capricorn. So you and his wife. Wait, did you say he was married? Covington. So he's out towards Covington. That makes some sense. Let me go back to where it was what you said. Let's go back up here. Okay. So his baby mama. So that could mean a lot of things. Okay. So I don't know if this is his baby mama, but I think that he's got more than one thing going on. I think we got the Three of Wands here and the Sun and this. He could be putting his pole in other places. Show me the Three of Wands. He could be putting his pole in more than one place. Let's find out. Three of Wands. So this passion card could be more than just the connection that you have with him. It could be the fact that that's just what he's out doing. He's looking to have a couple babies mamas, if you know what I mean. One ain't enough. Three of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles here. Let's find out. I could be wrong. This could be about. Oh, nope. Yeah. I wasn't wrong. I was like, damn, I almost thought I was about to be wrong. Jesus, Joseph and Mary. This boy, he hitting anything that moves. He's hitting anything that moves. Lord Almighty. Okay. We better. Hey, you got some holy water? We're going to pray for this man's soul right now. We're going to have a come to Jesus. We're going to pray. We're going to have communion. We're going to cleanse this space with holy water. Okay. So the Three of Wands is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles. We got the Queen of Cups now. So we got a Queen of Wands here, potentially Leo, doesn't have to be. Now we got a Queen of Cups, the Seven of Swords, and the Two of Pentacles. So he's definitely got multiple women he's juggling, for sure. 100%. What's interesting, though, one of these might be somebody he knows either through work And if it's not somebody he knows through work with this Eight of Pentacles, then he's using work as the excuse of, like, in other words, he's like, oh, I'm working late, or, oh, he's using some kind of thing like that. Like, he uses work as an excuse, or, oh, I'm just at work. I got to stay at work a little bit later. Oh, I got to do this for work. Somehow work is the scapegoat with the Eight of Pentacles here. And I feel like he's putting more effort in with this Queen of Cups than with this Queen of Wands. Now, the Queen of Wands could be the baby mama, because the Sun card with the child sometimes refers to children. We have this King of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, so I don't know what he is. Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. He could be a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Did you say? I forget if you said what sign he was, or maybe you didn't say. I'm looking. I don't see any mentions of his sign. Not that it matters. Okay, so he was using work as an excuse. That makes sense. So that makes sense. And so the karma is, he's basically, his ass is going to be blasted. So karma's on him. You can't lie. You can't cheat. You can't do Seven of Swords. All the Seven of Swords is going to do is put you on the Lady Justice FBI watch list. So now you're on her watch list and your ass is grass. So at some point, all this shit's going to come out and bite him in the ass here. So, yeah. So essentially, he's out just looking for a good time. It's all superficial shit in terms of that part. Now, what's interesting is these other cards, again, there's more to it. So you ask a question and the universe is like, well, we're going to just, we're going to tell you things that you didn't ask, that you need to know, that you didn't ask to know. That's just how it works here. So you have the Seasons card, which is, again, saying, hey, it's time for a change. You have Fortress and you have Release in reverse. So it's actually saying this is something that you're not letting go of, and it's time for change. The Wisdom is here. So you asked if I thought this was a lesson or not. The answer is yes. This is definitely a lesson. And again, we have the Zodiac here. So when the Zodiac comes out, there's several things that could be going on here with this. One is you being, you checking where your timing is right now. So you can use, there's a bunch of different astrology apps out there that'll tell you what's going on for you and, right now. Like, what does your actual timing look like? One app that's pretty good about that is called The Pattern. It'll tell you where you're at in your current timing, but that's externally, right? You could also, depending on what his chart is overlapping your chart, like a synastry chart, you might find clues about why you feel drawn to him there. In other words, there's an answer, all that aside, there's an answer to why you're seeing this guy, why you've met this guy, that you will find by looking at your astrology chart and by looking at his astrology chart, or potentially both, comparing. Also, this book, you learning about yourself to understand why it is that you might be attracting this type of guy into your life, because yes, there's always a lesson behind everything. Why is a Success card here? What's that about? This season's energy as well is about something else that you don't see that's coming up, because seasons always change, right? So what you experience in one season is not what you're going to experience in another season. So there's something that's about to change for you. So success is being clarified by you walking away from this King of Pentacles guy. So even if he's a Sag, it's fine. It doesn't matter. He's showing up as the King of Pentacles here. So, but why is, besides the obvious, why is walking away from this considered a success? Like, what's the deeper reasoning here? Three of Pentacles. shit. Yeah, I think you're going to meet somebody. I think you're going to meet somebody in the future. And I think that if you hold on to this guy, he's going to drag you down into some shit. So, Three of Pentacles came out. This is you being one of the many. Four of Cups. This is you feeling rejected because you are one of the many that he's no longer interested in, by the way. And this is why he's doing what he's doing. The reason he's out, unhappy with all these cups, you know, he's been dipping the stick in each one of these cups, is because the superficial energy here. You can't find soul fulfillment by sticking your penis inside of a woman. It doesn't matter how good it feels when you stick your penis inside of a woman. That's not going to fulfill your soul. So when I was half-heartedly joking with Danielle, I was actually being semi-serious. What's good for the whole is not good for the soul. What's good for the pole is not good for the soul. He's having to figure that out the hard way. He's out seeking superficial connections because he thinks that he's going to find fulfillment by sticking his pee-pee anywhere that he can get away with. Meanwhile, you're going to be one of these empty cups that he's no longer interested in. There's a lot of competition right now, and this is internal conflict for him as well. So there's all these people that are fighting over his pee-pee. So all these people battling over his wand. So there's fighting in this competition and all this stuff. And then Two of Cups in reverse. So basically, you know, he'll hit it and then he'll quit it and then he'll leave you alone. And then if you allow him, when he's gone through his whole circuit and he's used up all of his resources, he'll circle back around to you and, hey, here I am. And he'll expect you to, you know, oh my gosh, here, spread my legs, come on in. And that's why guys do it. And the reason that guys do this shit, by the way, is because they get away with it. And the reason they get away with it is because women tolerate it and they accept it and they allow it. They do. And so the bottom line here is Five of Cups. You keep dancing with this guy, then essentially at this point the joke's on you. You're going to be the one who ends up feeling the loss of this. Because what you're going to realize is that you're losing a part of yourself every time you give yourself away to this person that is unfulfilling. And so, you know, but where it's beautiful is as you get beneath that, you get past the Six of Pentacles bullshit, which is like the breadcrumbing. Here you got the Eight of Wands, which is opportunities, things taking off, messages, and then you have this Knight of Cups here. There's love, and then the Eight of Wands is, again, it's always like forward motion. So it's depicting that in your future, you will have love coming to you. This is actual love. But you can't give up, and you can't allow what's happened to you and what's hurt you be the deciding factor of whether or not you believe in it anymore. And what do I mean by that? Well, unfortunately, most people, they allow their negative experiences to define what love means for them. In other words, they give their power away. It's like, you know, somebody hurts them, somebody betrays them, somebody cheats on them, somebody dies, they go through a divorce, they go through a heartbreak, and they come up with a belief. It's like, well, I'll never love again. I'll never trust again. Men are always cheaters, or women are always this, right? And when you make an agreement because you lowered the standard of who you are based on an experience you had with somebody that was betraying themselves, then inevitably you will betray yourself as well. So you're following in their footsteps, essentially, is what happens. True love requires resilience. You have to decide, you have to make a decision within yourself that no matter what the fuck happens to you, no matter how many times ABC, XYZ happens to you, that no one, no thing, nothing, come hell or high water, can take that thing away from you. Nothing. You don't leave it in the hands of your external experiences or circumstances. You say, I will have this no matter what. No matter what. I will find love come hell or high water. I will never, ever, ever give up on love, no matter what happens to me, no matter how much I get hurt, how many times I go around the mountain, how many bad experiences I have. If you're not willing to go through 1,000 losses, 1,000 betrayals, 1,000 divorces, 1,000 heartbreaks, 1,000 whatever, fill in the blank, you'll never be ready for love. That is the level of courage that love requires, period. There's all kinds of other types of experiences you can have or one can have, but they're not going to fulfill you. And unfortunately, we live in a world today, a very love-starved world, with a bunch of people that lack courage, who want love. They want love, but they don't want to have to use, operate at the level of courage that it requires to have it, because they've been hurt. And so they're more invested in not being hurt than actually having love. And I understand it's a delicate balance. I'm not saying that people should be foolish or reckless or stupid. But I do think that it's, at least for me, it's a non-negotiable. I will never allow somebody else to steal from me something that I deeply desire. To me, that is the unforgivable sin. When you allow somebody else to take something from you because you allowed it to be taken. Nobody forces somebody to have a belief, I'll never love again, I'll never trust again, I'll never do this, I'll never do that, and then they give up on love. That person who hurt you didn't make you give up on love. You gave up on love. It's different. And I'm not talking about you directly, I'm just saying in general. This is what I've observed in people. And so now we live in this world where relationships and the dating world is a shit show. Because all these hurt people who haven't healed, they're not doing the work, and they can't give away what they don't have, and they expect the other person to do all the work for them. So when I get into a relationship with somebody now, it's like, and again, this is metaphorical. You put yourself out there, what do people expect? They expect you to prove to be the difference. It's all on you. You have to prove that you're the difference. You have to prove that you're not going to cheat. You have to prove that you're going to be different. You have to prove this and you have to prove that. While I just sit back and I just wait and observe. And until you jump through all these hoops and you do all this proving so that I can finally feel safe and secure that you're going to be the difference. You're never going to hurt me. You're never going to cheat on me. You're never going to let me down. You're never going to disappoint me. It's unrealistic, but that's the world that people live in. And so the problem is that people allowed somebody else to come into their life. They had a negative experience with that person, and they allowed the negative experience that they had with that person to become and define what love meant for them. They gave their power away. And to me, again, it's like the unforgivable sin. To allow somebody else to take that from me, to allow you to tell me and define for me what love is, for you to define what I will have or won't have in my life, to give you that power, especially when people are dealing with their own shit. This person, this guy who's doing this, there's a reason that there's that saying that hurt people, right? That we inevitably, if we're not careful, we become the very thing that hurt us that we didn't want to happen to us, right? So the person didn't want to be cheated on. Well, eventually, one day they become the cheater. They become the thing that they never wanted to happen to them, right? And that's what happens. A lot of beautiful people with really good hearts and really good souls, they go through enough heartbreak, enough betrayals, enough this or enough that, but because they gave their power away, they became that thing. Because like, if they would have held on to their power and they would have said, nope, I refuse. I refuse to become the cheater no matter how many times I've been cheated on. I refuse to give up on love. I refuse to have these superficial bullshit relationships that are just about casual sex. or whatever, you know, because there's no courage. You have a bunch of scared, hurt people running around being scared and hurt. And so it takes courage. You have to do it scared. You have to be resilient. You have to know and understand that there is a risk. There's always a risk. Love is the most risky thing you'll ever do. Because when you're emotionally invested and your heart's involved, it's going to hurt like hell when your heart gets broken. But for any chance of intimacy to happen, there has to be vulnerability. And the definition of vulnerability is the willful act of putting yourself in a position to be hurt. You're willfully doing it. You're literally taking off all your armor. You're exposing your weak points and saying, here I am. You can fucking kill me. And it's scary as shit. You know that it can kill you. And if that person has done the work and they're authentic and genuine too, then they open up and they say, hey, I'm just as exposed as you are. But the beauty of that is two people who are vulnerable with no defenses can come together and they can have something that very few people get to experience in this day and age. You know, which is why a lot of people, how come we don't see relationships like, you know, in our grandparents' age where they're married for life and da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, well, because, you know, they were resilient and their challenges were different. Yeah, I mean, we could come up with a lot of other reasons their generations were different than ours, but really at the end of the day, it's because they were put into positions where they had to fight for it. It's like, we got to make this shit fucking work. And people think that if you have to, you know, put effort into something and actually fight for it, that's an indication that it's not good for you, right? Because we've lost our moral compass and we've lost traditions. Not all traditions are bad, and I'm not even saying that, you know, you have to believe in monogamy or you have to get legally married or any of that shit. I don't think true monogamy has anything to do with that. I think it's a choice that you make from your heart with that person. And when you make that choice, then you can be married without any of that shit. You don't need a marriage license. You don't need to be married in front of the government. You don't even have to have a wedding. You don't even have to wear rings if you don't want to. Marriage is a choice between you and that person. But I do believe that when you have decided in your heart and your soul that you are going to choose that person on that level, then I do think that it is something sacred and it is something special. And I do think because we're all humans and we're always a work in progress, that it does require work. And it definitely requires courage because you're not always going to show up as the best version of you and they're not always going to show up as the best version of them. Why do we have a 50-50 divorce rate? It's because people put 50-50 effort into their fucking relationships, period. The divorce rate directly reflects the amount of effort that people put into the relationship. 50-50 effort, 50-50 divorce rate. It's plain and simple. And so, anyways, my point in saying all of that, my main point in saying all of this is what this is saying, all of this, everything summarized in the cards is, yes, you have, love is coming towards you, for one. You have love coming towards you in the future. Maybe even the near future. But just like I've said to the other people that were here for various reasons, different ways of saying different things, this is the most important part of the message for you. It's for you to get to a place within you to decide what that is going to be for you. Because if you allow any of your past experiences to lower the standard of what love is for you, then that is exactly what you're going to get. You will not get anything more than that. You will not get 1 ounce more than that because it's the law of attraction. It's a law, like gravity. You get what you don't get what you want. You get who you are. It's a vibrational fact. People don't want to hear that shit because they people want what they don't have to give. That's what I've experienced, especially as a relationship coach. You know, people want all these things, and I'm just like, well, do you even have that to offer? And people don't like to be held accountable for that because most people would have to answer, no, I don't. I have all my baggage. I have all my trauma. I have all my lack of faith, lack of hope, my overthinking, all my stories, my narratives, my fears, my doubts, my insecurities, my low self-esteem, my low self-worth. They have all that shit to bring to the table, but they want the other person to be the one who's healed and available and all these other things, right? And it's just unrealistic. And so the way that we get out of that cycle is we have to draw a line in the sand and say, look, whatever I've been, wherever I've been in my past, that's just done. A line in the sand drawn, done, out. No more of that shit. From here on out, this is what I demand of myself first. I will have this and nothing less. I'm going to hold myself accountable. I will become the thing that I seek that I desire to have. That's the second thing. And the third thing, I will never allow anyone or anything to ever allow me to fall into the unforgivable sin. I will never allow another fucking human being to define what love is for me or take it away from me. I don't care what you do to me. I don't care how many times I put myself out. If I get cheated on again, I get cheated on again. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to give up on love. I'm going to learn a lesson from this situation. Even if it's similar to other situations I've been through, I will fucking learn the lesson. I will find the treasure in that pile of shit and I will apply it to my life and I will move on to the next person. If the next person is unfaithful, same thing. I will get up, I will go again. The next person, same thing. I will get up, I will go again. I don't care how many fucking times I have to do this shit until I figure it the fuck out, but I will figure it the fuck out and I will not give up. I will not give up on love and I will not stoop lower just because I haven't found it yet, just because I haven't acquired it yet, just because it hasn't happened yet. You have to be vigilant and resilient and never fucking give up. Hope costs nothing. Giving up costs everything. People give up so easily. This person cheated on me. Okay, I've had like fucking 5 people cheat on me and my girlfriend died. And my ex-wife, she left me for my best friend of 17 years. You know, like I've had every fucking type of loss that you can imagine multiple times in my life. And I know that if I can still have hope, I can still hold on. I can still, invest in my personal development and grow and learn. If I can still wake up in the morning believing in love, just because it hasn't happened yet, just because she hasn't come into my life today, I know everybody else can too. So, it takes courage, man. This shit takes courage. And it's not for the faint of heart. True love is not for the faint of heart. It's for those who are courageous and for those who don't give up and for those who don't lower their standard because of the shit that's happened to you. Because if you do, then you will become the thing that hurt you. One day you're going to wake up and look in the mirror and go, holy shit, who have I become? I don't even fucking know this person anymore. Now I'm a cheater. Now I'm a narcissist. Now I'm a this. Now I'm a that. How did I get here? That's how they got there. The same reason this dude got there is the same way anyone gets there. Right? He didn't just wake up one day and go, I'm going to go be this guy. No, he didn't have a standard. He had a bad experience and he became the thing that hurt him because he didn't have that boundary. Right? And so this is God's source, the universe's way of wanting to encourage you, but also tell you a very bold truth and say, please don't become this. You're better than this shit. I don't know you, and I know you're better than this shit. Right? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with going out, having a fun time or whatever, but at some point, you have to be able to recognize that this is not who you are, and this is never going to fulfill you. This superficial shit here, right? You have something so much more coming towards you, and that's really what the success is all about, is realizing that there is something better. But you're delaying it because this release card is in reverse. And this Fortress card is essentially like the Four of Pentacles. It's still holding on to something. You have to be willing to let go and walk away from these things that are no longer serving you. So this card really needs to change and shift. And see what's interesting. I was doing that reading for Danielle just a second ago. And you know what's badass about her? She got a reading where it was like, the universe is like, hey, I fixed this guy. This ex that you had, I fixed him. I'm behind the scenes, fixing him and doing all this shit. And you know what? She's like, I don't give a fuck. She had boundaries. She's like, I don't give a fuck. You can fix that guy all you want. And my no is no. And that's powerful. That's like a test, right? It's like, hey, but the universe knows what it's doing. You can trust the universe. If the universe fixes your ex, then he's got to be good to go. She's like, I don't give a fuck. You can fix him all you want. You have to have that level of confidence in yourself of knowing, I don't care. I don't give a shit. This is where I stand. I will not tolerate it. You can wrap it up. It can be the best thing in the world. And maybe he has changed. Maybe her ex would come back and he's a totally different human being. Doesn't matter. She made a decision that she's going to stand on for herself, for her better. And the universe will honor that and go, man, that's a badass bitch right there. Like, I fixed it up, brought it back. And she's like, I don't care. It's like, cool. I'm going to get you another one. Because the universe rewards people who mean what they say and say what they mean. Because the universe knows when we're serious versus when we're full of shit, right? And this is full of shit, superficial. And you don't deserve it. I mean, again, good time, whatever. No judgment, no problem. But this isn't going to fulfill you, right? Like, this guy, and it's no judgment from me. I'm not here to judge the guy, but he's not. I mean, he's in a whole world of his own misery and shit. So I know that was a lot, but hopefully that made sense for you. And yeah. I mean, I guess it is kind of boring in that sense. Like, if you're expecting a different outcome, but I'm just here to be the messenger. Unfortunately. And I agree. I agree with that, Gene. Love shouldn't be hard. But for a lot of people, it is hard because a lot of people go through a lot of shit and it becomes complicated. Because you can't live, fear and love cannot exist in the same realm. And that's the problem. People think that they can live in fear and they can have love. They think that these two things can come together somehow. That's why it's complicated. And you can't. Fear cannot exist with love, right? They're opposites. But there's so many people who are afraid that want love. And so they try to move towards love with their fear, and love just whoop. And it is a hard reality, because again, no one ever taught us that this shit's like one of the hardest things you'll ever do. Not hard, but for sure the most courageous thing you'll ever do. They didn't tell us that. You watch, you just get a bunch of Disney movies and love stories from Hollywood. Like, oh, it's supposed to be like that. Where there's a happy ending, right? That's how this stuff works. No, it's not. Love is about you figuring out who you are. And when you find your gift, because you've gone within first, not going out looking for it. You came in here to find your gift. Then you were ready to take that gift out of you and hand it to somebody else. Everything we do is backwards. I agree. Sometimes the words fuck it are liberating. 100%. I agree 1,000%. 1,000%. I can also say that wherever you go, there you are. And so wherever you end up, you're finding your way onto the same path, regardless of what route you take. There's just easier paths and harder paths, but you're going to end up on the same path either way. And that's the beautiful part, is there really is no such thing as failure. You can't really fuck anything up. You can just, go through a harder way of having to do something that didn't have to be so hard. And that's the beauty of it. Is it really 4 in the morning? I shouldn't be surprised asking that. Who else we got here? Who else we got here? Anybody left? On the list, at least? Is there anybody left on the list? If everybody that's on the list is gone, I'm finna go to bed. If there ain't nobody else on the list. Oh, Priya's here. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, push your question, Priya. I didn't see you here. Gene, you can peace. I appreciate you. You should definitely go to sleep. You hang all the time for hours and hours and hours. 'Cause you're my queen. You're my queen bee. Oh, shit. Look who comes rolling in. Oh, man. Everybody, please take a knee, take a bow. Shaylee has entered the chat room. The queen is here. If I could roll out the red carpet. What? I don't have one, but it's my imaginary red carpet. For the queen herself. What's going on in between? And Keaton said it. What's going on between them? Okay. Well, let's find out. What's going on between these two? These two wild things. What's going on? Oh, nothing good, I'll tell you that. Nothing good is going on between those two. We got chaos and we have lessons. Their life is, but they pretending like it is. They pretending like everything's fine. They pretending like everything's fine. They get that fulfillment card. Hey, nothing to see here. But actually, we're going through a lot of lessons right now. Somebody's getting their karma and learning lessons. A lot of chaos, a lot of fighting, not getting along. What else you got to say about that? Actually, where did my thing go? Let's do this. I'm tired of looking at that one. Let's look at this one. Ooh, pretty. Yeah. Let's find out what's going on. Priya's like, oh, that's good. Ah, good. They're getting chaos. They're getting karma. They're learning lessons. It's blowing up. Yeah. 7 of Swords. Lies, deception, deceit, betrayal. Yep, and they're getting it. They're getting it for all their bad. You put the bad out, you're going to get the bad in return. Yeah, this is whatever is going on between these two is not good. Tell me more about these two. King of Wands. Somebody running around with his wand thinking he's allowed to put it wherever he wants. Yep. Something about to be over, if it's not already. Them secrets gonna come to light. Yes, sir. Got judgment. Oh, we got justice. Yeah, I'm gonna say this situation is about to be done. There were secrets, there was lies. This is the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. So this is the end of a relationship, Broken marriage, broken family, broken home, broken commitment. We got this guy here. He's just running around with his wand, just sticking it anywhere, everywhere. He's wand happy. Sticking that wand. That's 7 of Swords. You did it. You did it. Oh man, you didn't. Did you really? Why'd you do that? Well, something happened. There was definitely some lies or something with that 7 of Swords. Yeah, I mean, it definitely blew some stuff up. I can't tell it to you no other way. Some type of secret something happened. Yeah, this is gonna take time. This is just whatever's going on is just gonna have to play out. Because right now things are not good. So you're just gonna have to let this play out, and maybe after some time, maybe something else will change with this situation. But right now, if I were you, I would just distance yourself. Because whatever's been set into motion, it's like a forest fire. Once a forest fire gets big, you just have to, eventually it'll die out on its own. But it's out of control right now. Like you can't fight this fire by yourself. This situation's already, it's past its point here. So it's kind of like you just got to let it go through its process, and then when it's some time's gone by, you can revisit it, and maybe there's something else. This fulfillment's interesting because there could be a silver lining in that in the future, but right now there's definitely, with these 2 cards and that 10 of Pentacles in reverse with that 7 of Swords, it's not good. It's not good right now. Pee on it. That always works. Yeah, it's like a jellyfish sting. It's like a jellyfish sting. The jellyfish would be honored to have Shaylee pee on it. I'll tell you that right now. By God. Now, don't you guys go looking at her. Don't go looking her up on social media. Nobody on here better be stalking. I'm serious. I'll find out. I got these cards. I know if you lying. Don't you dare go stalking. She's like, so karma hits back on them? Yeah, absolutely. Karma hits back on everyone. That's what karma don't take sides. Karma didn't take sides. You bad, you're going to get bad. You do good, you're going to get good. And if you're not careful, Shaylee gonna roll up and pee on you. Which, if you got that far, you would want it by then. At that point, you would actually want it. But I ain't trying to tell all her secrets. She ain't even peed on me yet, man. Shoot. She ain't even peed on me yet. I'm over here talking all this. This fool over here talking all this. This fool talking and talk. Verbena? Verbena. Okay. For what mistake have I made in the I can't even pretend to know how to pronounce that. So out of all respect, I'm not going to try. What mistake did I make that I did not get the result? So Verbena, this is your reading. You're welcome, Priya. Thank you. Okay. All right. So this is for Verbena. Just to be clear, I'm doing your reading now. What mistake did you make? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Yes. Yes, the old shiny object syndrome snuck right in, didn't it? Those little shiny objects that get you every time. I heard a secret about Shaylee. I heard that you don't feed them after 12 and you don't get them wet. Or else. I'm just saying that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Let's see. What mistake did Verbena make that she did not get the result? Yes. Yes. Okay. Why is judgment here? Oh boy. Okay. Is this about a relationship or is this about your work? Ooh, I'm glad. See, she knew what I was talking about. Magua. Magua. Verbena. Is this about love or is this about your job? Because I'm getting a little bit of both. And I'm not sure exactly. I could go either way, if I'm honest. Is it a career or love that you want to know about? Because I'm split right down the middle here. Verbena, are you still here? Hello out there. That's what I was thinking. It seemed like work. It's very strange that you waited to get this reading and you've disappeared here All right. Well, I guess I'm going to. Um, is this pentacles or cups, please? Pentacles or cups, please? Jeez. Okay. Well, I think we're obviously love. How many dudes are there? King of Swords, King of Wands. Girl, you done run and train on everybody, ain't you? Hey, man, you just run and train. You got all the dudes. Hey, save one for me. I done got a 10 guys, 1 girl.com. Oh. We done got the death card. You still ain't gonna tell me that this pentacles or cups or what? Come on, man. I hate when the cards do this to me. I ain't trying to guess. I don't want to use my intuition. I want you to tell me. Damn. I got the Virgo now? Come on, man. Pentacles or cups. Not that hard. No, not wands. Pentacles or cups. I'm finna hit the eject button on this. This some bullshit right here. Come on now. 5 o'clock in the damn morning. What is this? Tower. I'll go one more try. Pentacles or cups. And don't be hard on me. Cups. For the love of God. Okay. Okay. Well, we done got the whole down. Had to bring everybody involved, didn't we? Okay. What did I do wrong? Well, I think you got in between. What you did wrong was you done got in between 2 men. Caused a dumb fight. You caused men to start fighting over you. So up here we done got the excitement in reverse. What you thought was all fun and games wasn't so fun and games no more. The fun done run out. You put all the pennies in the arcade machine. Got Fortress. You trying to play it safe. Which one of these dudes, which one of these guys going to take care of me? Which one's going to protect me, provide for me, make me feel good, make me feel safe? I'm going to pick the ones, that successful one here. Which one? You got the conquer energy here. He's like, man, I'm going to figure this out. But you over here with this illusions card, running around with your illusions. You ain't thinking right. Why? Because you got this devil card down here. You scared. You making decisions based on fear. That's what you to the devil. Now here we done got this. And see, this could go all kind of different ways. But you got the 4 of Pentacles here. We're just saying you got to let go of something. You better be trying to have it both ways. I want to have my King of Swords and my King of Wands. Universe like, you got to let go of somebody. You can't have both. Verbena, you can't have both. You got to let go of one. And you like you over here is trying to have you done hold your ground. You're like, I ain't giving up nothing. You up here holding your ground. And you're going to try to keep it secret with the High Priestess. You done got lovers. So you got a choice to make here with the choice card, with the lovers card. They naked too, boy. Look at this. Oh my God. Look what that. They done put the parts on a different man. There's a man, he got the lady parts, and that's the lady, he got the man parts. I ain't never seen them cards before. Shoot. But yeah, so now you feeling it though. So you done got this choice to make, and you don't know what choice to make with that Nine of Swords. You're like, I don't want to make the wrong choice. I don't want to make the wrong choice. But see, that's that Ace of Swords in reverse. You lacking clarity. You lacking direction. You lacking the truth. You don't know which decision to make. Eight of Wands. Things ain't moving the way they need to be going. They stuck. You going backwards. With this Knight of Cups, it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go, because you can't have both. You can't have both them dudes. And you got the Judgment. Now, Judgment here is telling you something. This card right here is the one you want to pay attention to. Judgment is saying two things. One, you got to make a judgment call, make up your mind. The second thing it's saying, besides the fact you got to make up a mind, is you have some learning you're supposed to learn from this. Some learning you got to do here. You're supposed to learn from this. You get a lesson here. Judgment's about evaluating your life's decisions. Like, how did I get here? How did I end up here? What decisions did I make that landed me in the situation that I'm currently in? You got to backtrack and figure out. That was your question. What did I do wrong? Well, the Judgment's saying, yeah, that's a good question. What did you do wrong? You got to go back further and start all the way back there and slowly walk yourself all the way through all your decisions up to the present moment. How did you get here? Well, we got all kind of dudes down here. We got everybody. We got the King of Swords. We got the King of Wands. We got the King of Cups via the Death card. And we basically got the King of Pentacles via the Hermit card. So we got 4 male energies here. There'd be a 5th one here, but, you know, I'm here. I'm not there, so. There would have been 5. But I'm staying put. And you got the 7 of Wands again. So 7 of Wands twice. And you're like, no, I want all of them. I want all these wands. Somebody come and try to take this wand out of the ground. It's like, well, what about me? I want one. And you're like, get your hand off my damn wand. You smack the shit out of them. See, you don't want to let go of none of them. And that's going to bring that Tower moment. You're going to get the Tower because you can't have all of them. And you got that Knight of Cups again. It's like, but I love all of them. And here you are in competition. You want all of them. I want all these wands. And you're trying to figure out. Here it is. You juggling, trying to figure out who's going to get which one you want. And you can't have it. You can't have them all. So, I mean, your question was, what did you do wrong? I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to tell you like it is. You can't have everybody. You got to figure out what you want, and you got to choose somebody. Oh, you got to choose one. And I know that's not fun. A lot of people hate that. Why do I just got to have one? Well, you can go do porn. You know, it's called a gangbang. You can have a gangbang. You can have bukkake. There's all kind of things you can do. But if you want love, this is the Lovers card. This is not the bukkake card. It's the Lovers. If you want love, you see, look how many people's in this picture. How many people in that picture? There's one man and there's one woman, even though their parts are reversed. I don't understand that, but that's what it is. There's not 5 kings. You got to make a decision. You got to make a decision here. That's what I get. But you ain't going to be happy till you make a decision. You make up your mind. You got to let go of the ones that you don't want. Stop resisting the decision that you got to make. And stop worrying about where you're going to make the wrong decision. You got to go where your heart tells you to go. A lot of people get so scared. I'm afraid I'm going to choose the wrong thing. You ain't going to choose the wrong thing. Making no choice is choosing the wrong thing. Just make a choice. Got to trust your heart. I give all my big decisions to Shaylee. Shaylee gets all my decisions. If I got a big decision to make, she gonna make it for me. I ain't making no big decisions. That's for grown-ups. Valerie. Who? Valerie. Valerie Dillinger. That sounds like a romance novel. So that sounds like the name of a woman out of a romance novel. My name is Valerie. Valerie Dillinger. I'm the CFO of a New York insurance company. And it was on the night of October 1st, 2024, when I was coming down the elevator and I bumped into my corporate manager. He looked at me, and I've always wondered if we had, there was always something there, a spark perhaps. His name is Chad. Chad Buckingham. And when Chad looks at me, it's like something I've never felt before. So I casually reached over to press the button for the third floor. And who knew? Chad reached over and our fingers touched at the same time. I immediately and abruptly apologized. I'm sorry, Chad. Are you going down? Needless to say, I'll never forget that night, stuck in the elevator with Chad. Or maybe not. Let's see what Valerie Dillinger has to say. What question does Valerie have about Chad tonight? Oh, I know, Valerie. I know you're here to ask about Chad. I knew long before you even came into my chat. I already knew. The stars were telling me about your story. Well, I was hoping one day me and Shaylee would be I'm not going to finish that. I didn't say anything. Valerie, your question, please. Chicken dinners. Now, Shaylee, we're not going for chicken nuggets on our first date. I'm going to just tell you that right now. Our first date is not going to be chicken nuggets. I don't care. You can tell me all you want, but Chick-fil-A is my favorite place. I don't care. I don't care. What is the future of my marriage? Man, you made me wait all that time and you don't type that. I'm sitting here waiting for like a full-blown epic story. Your name is Valerie Dillinger. And you'd be like, what's my marriage? Oh, all right. Very well. What's the future of Valerie Dellinger's marriage. Man, I hope there's some wild, hot, sexy energy that comes out on this table. Come on. No. I made watermelon aqua fresca with lime and mint tonight. I'm excited to see how it turned out. Damn, that sounds pretty good. Too bad. Too bad I won't be having any of that watermelon julep fresca. I'll just have to use my imagination. I'm going to tell you straight up right now, Valerie, I don't know. And I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But, man, you looking good. Wow, what's going on up there? I mean, the marriage can't be... Look, I'm just trying to tell you the marriage can't be too bad. Damn. I'm just saying. Anyway, let me get a couple more cards here. I'm just saying. Man, I'm like married. I'm married to that. You come walking up in there looking like that with me? I'm about to marry your ass twice. We finna get married 3, 4 times. 10 times. All in one night. We gonna get married. You come looking like that. Release. Transition. Okay. 2 or 3 more. You gonna freeze? Shaylee's like, I'm gonna freeze my eggs. I'm gonna put my eggs in this fresca. I'm gonna freeze it. And then I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna tell you what, man. That's some crazy. You ladies, man, you guys can sell your eggs. And that stuff, like, the people paying like $20,000 for that or something. It's something like that. Something like that. I don't know what, especially with inflation and all. But that's just a whole side thought I'm having. But anyway, so Valerie, I'm going to tell you straight that you guys are having some problems. I want to tell you right now, you're really struggling with just your own self-love right now. I'm feeling a lot of rejection energy, a lot of self, like, am I ugly? Like, you really coming down. I don't want to say all the things because, it's just not everybody on the internet needs to know. But I just want you to know there's a lot of, how should I say this? You're being extremely unrealistically hard on yourself right now. Like, there's a difference between taking accountability or being responsible or feeling responsible. And then there's the extreme of, like, I'm just going to beat the living shit out of myself for everything. Even things that I know aren't my fault. You have personalized with whatever is happening. You've personalized it on an internal level, way beyond the place you should be. Like way beyond. Not that ever beating yourself up is a good thing, but this is next level. And it's interesting because, again, you're coming out looking like this. And, it's interesting because it's projecting in this opposite of, like, it's kind of hard to describe. the communication is coming through in a paradoxical type of way, but it doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. The next card you have is lessons. So yeah, this is basically what life feels like right now. Kind of feel like you're just burning alive, basically. This card says lessons. So you're going through a major lesson right now. Your whole the whole situation is. The next card is you have release. Transition is here. This is actually the light at the end of the tunnel, no pun intended. But that's what every lesson is when we allow the lesson to do what it's intended to do. Because lessons are not there just to be assholes, despite the fact that it feels that way sometimes. So there's something here. There's a spiritual meaning, an intuitive meaning here that I feel like you're missing out on. But it's also about the part of this transition is for you to get, there's a gift here. There's a silver lining. There's a treasure in this pile of shit. And it's meant to enlighten you and awaken you to a version of yourself that you would never become otherwise. There's a lot of wisdom and spiritual insights that are waiting for you on the other side of this transition. The release card is here basically telling you that you're going to have to kind of let go and trust in divine spiritual forces to basically lead you and guide you through this very uncertain time. The bottom of the deck, we have this captain card. So the captain card is two things. I mean, obviously, this could be your partner, but more directly with you, this has to do with you becoming the leader of your own life. Because we are the captain, we're all the captain of our own ship, right? This body is your ship. You are the captain of this body, right? Underneath that, we have trauma. So obviously, there's a lot of stuff that has happened in this relationship. There's been a lot of pain that's been done. I do think that you may have had things pre-existing your marriage. I don't know what but you could have brought some things in prior. Maybe not. I'm just sensing that there could have been some type of pre-existing thing or things that were brought into the relationship. But again, there's the silver lining. Your higher power is actually working for you behind the scenes. You have favor on you. You actually are a very gifted spiritual person. You may not feel it. You may not recognize it. May not know it. You've been spending a lot of time focused on your security, your well-being, self-preserving basically. But the universe has been trying to talk to you, speak to you through signs and synchronicities. It's probably been telling you for a while that this was probably going to happen or something similar was going to happen. It's trying to warn you, prepare you, all the different things. And underneath that we have community, and then underneath that we have Genesis. So a lot of times we go down a detour and the story takes a really bizarre, strange turn that we don't understand because you can't understand. You can't understand something that you have not stepped on the other side to see what the hell is happening because you don't have the whole story yet. And so, your brain is trying to logically reconcile something that just seems impossible to reconcile of how any good could come from it or what the purpose or what the point is. Well, you can't see it from here. You 100% can't see it from here. It can only be shown to you when you've walked through to the other side. So what is the potential final outcome here? Like, what do we really need to know from this? And then I'm being led to actually give you some quick advice from an oracle deck. So future potential outcome, please. All right. Okay, so you have the Emperor. So again, this could be a partner. He could be an Aries. He doesn't have to be. But the emperor is the same thing as the captain. The emperor is all about taking charge, being the leader of your own life, taking responsibility for your kingdom. You are the ruler of your kingdom. But again, this could have dual meanings. It could be you needing to focus on what you can control and letting go of what you can't control. And it could, of course, can also have to do with your partner here. Now, the Eight of Cups is the same thing here as the release energy. It's about, again, letting go of what you can't control, surrendering, and walking away from what no longer serves you, basically, here. And so in this case, it could also be, it could be no longer resisting, how do I want to say this? Getting to a point to where you no longer resist whatever actions that he decides to take. If he decides he wants to walk away, let him walk. Say, hey, I'm not going to stand in your way anymore. If you don't want to be in this anymore, I don't want to stand in your way anymore. Like you basically surrender is the word I'm looking for. It's you surrendering and saying, hey, that's really what the release is saying. It's saying just surrender. Like take yourself out of the conflict, take yourself out of the shit, take yourself out of it and say, hey, I'm just going to surrender. Then you have this Page of Cups, which is promising because the Page of Cups is like an apology or a renewal. It's like an offer, right? So there's still hope here from what I'm seeing here. But there could be a false start. There may be more than one false start. This could, indicate maybe even possibly a time of separation without a full-blown divorce, where it's just like, hey, you need to go work on you and I need to go work on me. And maybe we need to just, have a temporary separation while we both agree to go work on our shit. Bottom of the deck, you have the Page of Swords. So this is all about you being curious, you becoming a student of life. Now, this all applies to him too, but he's not here. I can't speak to him. I have to speak to you because you're the only thing that you can control. This is about you doing less talking, less acting, less actioning, and just more learning. Like I am literally here to just be a student of life. That's it. I'm here to be curious, to investigate and learn, absorb. I'm here to try to understand, not be understood. And I know that can be very difficult. Even if it's in the situation is, well, no matter how thin you slice it in relationships, there's always two sides, right? Always. So it's not a he versus you, you versus him or whatever the situation is. So, I don't even have to know what the problem is or the problems are on his side because he's responsible for his side. He's done shit. You've done shit. And of all the relationships I've coached, this is something I do on the side. Actually do relationship coaching for a living. So from all the people I've helped, I can tell you that it doesn't matter who did what or who says what, because it only matters to the two people in the relationship from their perspective. You're going to think that he did ABC, XYZ, and he didn't do ABC, XYZ. Well, if we go over to his side and we ask him, he's going to say the same thing. You did ABC, XYZ, or you didn't do ABC, XYZ, right? So, and when you're taking tallies and who did much, then it's like the situation's already gone. So you have to get past all the bullshit, right? And so the universe is, this is, God's source universe or higher self, whatever you believe. The advice for you is the way back to love is through radical curiosity. Your job right now, moving forward, is to learn. Is just be quiet, zip your lips, and just learn. Learn and release. Learn and surrender. And I know that's really hard because when you feel like you're on fire, you're burning alive with the lessons card, your feet are on fire, you don't want to stand still. But you're in a very difficult and fragile and sensitive place where you're being asked to do something that feels counterintuitive. Okay? But here is the way. Here's the page, and he's looking this way. So if I put it down here next to the lovers, he's looking at these two that are in love. So I can't tell you, other than what the cards are saying, that I can't tell you if your marriage is going to work or not. I can tell you that it seems that there's hope. There's a shard of hope here. So it's not dead. It's not so dead that it's dead, gone forever, unless you two decide that. You know, you have free will. You can make whatever choice you want. But the cards are not indicating an absolute ending. It's actually the opposite. It's actually showing that if you can do this very counterintuitive thing that may not feel like it's going to be beneficial or helpful for you, because sometimes when we're told to do something that sounds like doing nothing, that actually has a better effect than us feeling like we have to do something. That's where we get confused. We think inaction means nothing, when sometimes the inaction is exactly the thing that we need to do. And it's not inaction in the sense that you're actually not going to be doing something. No, you're going to have your hands full, but you're going to have your hands full doing something different than you were doing before. You're going to have your hands full with getting in touch with your spirituality, not focusing on him, not focusing on what he's doing, not focusing on what he's not doing. You're here to be a student of life, the wisdom card. Spiritual learning, surrendering and leaning into spiritual learning, and you taking 100,000% responsibility for your actions, thoughts, beliefs, behavior, taking 100,000% responsibility for your part in your marriage, what was working and what didn't work, and not blaming and not getting into all that bullshit. He's responsible for his part too, but it's not your job to remind him. You're just going to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to just work on me. I'm taking full accountability for me. That's it. And you're going to surrender, and you're going to let him go do whatever the hell he needs to do. You're not going to coach him. You're not going to advise him or any of that. You're going to focus on your transition. And there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's an opportunity for love to reignite, to come back to life, and to reblossom here. Under those conditions. So really your reading is really more about how to create an environment that will bring about this positive outcome, right? So it's essentially saying, the universe is saying, hey, you have the power to create an environment where something new can grow. And this is how you have to do it. Or not. And I don't need to pull cards to tell you that what the alternative is. The alternative is, okay, well, you've burned the life out of you guys have already burned the life out of this. It's like when you go and you have a campfire and you burn the logs all night, and it's like eventually that's it. The fire has burned all that it can burn with the wood that you used. That's essentially it. Saying there's only a little bit of burn left. You know, I could say it another, there's only a little bit of life left through what you guys have gone through. It's not over, but there's a little bit of life left. And you can nurture that life. That's what happens with anything that dies. That's how we get plants. A seed falls into the ground, and the seed in the form that it is, it's a little bit of something. That seed has to die, which is transform, and then a whole new thing can grow. So there's an opportunity here for this to be saved. This is just a reading. This is not, I mean, obviously a marriage is much more complex. And if you want to know more about that, you can I have contact information. You can send me an email offline to learn more about that. Also, you can purchase my book, Everything You Need to Know. It's available on Amazon. hardcover and paperback. Everything you need to know is in this book. Everything you need to know to save your marriage is in this book, hands down. I will, and I'm not just saying that because it's me, and I'm certainly not saying it because I would get rich off of these books. I lose money on these, literally. The amount of money it takes for Amazon to make them, I mean, like, I don't know. I think I make like $1.50, maybe. And so, you know, this isn't like I get rich off of these. That's not why I wrote this anyways. I wrote it because I'm passionate about relationships and helping people like you who need information when you're desperate. People need, when you need something that you don't have and you don't know where to go, well, you end up in a place like this, talking to some random dude on the internet, thinking you're just getting a tarot reading, and it just so happens to be that the area of my expertise has everything to do with your situation. So, you can email me if you like. I will drop it in here just to make it easy. So there's that information. I was kind of excited about the story. You and Chad in the elevator, I'm not going to lie. Maybe that'll be my next book. My next book will be about the tales of Valerie Dellinger. Kind of reminds me of, what was that? Was it the Nancy Drew books when I was growing up in school? Like back when there was like libraries in school and stuff, and there was that, I think her name was Nancy Drew. Shaylee's like, Amazon's the devil. You're welcome. What is it? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. How long have I gone? Whoa. What? 7 out. Only 7 hours and 15 minutes? Timu is its twin. Yeah, Timu and Sheen. Oh man. I have not peed in 7 hours. After much wine, much drink. I feel like I'm going to have to wheel this chair that I feel like I literally just going to have to sit in this chair and wheel myself to the bathroom, because if I stand up, it's going to expand my bladder. Well, who else is here? So Spence is here. Shaylee. I don't know if Misty's still here. So if Misty is still here, Spence is still here, and Shaylee, I will do you three guys. Not all at the same time. Not all at the same time. I will do all three of you. So we can have a 5 o'clock threesome. Which I might as well get just a... Yeah, it's true. I'm going to have to get one of those stadium pals, Shaylee, where you just sit and it's got the little thing, and it's got the little pouch that runs down to your leg, and so you know. Oh no. No. I'm gonna hold it like a man. And if my bladder explodes, so be it. I don't think Misty's here. I think Misty missed it out on us. I want to do Shaylee's reading. I want to do Shaylee's reading next. I want to do Shaylee, and then I'll do Misty, and then I'll do Spence. I want to see if I show up in Shaylee's reading. If only. If only. The universe is laughing at me. You hear what that dumbass said? He said he want to see if he show up in her reading. They laughing at me. They like, he crazy. That boy crazy. He crazy. He crazy. She's like, I'm going to type my question while Shaylee types her question. I'm going to look anyway. I'm going to look anyway. I'm going to do 3 cards for me and Shaylee. 3. Just because I went there. Just because I went there. Watch this. I'm finna flip one of these over and it's going to be like, oh, damn, you guys is twin flames, man. Ah, man. Only a soulmate. I'm going to tell y'all right now, that's some bullshit. Ain't no soulmate only. What's the next one? Finances and career. What kind of job they trying to get us into? Me and Shaylee we fitting to open up a OnlyFans. I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. We fitting to start an OnlyFans. Oh. Dang, girl, we reconciling. I didn't even know. Look, I didn't even know you was hating on me the whole time. I didn't even know we were supposed to be reconciling. We done reconciling, me and you. This could be the one. I mean, it's all written in the stars right here. We're soulmates. It even says right here, it says, yes, this is your soulmate. It says, hold on, I got to read this one. It says, you and Eddie will start an OnlyFans and make millions of dollars. I said it, read it right there. So yeah, you reconciling. So we have some past lives together. That kind of looks like Chad though, if I'm not kidding though. I think that looks kind of like Chad. Let's see, he done grabbing. Chad grabbing Valerie. Don't press the 3rd floor. Stay here in the elevator with me. But yeah, that's all it is. Me and Shaylee, we come back in this life because we got to make up for some shit we did in the last life. And then we got, this could be the one. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Y'all come up in here try to doubt me. Y'all up in here trying to doubt me. Don't you come up in my reading trying to be like, he don't know. He don't know what he talking about. Now, Valerie, you gonna be careful with that. I find out Chad put a finger on Shaylee. There's some shit fitting to get real up in here. Chad keep his goddamn finger to himself. He can't have everybody. He can't have Valerie in the elevator and Shaylee on the side. He can't. Chad gonna have to calm down, way down. He can't have everything. A general reading. Let's do a general for the queen. What does the queen need tonight? What does the queen need? Let's do yeah. I know what the queen needs. I was made for the queen. All right. What does the queen need to know? What does the queen need to know tonight? Something about your moon. You check on your moon. Where's your moon sign? What's your moon saying? You mean your moon trying to talk to you, girl? The sixth house. Something going on with your sixth house. What else we got here? Oh, we got a Capricorn. Something to do with a Capricorn. That's the devil, by the way. Damn Capricorn's a fucking devil. And we got the 12th house. 12th house. If you Chad, that's the 12th floor. And the 11th house at the bottom. I don't know what any of that means for you. All right, let's go to the next one. Now, these are brand new. I have not used these. This is my first time using these tonight. First time ever. I saved them for the queen. Let's see. Let's see what wants to come out. Ooh, the mirror effect. See, I knew it. I knew we was mirroring each other the whole time. Yeah, I feel like you got something going on here. You finna be on to something. Gonna be starting something. Gonna be starting something. Sometimes you gotta put on that MJ source. Okay. Yeah, you getting tapped in, man. You getting tuned in too. Look at that. You got the source card coming out. Yeah, man. You leveling up. You've been. I don't know what kind of fancy fresca chat juice you making, but it's paying off. 6th house Virgo, the Capricornian jail. I'm helping him and love him. You gonna get him out of jail? You gonna get him out of jail? Boy, you better call. I'll tell you. You want to know how to get him out of jail? I'll tell you how you can get him out of jail on his own. Be like, hey baby. So I done met this guy on the YouTubes, and he's my soulmate, and we're fixing to have a reconciliation. You see how fast he gets his ass out of jail that way? I guarantee you won't have to do nothing. He get his ass right out of jail. He get out right out of jail. Like, how'd you get out? I'm telling you the truth. Repression. Now that's interesting. We done got that master number. What's going on with that? Repression. We got reproach. Let's go here to what's that? I gotta. What's this about? There's some kind of energy off this one here. What's going on with this repression here? Oh. Okay. I see. Okay. I asked and you won't tell me all the things. Easy. Easy does it now. All right, well now. All right, so I know what that is, and I got that paradigm there too. I know what that is. Okay. I feel like I need to Damn. Man, your reading just went crazy, man. This, all right. All right. I should have known. I should have known you pulled for the queen. You done pulled for the queen. You should know. You should know. All right. So, you got some really good shit going on down here. I'm going to tell you that. You got the deep knowing, you got the loyal heart, and you got the milk and honey, which is all the things. It's like 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups. This is all the goodies. However, we have all that glitters is not gold. We have illusions, we have deception, we have conflict, and we have this mirroring effect. So, it's like, what's the old saying? You can't have peace without having war. You can't have war without having peace. Some kind of crazy shit like that. Man, you Pisces, man. I'll tell you what. The force is strong with this one. Okay. I'm trying to think of how I need to say, or like, I don't want to tell you what you already know. Tell her what she doesn't already know. So, okay, let's just start here. I'm not going to make an assumption. Whoever this person is, deception. Whoever this is, or whoever is attached to this, is attached to the mirroring. Now we have the divine masculine here. Maybe not being so divine, but I don't know. Could be somebody else. Doesn't have to be the same person as this person. Trying to get into your bank account or trying to get into your bukkake. I don't know. But what I do know is this person, whoever this person is, come into your life to teach you some things. Because, yeah, you're going to get yourself into a twin flame thing. This person trying to teach you shit about you, and you're there to teach shit to them about them. So you got the mirroring thing going on. So, again, I'm trying not to tell you things you don't already know, but hear me out. Over here, we get to repression. That's what all these cards are really about. All these cards have to do with this repression card. And what's the, let me see here. She's like, hey, I'm also a Pisces. Yeah, well, that just means, you know, you got that goody juice. So the definition of repression is the action of subduing someone or something by force. The restraint, prevention, or inhibition of a feeling or quality. The action or process of suppressing a thought, a desire in oneself so that it remains unconscious. So, essentially, it's almost like there's the meat and potatoes of what you need to know is tied into this card with all these other cards, which this is tied into all the glitters, and all the glitters is tied into the illusions. So there's something that the universe is essentially saying that you need to stop pretending about, or pretending isn't a problem, or pretending isn't real, or pretending isn't what it really is. There's something that is a straight up illusion. Now, this deception doesn't have to mean traditional deception. It doesn't have to mean lying and cheating. It could just be self-deception, right? Like, hey, I don't want to, it's too painful to look over there. It's too painful to think about that. It's too painful to acknowledge ABC, XYZ. But the universe is saying, well, what we resist persists. And so there's something here that's not real. It's fake. It's a turd sprinkled with glitter. It's a polished turd with glitter. Glitter dust. A glitter dust turd. It's not real. It's not real gold. It's a cat turd. And whatever this is that's being repressed, it's affecting you on multiple levels. One, it's affecting your ability to fully understand what's happening in this mirroring outcome. Two, it's affecting your ability to tap fully into and fully manifest this beautiful shit that's going on down here. And it's part of a paradigm. It's part of an old, outdated thinking, possibly that you got from your childhood. So it's a belief. It's a way old, unconscious, subconscious belief or pattern, mental pattern, potentially all the way back to when you were young. And those ones are the hard little fuckers to find. But it's like a blind spot, almost, is how I want to say it. So there's something here, and so we have the Mastery card, which has several energies attached to it. One, it has to do with you mastering the obvious, like you mastering whatever the challenge is so you can go up to the next level. But it also has to do with you realizing that you have a spiritual gift that I don't think you really fully understand just how profoundly gifted you are with this. Like, the intention of you having whatever this spiritual gift is for you to basically become a master at it. Because there's a community of people that need you to show up with this gift in full force, to be a leader, a teacher, an inspiration, whatever the purpose of you using this gift is within that community. And without you learning more about this and getting more in tune with that gift, the community that you're meant to serve, I guess, for lack of better words, is going to be missing out on the benefits of who you are and what you would bring to that, and what you would conversely, how you would benefit from that. And so we have the Genesis card here, which is like essentially the Fool. It's like a new beginning here. So there's a page, like how do I describe this? There's a page, like you're one page away from turning into a whole new chapter of your life, but it's like the book is stuck on that page, right? It's like the page, it's like you've been stuck on this page and the page isn't turning. Is the best analogy I can give. And that's where this conflict energy comes in. Like a 5 of Swords type of deal. So this would be like a 5 of Swords. This would be like a 7 of Swords, but it's more self. Now, some of it could be bleed over from your relationship with your twin flame, with the divine masculine here. So some of that could be like, I guess a bleed over would be a good term for it. But I don't know that it's completely a result of. So I think part of the mirroring of whatever you're supposed to be learning, or this person is supposed to be reflecting back to you, has to do with this old paradigm over here. And so we can get so caught up in the actual relationship dynamic itself with the person that we're not zooming out far enough away to go, wait, my lesson isn't really about the person at all. It's about what the meaning of this person showing up in my life does in terms of what it triggers in me, what it brings out of me, all of that. And so I think this is kind of just like a clue from the universe saying, besides, investigating these placements, the astrology placements, but also looking really, really, really going deep into your subconscious and your old beliefs and your old patterns, because there's something that it's casting itself as truth. It's casting itself as something, as some form of knowledge or some form of truth, or it could be even like a lens through which you view the world. You see the world in this, some like you have a certain, it's not rose-colored glasses, but it's similar to that. It's like as long as this illusion, this paradigm, this old paradigm is present, it's like you're viewing the world with a set of impaired glasses. Like if you put on glasses and then someone were to take a spray bottle and mist the front of the glasses don't really do you any good because they're misted, right? You're not seeing the world clearly through those lenses. And that's really what this all that glitters is saying. And then if you go underneath that, you have a leg up. So essentially it's basically saying, hey, it's like an impediment, basically. How do I describe this? It goes back to you being one page away. It's like you're one leg, you're the leg up, you're one step away from turning the page, but there's something here that's not for you. And I don't know what that is. But it's tied to this deception energy. It's tied to this conflict energy. It's something that's being reflected to you through this whole mirroring thing. And it has everything to do with you getting tapped into your spiritual mastery. So whatever you figure out, whatever this is, or whatever it's tied to, the result of you undoing and untangling that is going to open up, it's going to turn the page and everything's going to shift. Like it's going to be a radical, mega huge, life-changing moment. You're going to know. The deep knowing card is you're going to know. The minute that this thing gets found and you're on it, you're going to know it like you've never known anything else in your life. It's going to be a profound knowing. And it's going to change everything. It's going to change your situation, because remember, especially if you're in a twin flame dynamic, whatever you do, whatever you work on is essentially mirroring and being reflected over to your person. So this could be reflecting over in that regard. It could also be reflecting over into other things. So I can't tell you, and I don't need to, because you have the spiritual awareness to understand what this means for you. But the result is this: 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups, the 10 of you won the lottery, and you ride off into the sunset, and you go rule your spiritual kingdom, and go be the spiritual badass that you are. So, yeah, there's like you're like a 2 millimeter distinction away from like epic stuff, basically. All kinds of epicness, which is badass. And I can feel it. And you're super close. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh man, a few of you guys jumped in. Alrighty, so let's see. Who is left? Who is left? Wait. Yeah, Misty. Misty is still here. So Misty, could you please do a relationship reading for me? Okay, is there anything specific you want, Misty? Or you just want a general relationship reading? And then who else is here? Curly is here, obviously. I see in the chat. And M. Spence. Okay, so Misty and then M. Spence. All right. So Misty, do you want a general? Is that what you're asking for? A general love reading? My God, my bladder's gonna die. Okay. My bladder's like, how about you give me a reading in the bathroom? Oh, well, thank you. I made it just for you. Dum, 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 dum. The deck is on fire. We don't need no water. Okay, that's gonna have to wait. Fine. Right. Which ones do I want to use? For love. For love, please. For love, please. All right. Well, what's coming up for Misty in Love and Romance? And then M. Spence, you have your question ready. If you actually want to go ahead and drop it in the chat for me, if you're here still, go ahead and drop your question in the chat. Okay, the first thing for you, Misty, is your beliefs are affecting. You have some outdated beliefs that are affecting your ability to manifest love. So you have some outdated thinking here with the Paradigms card. Now, you do have somebody coming towards you here in the near future or the future. Yeah. But some changes need to happen. We have the renewal energy. Really mostly just changes in your belief about love and relationships. So that could be anything. Scarcity, trust issues, there's no good men out there, blah, 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 whatever the belief is. At the bottom of the deck, we have not aligned. So I don't know, maybe you're used to attracting people that you're not aligned with, or they're not aligned with you, or maybe there's, certain things from your past that you need to let go of that aren't aligned with you. And that could be energetically, like, maybe there's an ex that you still think about, or a past energy, because this woman's like looking over her shoulder. That's this fake mannequin who's not looking at her. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I'm moving on, but well, actually I'm just kind of walking, staring behind me, right? And, we're all guilty. We've all done it. It's not a judgment here from me. I'm just saying that's what the cards are showing. Okay, so what's coming towards Misty? With another Aquarius, I might take you up on that. Shaylee. So yeah, you got something. There's an opportunity here. Like there's an opportunity for something new to start here. With the Page of Pentacles, you know, like this is like an investment energy. You know, it's just the beginning of things. So depending on how you invest and depending on how you nurture this, it could turn into something, you know, it could go the distance. So, because you have the world here. So this is accomplishment, success, achievement, you know, going to the end. We have the Chariot, moving forward, the same thing, conquering, ambitious, focused, driven, going for it. Cancer energy. You said you're with another Aquarius, but, you know, I still put it out there. This is overcoming challenges, hurdles, and obstacles that you could be going through right now within the relationship. But it's definitely, like, these are all positive right here. So the relationship's definitely, you know, if this is specific to the Aquarius, then I would say that right now things are moving in a positive direction. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Cups. Still kind of a new love situation or early stages. Underneath that, we have the Fool. You know, a fresh start. So I don't know, because this could go either way. This could be like, if things don't work out with you and the current person, then you have a new person, right? New love, Ace of Cups, a new beginning, the Fool. If it's with this person, and maybe you guys have had some struggles, then things are looking better in the future. You guys could overcome any challenges you've had in this relationship. There's a renewal energy here. You're planting new seeds. Things could actually go the distance this time. Maybe if you've had, you know, on and off with this person, or maybe things were challenging or rocky, this time you guys actually might get it right, might figure it out. The Chariot, you overcome those obstacles, you determine to make it work. And then again, you know, it's almost like having a whole new relationship. You're starting fresh with this person. If it's, again, assuming it's the same Aquarius person. So, you know, everything that I'm seeing there, all of that is positive and good. And is there anything else? Final advice, final outcome. Now we have the Page of Cups. So the same thing, just said a different way. There's the Page of Cups. This is basically reverberating the Page of Coins, so the Page of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. Same type of deal. Anything else? That Misty needs to know. That one done got on the floor. Whoa. No, my bladder. Oh. Yep. The Lovers. Things are serious, getting serious, or will get serious, can get serious. Serious relationship. Anything else? One more. Things moving in a positive direction, picking up momentum. You know, Eight of Wands is all about acceleration, opportunities, you know, all that good stuff. Things going in a positive direction, and opportunities can happen very quickly. So things could be picking up. This also a card of travel, you guys, and so is the Chariot. So you guys might do some traveling if you haven't already. That could be coming up in the future to some extent. Or maybe you guys have a long distance relationship. I don't know. Could be either one. At the bottom of the deck, there's a little bit of conflict. So there's not, you know, there's no such thing as a perfect reading, but there's some conflict here. Five of Wands could be some petty conflict about who knows. We got the Two of Cups. So just maybe some typical relationship banter and bickering. Be careful with the Seven of Wands, you know, which is about basically wanting to be right instead of having a relationship. You can be right or you can have a relationship. You can't have both. So be careful with being egotistical and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, when you need to take a time out and you need to focus on yourself, make sure that you do that with the Four of Swords. But overall, you got the sun. Things are happy, right? But the four of this four of swords is also a healing energy as well. So this again has to do with keeping yourself in check, understanding, what is, I am responsible for me. I can only control me. I cannot control my partner. With that Seven of Wands energy there, you have to be careful to make sure that you do not you guys aren't trying to step on each other's toes and be controlling with each other, right? But other than that, I don't see anything. I don't see anything, besides, typical relationship, petty arguments or disagreements or whatever. There's nothing here that's, your relationship is moving in a great direction. There's nothing else really I can say about it. So it's a good reading. It's actually a really good reading. Like, I would take that. I would take that all day long. Let's see. Okay. M. Spence. I am in a relationship with a Gemini. Oh, dear Lord Jesus. Everybody in the chat, can we please bow our heads and say a prayer for M. Spence, who is in a relationship with a Gemini? Pray to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I've got some holy water over here I can sprinkle if we have to. We might have to. You're welcome, Misty. I with the Gemini. I'm a Scorpio. Ooh, Scorpio. Our relationship escalated so fast. We love each other, but both hesitant past hurts. Could I be his soulmate or twin flame? Will it last? Find out next time. On this episode of Rock of Love. I bet you guys don't remember Rock of Love with Bret Michaels. Y'all don't remember Rock of Love with old Bret Michaels, do you? Oh, yeah. Y'all don't remember that? All right, let's see. Tell us about, we shall not speak the name of Gemini in this house. We will not call the demon by its name. Love yourself first. Don't put the cart before the horse. That's what everybody else does. It says right here, your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. No chasing. No addictive compulsive behavior. Reconciliation. Wait, are you reconciling with the Gemini? Are you taking him? This is like, man, this is like crazy. I'm getting deja vu of me and Shaylee all over again. Yeah, look at you. I knew every one of you chicks out there was going to be like Rock of Love. All I had to say was Bret Michaels and Rock of Love. Like, the only time, I don't even think was it MTV? I don't know if it was MTV, but basically the only time they ever, porn was basically allowed to be on public TV. It is safe for you to love. Yeah, so see, you worried about being hurt and all that. It's saying, hey, no, it's safe for you to love. So you're safe to love this guy. He's safe to love you. Ooh, religious factors. Man, I hate when that happens. See, I knew that Gemini was a demon. And there was the card right there to tell me. You got to cast the spirit of Beetlejuice out of that one. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. My ex-husband is a Gemini too. Scary. Wait. You doing this a second time? Wait a minute. Hold on. Did you just tell on yourself? You did, didn't you? You just told on yourself in the chat. It's like, oh yeah, no, I've done this once before. My ex-husband, he wanted him, he a Beetlejuice too. Shaylee's like, I know he got a wig. I know that Bret Michael, he done got a wig under there. I know he got a wig. Hakeem ain't even paying fucking attention. He's like, who's next? Whose reading is it anyway? I don't even know. He done talking about Bret Michaels. Who's Bret Michaels? Is it Bret Michaels' turn? I don't even see nobody in the chat called Bret Michaels. He's pulling who's he doing the reading for? I'm doing mine and Shaylee's reading. That's what I'm doing. So we fit in the reconcile. I just can't get away from them damn Geminis. I know. What's going on with you? Man, you like, what do they call that? A masochist? A masochist, people who get sexual pleasure from subjecting themselves to torture. That's all you is. See, that's the 13th zodiac. See, you guys didn't know this, did you? You didn't know that the 13th zodiac sign was the masochist. That's right. There was a hidden sign. Because there's that hidden planet out there, that 13th planet. Go look it up. You think I'm lying. You guys think I'm lying. I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You got calling in your soulmate. So, you know, you might have been, I can't imagine that you called a Gemini in, but look, I'm just here to tell you what the cards say, but the cards say you might have called this in. You did, didn't you? She's proud of it. She's like, look, Scorpio charm. I say Beetlejuice, 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 and I raised up my shirt. You ain't never seen Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Well, that's just like what we do down in Louisiana. When it's Mardi Gras, you know, and when it's Mardi Gras, Beetlejuice, 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 and you put up your shirt, and all of a sudden you get the magical beads. It's that voodoo. It's that Scorpio voodoo. I know all about that. Shaylee, are you cursing in the chat? What are you? Ophificus. No. I ain't heard of that STD. That's like an STD. Ophificus? Listen. We don't do that. We don't want that. That's you Scorpios, though. You got to watch out for that. Yeah. You Scorpios, watch out for that. Ophificus. I'm just going to tell you straight right now, you better wear that rubber. Oh, I forgot the card. My bad. It says healing family issues. That's true. So there's healing family issues tied to that religious factors. I feel that. That could be a big part of it. And look, you got soulmate. So you have calling in soulmate, but then you got the soulmate here. I still question it. I'm not going to lie. I still question it. You sitting there trying to tell me you with a Gemini with the 13th house of masochism, and Shaylee's all speaking, she's speaking voodoo in the chat room saying, hey, you can get the Ophificus, you know, whatever that is. You can get that. Okay, what else? What else we need to know about this? What about this demonic relationship from the fiery pits of Scorpio? Okay, you got to trust yourself. The sixth sense is here. So this is telling you right here. You got to get out of your own way. You got to start trusting yourself. Because that past trauma, man, when you start getting scared that you're going to get hurt, you know what happens. People make some dumb decisions from a very wounded place. In fact, most people's dumb decisions come from wounded places, right? That's that sixth sense is trying to tell you. Say, hey, look, you got to stay away from that wounded place. Because you let that grab a hold of you. Now, see, this trauma card just wanted to flip. It didn't come all the way out, but it wanted to. It flipped. It didn't flip all the way out. So it's saying there's still some things that got to be healed. What else do we need to know about this relationship? I don't have an exorcism card in here. But if I did, it would come out. Like, you got to exercise that Gemini. Ooh, whoa, wait. What is this? Who is this? Oh, you had another Gemini that hurt you? Well, I got news for you. Hurting you once wasn't good enough. They want to come in and do it again. Like, look, I hurt you once, but that wasn't enough. You said you wanted that masochism stuff. I want to come back and beg for a second round. Somebody finna come back. I thought this reconciliation was with this person you with now. You got somebody else coming back. Somebody coming back for you. And you're going to have to trust. You're going to listen to your gut, girl. Right here. You better listen to your intuition because you got somebody coming back. Now, I'm going to tell you something else too, though. You see, that's me praying that the spirit of Beetlejuice will leave right now. That's me praying. I'm praying for you. I ain't going to lie. See, like maybe my ex trying to come back. Nope, he's done. Why you got to be hating on your ex? Sometimes people gotta mess up to know what they lost, right? Yeah. Now, they want to work things out. I'm just gonna tell you, this person wants to come in and they're like, look, I don't know what I was thinking when I let you get away, but I'm finna let you sting me all you want to sting me with that scorpion tail now. You know what I'm saying? He be checking out that tail now. A third chance. Oh, man, you going down with this guy 3-4 times? Oh, my Lord. Because I got my next. You're going to be careful. You're going to get more than the next, too. You better be careful with this now. I mean, you don't got you a Gemini already on deck, and then you got this coming. I mean, I've seen some adventurous people. You got these crazy fools that climb up the sides of buildings with no ropes, no safety gear, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like people straight up just climbing all the way up 100-story buildings with nothing but the bare hands. Risk takers. And I'm like, man, I thought I seen every kind of risk taker you could imagine. And then here you are, rolling up in here. Like, I got me a Gemini, and I got this other guy coming up from behind. Like, I'm like, damn, man. We got us a daredevil in the house tonight. You fixing to show everybody what's up. Okay. So I feel like this past person, they're going to come in and they smooth now. They smooth. This person knows your number. They know they're going to come in. They got the right things to say with that validation. And you're like, nah, he ain't going to get back in. That's not what this says. This right here says, this boy here, he coming to get that trophy, and you fitting to give it to him. You disagree with me all you want. This ain't me. I ain't the one choosing the cards. And these cards don't lie now. You try to tell me all day long you want to. Be like, I ain't taking him back. You like the Maury show, the Jerry Springer show. Be like, the lie detector test determined you are the father. Well, of course they are. They're from the devil. They basically are the devil. Ain't nobody know how to talk better than the devil himself. Now we got the karma. See, now shit got real. Everything done come full circle now. There it is. There it is. We done got the whole story right there. It's like we done got the whole story. So we start up here like, you better trust your intuition. Whole homeboy coming back in with that smooth slide. Like, oh baby, I want to work it out. You don't know. We gonna work this out. And you're like, okay, baby, how we gonna work it out? Well, we're gonna start working it out like this, making you feel real good about me. That's how we're gonna work it. And you're like, okay, baby, I feel real good about you now. I feel amazing. And then old karma sneak up and be like, man, you done trusted. You trusted one of them Geminis again? Old Lady Justice come up in here and be like, I can't believe you just got sidewinded. You just done got bamboozled by another Gemini. And then look what happened. You over here in this loss. You over here crying in this loss because you let this guy take you. Now I'm just telling you. I done warned you now. You take away from it what you will, but I'm warning you. You don't underestimate this. That's all I'm going to say. This right here, don't you underestimate it. I think you underestimate this person. You're like, I don't want him back. I'm not going to take him back. I'm not going to take him back. And I'm going to tell you straight up right now, this old boy here, he got a trick up his sleeve. I don't know what it is. But he knows. He knows your weakness. That's how he's going to play it. He knows your weakness. And he's going to finagle it. And you're going to have to be careful. Because you can be like, all right, well, I believe you. You changed. You convinced me. And old Lady Justice over here just shaking her head, going, I cannot believe she fell for another Gemini. Can't believe it. But yeah, this old boy up here, I don't know. I'm at 50-50 with this new guy. I mean, you got soulmate up here with this new guy, but then you have calling in your soulmate. So it's kind of like, I think really has a lot to do with basically how you heal. What do you learn and what did you heal from? If you heal and you learn, I think this new guy could turn into something. But everything starts here. Love yourself first. If you don't do this, all this other stuff, just forget this whole reading. This is the number one issue that you have to face. When you resolve this, the loving yourself issue, this shit gonna go right away. Because this type of energy is not attracted to people who are in that type of energy. People who don't love themselves are typically not really and truly attracted to people who genuinely love themselves. The energy and the vibrations just can't match. Right? It's like, what's that saying about bees? Bees don't try to convince flies that honey tastes better than shit. Something like that. But yeah, as far as the other thing goes, I think, I'll get final advice here. 3 cards. Not for the past guy, for the new guy, the current guy. Just 3 quick cards on the new guy. Yeah, there's a lot of trust issues. 7 of Swords just came out, which isn't great. This is not the energy you want to be in. Withholding, trust issues, holding back, avoidant, That's not the energy you want to be in with somebody that you're trying to create a quality connection with. Temperance in reverse. So definitely some work is needed there. And the Four of Wands in reverse there too. So there's a lot of, I want to say you guys have a lot of trust issues at minimum. There could be emotional avoidant energy there as well. And again, I asked about the new guy. These 3 cards were the new person. So this isn't, none of these, I mean, if this card was upright and that card was upright, they would be great. This is reverse, and obviously this is upright. So again, this needs to change. You change this trust energy, whatever this going on with this, then these other 2 cards would change as well. The energies that they represent, rather. So yeah, so there's definitely some things that need to be worked on here, even with the new person. So but I mean, obviously only you guys would know what that is. And I think, I don't know how long you've known this person, the new person, but you know, if you guys haven't opened up to each other about what's happened to you in the past, and you haven't broken ice and confronted that, that could be a really good starting point where you guys get honest and real and say, hey, you know, I'm going to be real with you. You know, I have some trust issues. I've been hurt in the past. A, B, C, X, Y, Z has happened to me. I'm trying to work on it, work through it. But I just want to get it out in the open so, you know, we all know where we stand in this relationship, or where we stand right now. Because most people don't have the courage to even talk about this stuff, much less work on it. All right. Okay, I think yeah. Okay, Curly, you are up. It is 6 a.m. in the morning, and I've gone for at least 8 hours. I know it's got to be at least 8 hours. And my bladder is at the breach. I'm at the breach of the breaking point. But I can do it. I can do it for Curly. I can tap in to my bladder holding powers by your powers combined. You guys are like, who is this guy? What is wrong with him? I'm a little delirious. I can have a reading. Well, that's what I just said. What I just said. You're welcome. For those of you that are new to the channel, please like, share, and subscribe. Many of you are coming in quite late, unfortunately, because I've been on here for about 8 hours. I have not moved, I've not stood, I've not stretched, I've not peed. I've literally done nothing but do cards. And the sunlight is crusting through my window. My mind is nearly melted. I will dream. I will dream so sweetly tonight. Not of Geminis, though. I will be praying for Spence. There was the first Gemini, and then she took on another Gemini. We'll cast the demons off in the name of Jesus. Okay, so I'm a Pisces, and he is also. Is that even possible? Like, I don't think I've ever seen, two Pisces together. Like, romantically. I know about the Pisces-Scorpio thing, but I've never seen two Pisces. That's interesting. Anyways, continue. He is also, but it's been more like a friendship turned into a situationship. Let me break that down for those of you out there, what that means. It means when you have a friend of the opposite sex and you find out that you like banging each other. But I kept my distance these past 2 weeks, and he just told me he misses me, and I told him I want more. Woo! By God. By God, you want more. And by God, he misses you. One of them situationships, man, they situate just right. I'm going to get situated just right. Get you situated right on that G spot. I don't be saying, you guys want to see some spiritual shit? It gets real spiritual when you get on that spiritual G spot now. That situation. Man, I need me a situationship. I ain't got no friends for that. See, that's the thing. That's how you know you got a real friend. Like a good friend. Yes, we are best friends. But we have crossed that line. So what does a breakup look like when... what does a breakup look like when you're in a situationship? Do you just go back to being friends without the benefits? It's so confusing to me. Will he eventually want a relationship or just want to keep fooling around? Now, see, that's where it gets complicated. I've had this conversation though. In communities where people do the friends with benefits things, and everyone always says that one of the two people always catches feelings and it ruins everything. Like the whole purpose of the situationship existing is because there were no feelings involved. It's because it's just like, hey, this is great. Like, you're cool, I'm cool. Like, I don't need anything from you. You don't need anything from me. It's like the best of both worlds. We get together. We bang, and you don't have to deal with all the emotional attachment stuff, right? I don't know. I think it's interesting, but we'll leave my opinion out of it. Is anything more going to become of this? Is Curly's situationship going to continue to curl her curly toes? Geminis also know every name pronounceable for Cthulhu and the devil. Just because the devil knows how to take you to hell, and he knows the combination. Damn Geminis. Old damn Spence, she like, no. I'm going to stick around. I'm going to stand up for the devil now. You come up in here. So I'm going to tell you a couple times that Gemini got on my G-spot. He done got on the G-spot the wrong way. She's on her second. G-spot, Gemini. That's his new nickname. We're going to call him G-spot Gemini. That's a good nickname. if I was a Gemini, I'd want you to call me a G-spot Gemini. And then I'd want you to go get a reading done. Like, I want you to go to that, get online to that fancy tarot reader. And I want you to ask him what I'm going to do to you tonight. Go up in there and be like, hey, you think you all psychic and shit? How about this? How about you tell me what old G-spot Gemini is going to do to me tonight? See if you can pull that. See if you can pull them secrets out of the oblivion. Curly, I got to tell you, you getting less than a G-spot. Maybe you should trade. Maybe you should trade with M. Spence. You give M. Spence your situationship, and M. Spence gives you the G-spot Gemini. Y'all do a little switch swap. Let's see what happens. See how things change up. You're a Pisces and she's a Scorpio. So, you know, it could be like a thing. Yeah, I'm going to get one more, but I'm going to just tell you straight. Yeah. This is big. This is a big fat no. This is you getting blocked from the G-spot. This is you getting blocked from the G-spot. We're going to go through it, though. Why are you getting blocked from the G-spot? Yep, just like I said a second ago, every friends with benefits I've ever seen, the minute somebody catches feelings, it ruins it. So, I think it's going to start off as kind of like this. Like, obviously you have free will. Obviously you have a decision. Which is this. You know, basically saying, hey, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to keep it casual, keep it casual. If you want to go for something serious, go check it out. Unfortunately, when you go into the serious route, you get Lady Justice involved. Some type of karma, something going to happen. So some kind of karma here. And then this happens. You're going to get that lesson. You're going to get burned. He's going to get burned. You're going to burn each other. You're going to burn each other real good. And I don't mean like the good kind, like the G-spot Gemini kind. Then you got contract. And essentially the contract is implying expectations. When you get into a serious relationship, it comes with this contract because now you guys got expectations. You just out here banging. There ain't no expectations because you just banging. You know what I'm saying? You just out here like, hey, what you up to, girl? I'm like, oh, I'm bored. Cool. How about we order a pizza and you come over here to the house and give me a BJ while I eat this pizza. And when I'm done, maybe I'll, G-spot Gemini you or something. And then, like, hey, all right, well, that was fun. Have a good night. And he pets your little kitty cat on the way out the door, and y'all go about your life doing your thing until the next pizza night, right? But this ain't no pizza night. This is I got expectations for you because the minute you start getting them feelings involved, all them expectations follow. And that's why people without situationships have hard times in their relationships, because people think that expectations keep them safe. I'm going to put all these expectations on you and the relationship and all this, that, and the other. Isn't it interesting that you can just have a situationship and a friends with benefits? You can literally be friends. Like for real. I'm not even kidding. You can be friends with somebody. Like, we're friends. We're really good friends. We get all the benefits of these people over here that are emotionally involved. And, they're fighting. They can't get along. They hate each other. The sex ain't good anymore. And it's like, we're over here No emotional attachment at all. We just friends and we fucking. And it's good for now. But then somebody gets feelings, man. Why does that always happen? Hey, somebody got to get damn feelings and ruin the whole thing. We was having a good time, and you had to go catch feelings. And I was fixing to buy this. I find this guy's course online. He's talking about how I'm going to teach you how to be a G-Spot Gemini hero. I bought the course, and I was thinking, man, I'll show you the course I bought. Are we just going to practice? Nope, can't do it now. You done got feelings, and you want to be like, watch the Notebook and shit. Like, I ain't trying to watch the Notebook with you. Damn. Why? So basically what's going to end up happening, so back to your reading, what's going to end up happening, someone's like, let go. Like, all right, well, we've got to let this go now. If you got feelings and emotions, time to let it go. And someone's going to walk away. Why? Because you hurt in the first place. You're hurt, or he's hurt, or you both hurt. Someone's got trauma, you both got trauma. And you're playing it safe. Casual sex is a great way to have connection and get your needs met without having to face your fears. And that's a hard reality. So no, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I can't lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you, because then I would get this. And that's the last thing. See, I don't need that sword right there. Does not need to be on my G-spot. And old Karma, Lady Justice, will take that sword and she would peg the living shit out of me with that sword if I lied to you. And I just don't, my bladder's full enough as it is. I don't need that sword going anywhere near me. So as much as I would like to say that this could turn into something more formal, I don't see it happening. I think you would ruin the friendship. So if you want to keep this guy, even if the benefits wear off, I mean, you just like him, you know, you got this, like you really have a friendship and you really care about the friendship, even if the benefits just kind of came along with it on accident or however you want to put it. If you care about the friendship and you don't want to lose this person even as a friend, I would say don't do it. Oh, so what you're trying to say is you wanted a relationship to begin with. Now, see, this is interesting. This is fascinating too. Why are you out here doing friends with benefiting if you want yourself a new relationship, a real relationship? I'll answer your question, but that's just food for thought. Is there going to be new love coming in for Curly? She trying to pretend like she don't want no real love. She's like, no, I want love. I don't want to just bang. Because banging without love is just banging. I've been there. I went through my hoe phase. Casual, lifeless, empty sex, no fulfillment. Feel more empty when I'm done than I was before I began. Because I was afraid of getting hurt. We all got to go through it. It's a growing pain. Some take on the challenge, some don't. New love coming towards. There's something you need to let go of. There's something you need to let go of and release that you have not let go of or released. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the actual answer to the question. Yes, you do have options. 7 of Cups. You have more than one choice, actually. You have options available to you. And anything else? Anything else you'd like to say? Oh, Lord Almighty. Lord Almighty. Oh, okay. What? Easy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Getting crazy. Oh, shit. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Plot twist. Plot twist. First off, I'll tell you one thing. I'm just gonna say this: the old boy right there, he gonna miss that friends with benefits right there. Y'all see what I'm saying? He gonna miss that friends with benefits. I'm just saying. He gonna have 2 friends right there. He gonna be out 2 friends. He gonna be out 2 friends for sure. I'm just saying. Like, boy, you done lost 2 friends. 2 close friends too. They real close. I'm just saying. Yeah, you got a lot of options and a lot of potential here. But there's a big but. So let's go through this real quick. Here's the 7 of Cups. That's you with all your options and choices. Here you are with your what have yous, your voodoo, your witchcraft. You got your witchcraft hanging out there, looking all, witchy. This is you. I mean, you walk out in public like that, you're gonna get a lot of attention. I'm just saying. What's that song about? The milkshake and all the boys coming to the yard and all the what have you and shit. That's you. You the milkshake song, and all the boys be coming up to the yard, right? I mean, look, you even got Jesus Pradeep over here working on your extended car warranty. He's like, shit, I'm about to get my ass in shape running up in here. Look, he's working out at the gym. He's doing he's doing CrossFit. He's getting jacked. Cause he's like, damn, I gotta get my beach body on. It ain't even summer. I'm gonna get my beach body on. I'm dealing with the Empress. Straight up, I'm dealing with the Empress. So he's getting out of the extended car warranty business to get his shred on, because he's gonna deal with the Empress. He's gonna need to do some weightlifting. You know what I'm saying? Old boy, he finna have to put his hands on that. He's gonna have his hands full, son. So he's got to do some. He definitely gonna have to get up his strength and his cardio, for sure. I'm just saying. So, anyways, this is the 8 of Pentacles. This is all about, well, before you put the cart in front of the horse, you got some things you got to work on here. Now, look, you can't make this up. This is the 10 of Pentacles, and this is the 10 of Cups. You got both of the best 10s that you can get across the board, and you sitting pretty as the Empress. Real pretty. Too pretty, in my opinion. I mean, you're just leaving it out like that. Come on, man. Damn. It's like my bladder fixing to explode over here over this. Anyway, you got both 10s. 10 of Cups, the most love 2 human beings can have. The 10 of Pentacles, the happy forever after, all the damn things. You got it. All right. Uh, Down here comes them love offers. Here, all the boys coming to the yard with the milkshake. All 7 of these cups, one after the other. Just a train of them dudes coming in. They see you out there in the yard. You be like, hey, boys, how are y'all? And you got over here, Haziz over here, whatever his name is. What's that guy's name? I forget. His name was like, he was like the what was that guy's name? Sebastian, Sabin, something. Oh, hell, I can't remember. It was back in the 90s. Anyways, it don't matter. And you got this. You got this truth. You got this clarity. Now, here's the thing. This card and these 2 cards here and this 7 of cups. See, sometimes being the Empress is a double-edged sword. Sometimes the Empress is a double-edged sword. What do I mean? Well, sometimes you can be so hot, so pretty, so tempting. You can have all the goodies. The goodies are so good that you attracting things that you don't necessarily need and you don't necessarily want. That's what this Ace of Swords is all about. Ace of Swords is up here saying, hey, you better get crystal damn clear about who and what you allow to come in and grab your things. And if it ain't him, then it ain't right. I'm just saying, because he's putting all this work in, he's working out to lift some of them things. So, I just feel just the fact that he's working out hard to get in there to get a lift on, I feel like he deserves a chance. But anyway, look, this guy here, he ain't worked out shit. He can barely lift up that he can barely lift that glass. And look, he's trying to look all like Billy Ray Cyrus with that little Kentucky waterfall mullet. And he's wearing a Burger King hat. He got that little Burger King hat on up there. But he's gonna shoot his shot though. Look, he got flowers. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing though. I'll tell you a little secret. G-Spot Gemini might already know about this, but them skinny ones, them skinny white dudes, if you know what I mean, it's no joke. That stereotype about the skinny white dudes, it's no joke. Okay, I'm gonna let you figure that out. So, it's hard, man. You gotta figure it out. Like, do I want the strong man or do I want the skinny white man? Who got the, it's tough, man. You ladies I would hate to be a woman. I'm just saying. Anyway, so this is the most important part right here. So now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We got that 6 of Swords and we got that 4 of Pentacles. Now, this is where you can really bite yourself in the booty, which isn't very pleasurable when you got to bite yourself in the booty. So there's something that you still holding on to. This is you playing it safe, holding on, holding back, not wanting to get hurt, all that stuff. Maybe holding on to some stuff from the past. Who knows? Could be all of the above. Now, this energy right here is going to ensure that some of these cups that show up are going to be ones that you don't want. And this here is about the need to, again, release, let go, walk away, and move on from something. Completely letting go from the past. Walking away and removing yourself from past baggage. So the fact that these 2 cards are here are saying, again, that you're going to have all these options, but more than one of these cups is going to have a snake in it. And I don't mean this snake from the skinny guy. It's not that snake. So you need to be careful. You need to get clear about what's got to go, because this is a knife, a really big one. What do you need to cut out of your life? What has to go? What needs to be let go of, cut out, so you can see things clearly. You know what you know what you know. You know what you need. You know what you don't need. You have absolute clarity on who you are, what you want, what you don't want, what you're not going to tolerate. Moving forward, your future, all the things. And the more clear you can get about that, and then you start putting the work in with this guy, you start going, you start getting fit with this guy over here and putting in the work, the self-development. This is what the Eight of Pentacles is for me in this kind of reading. It's about you doing the work. Then one of these options is going to come in, and it's going to be your Ten of Cups and your Ten of Pentacles. So your question was, do you have something new coming? Yes, but. The answer is yes, but it may not be the type of love you want, but it might be the love you want. It just all depends on who you are based on what amount of work that you do. If you do the work, you get out of self-preservation at all costs. You let go of past baggage. Then Billy Ray Bon Jovi Skinny Cyrus comes in with his sweet mullet, his Burger King hat, and a big old, well, you know what that is. He comes in with that thing, and life gets good. And then you end up like this. You end up with a bunch of them. You're like, man, this guy over here, he done got you pregnant. He got your sister pregnant. He's got anyone around you. It's like women just look at this guy and they get pregnant. Look at that. There's not a man to be found in that picture. He done given out his cups. They didn't have room. He done got room for him in the family picture. It's like Christmas card. Like, where he at? He not even in the Christmas card. Like, yeah. Just all the babies. So you got love. You got options coming. And just be careful what you do with those too now. I'm just saying. Oh my God, my bladder's gonna die. All right. What time is it? It is 6:30. I've been on this thing for I don't even know how long now. I've got to pee. I have got to sleep. I'm delirious. I'm losing my voice. But welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. She's like, I ain't even dated a white guy before. Well, man, what the hell is that? Not all white guys are Geminis, you know. I don't know. Maybe you didn't know. Did you know that? Maybe I'm saying that. Maybe I'm saying that out of turn. Just for anybody who didn't know, not all white people are Geminis. I'm just saying. Just in case. I don't know what I don't know what they're saying out there. I mean, M. Spence, she's got 2. But she's like, yeah, it's a G spot. Oh, wait, YOLO's here. Hey, dude. You said you had a quick question. You give me, what's the question you have real quick? You'll be my last one. What's your question, YOLO? I forgot you was here. Is the girl I'm paying attention to have feelings for me? Okay, I see you. Does the girl have feelings for the YOLO? You only live once, damn it. And if you M. Spence, you're like a cat with 9 lives, and you put them all in the same gun and all in the same chamber. It's called a Gemini. I used all 9 lives on 2 Geminis. She daredevil. I'll tell you what, man. You some Scorpio balls right there. Hold on, I dropped my damn card. Y'all distracting me. Oh shit. Man, I moved my big toe and my bladder's like, ah. She's like, just one. You said you had two. You said you had two Geminis. Now you taking it back. So I only got one. Yeah, we see about that. Oh boy. I mean, you better be careful now, YOLO. I'm going to tell you straight up. You better be wearing a rubber, boy. You're going to end up with a baby. That woman tell you she on birth control, you better be like, I want to see you eat the whole bottle. Right here. I want to see you eat the whole bottle. You better look down her throat with the light. I'm just telling you. Right there, man. She might be trying to sperm harvest on you. Like, I want me a baby. This woman right here, she's pregnant as AF. Pregnant AF. Look at that. Look, she feels like me. You see how she holding her? She holding that pregnant belly like I'm holding my bladder. But see, this is how she fool you. See, she got that little cup and she's like, don't worry, baby. I took my birth control. And she over here, pregnant belly. And be like, damn, why you look like you pregnant? I mean, she like 7 months. And you like, wait a minute, something off. She's like, no, baby, ain't nothing wrong. Look, I take my birth control. I'm serious. You need to make damn sure now. Because look, I feel like, so we're going to start with the Three of Wands. So I feel like she keeping her options open a little bit. Like she keeping that side eye. Because this is somebody who keeps an eye on the horizon. The Three of Wands. It's like, nah, man, there's a whole world out there. Ain't ready to settle down. They hold on to them wands too now. You got to keep with that. Does she have emotions? I think I mean, I think she got some kind of feelings. Now, this is a Queen of Cups, so you could be dealing with a water sign. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Doesn't have to be that, but it could be. I know it ain't none of the Pisces we got up in here, no. Well, that's Scorpio. She with the Gemini. I can't say nothing but that. I'm trying to give her as much credit as I can, though. So then we got this. So you got to be careful with this Magician, because this can go two ways. This can be a trickster energy, somebody who's not quite what they seem. But it can also be somebody that's, they're kind of like, hey, yeah, I'm into it. I want to make something happen here. But then we got this Four of Swords. So this is somebody maybe who's trying to heal from something, or I don't know. They, what's the energy I want to put on this? They're not showing you everything. See how she's holding on to that sword? There is a fear here because they've been hurt in the past. He's got these other three swords, which is telling me that they've been hurt. The Three of Swords is about being hurt. And this fourth sword, this person's clinging to it for dear life. So I feel that this person is I will hurt you before you can hurt me if I have to. I'm not saying that this person's malicious, but I am saying that under the right circumstances, if you trigger this person, they will turn that sword on you. So just keep that in mind. Now, we do have the Nine of Cups. I'll probably clarify that one for you because the Nine of Cups can be deceiving. A lot of people would say, hey, no, this person's your wish come true. It's everything you've ever desired. It's great. It's everything you want. But the Nine of Cups can be a very superficial energy as well. It can be very surface, right? Because it's really somebody who, it's about fulfillment in the moment. So in the moment, you know, you can feel like you're on cloud nine. She can feel like she's on cloud nine in the moment. Things can be very deceiving with the Nine of Cups because it's a very momentary, it's here 1 minute, it's gone the next type of feeling or emotion. Now, whatever's going on in her mind, she's terribly overthinking something. Something has happened to her where she's a little bit in like a victim mentality. It's whatever this is, whatever's happened to her in the past where she feels like she has this hold on to this sword for dear life. And I'm not saying that to be judgmental of her or to make light of it. I mean, obviously she's gone through something, but I am saying that whatever she's gone through has got her in a not good frame of mind. It's something that she needs to overcome here with the Chariot. Something she needs to heal. Why is the Nine of Cups here? I will say this, with the Nine of Cups and the Three of Wands, this might be somebody who's here for a good time, not necessarily a long time. I could be wrong about that. We'll see. But that's not the energy that I get. I do think that this person has been hurt. Okay, so we have the Fool. So yeah, this person is definitely more about their freedom. They're more spontaneous, more about having fun. You know, I feel like this person doesn't want to be locked down. That doesn't mean that they're not willing to have a commitment to some extent, but it's not like a real commitment. Like this isn't somebody, like even if they say they're going to be your girlfriend or, you know, you become quote unquote official, it's not, for them, it's not really real. It doesn't have that same level of meaning to them. It's just a title. It's not something that they're necessarily going to stick with or stand by. Now we have the High Priestess. So this could be Pisces because we have Queen of Cups and the High Priestess. So she could be a Pisces. Doesn't have to be. But this is somebody who you find very attractive, I feel. But somebody who hides a lot. She might hide how she feels. She might give you mixed signals. Or she could even just straight up have secrets that you don't know about. Anything else? Yeah. So this person, I feel like I was saying here with this sword here, this person, if you trigger them, it's like they go from the sweet little person, and it's like they go Super Saiyan on you. They turn into the Hulk. And this person will get in your face. They might have like some anger, like, you know, they're a combative type. Like they're not like, I don't feel like this person, if you push them hard enough, like they will stand up. So let me ask what advice you need to know really quick. What advice do you need to know about this? Like if I were you, man, I would just protect your heart. I wouldn't put I would definitely not put your emotional eggs all in this girl's basket. I don't think that she would be a wise investment for, she would not be a wise, emotional, serious investment. I think you would end up getting hurt. Well, that's same card came out again. So we got two of the same cards that just came out that were already on the table. You can have a choice, man. At the bottom of the deck this time, I mean, these two cards are the same thing. It's the Magician and the Four of Swords. But do you have the Lovers here, which is a choice. The bottom of the deck, you have the Page of Cups, which is a new love offer. You have a Queen of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy, Knight of Wands, it's essentially saying, hey, yeah, you can play the field if you want. Ace of Swords, Temperance, and the Two of Pentacles, and the Sun. So basically, the bottom of the deck is saying, hey, you got to figure out what makes you happy, and that's the best choice for you. So whoever this other energy is, if you find out that this Queen of Pentacles makes you happier than the Queen of Cups, then that's the choice that you should go with. Is what I'm seeing here with the Sun card at the bottom of the deck. But you need to be wise here with the Ace of Swords. Clarity trumps everything. So it's not about just, which person, is, it's got to be something more than superficial stuff. It's got to be more than something superficial. Like it can't be like, I'm gonna choose the girl that's hotter. I can't choose, I choose the chick who's, got the nicer ass, the one who gives the better blowjob, or whatever. Like it needs to be something more profound than that, right? Because if it's superficial and you make a superficial decision, even though it's the decision that makes you happier, it's still the wrong decision because it's the superficial happiness. It's like, yeah, well, this one makes me happy, but it's superficial happy because you're basing it off of a superficial reason, right? So you have to go deeper. That Ace of Swords is like, you need to go deeper within yourself and go, okay, what is my intuition, my spirit, my soul telling me is the right choice for me? And that's what you need. That's the choice that you should go with here. So, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the one that you should go with. But Danny's like, you're still on. Yeah, I'm still on, man. I've been waiting for you to wake the hell up. I'm over here sitting ready to pee my pants, waiting on Danielle. She's like, what the hell? You ain't gone to bed yet? Yeah, and you will find it with the Lovers card here. You just have to stay strong in your standards. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard. Because I got to the same place as you, man. I got to the point where it was like, look, I'm tired of superficial. I'm tired of empty, casual, anything. I'm ready for the real thing. And then the minute I decided I wanted the real thing, I got the biggest test of my life. So I meet this chick who I'm still semi certain that she is probably my twin flame. And I mean, she fucked my shit up big time, dude. Like, I mean, just completely was like my whole, like, just it was it in a good way. I mean, it sucked, but it like it pushed me through this spiritual like a spiritual gauntlet, man. But it was brutal, like on a spiritual level. But I was so sure, like I was certain that she was going to be that person because I had made a firm decision that I was done. I was done with anything less than my person. No more flings, no more casual. I was willing to wait, all the things. And then she, she showed right up. And all the spiritual signs were there. The intensity, the spiritual connection, all the things were aligned. And the whole time, she was fucking a married guy. And I found out about it on her, and I met her children, so I have this emotional attachment to her kids, the whole 9 yards. And, I found the text message. It was the night of her son's birthday. So her son had just turned 6, and I found the text messages on her phone. And this guy who lives like 10 minutes down the road from her, who was like her financial advisor, who's been married, and he's got 3 kids, and he's banging her on the side. And so, and I've been through this like 3 other times before. So like my ex-wife, and then another girl, and then this other chick. So this was like my 4th betrayal in the last 11 years. On top of other losses that I've had. But yeah, needless to say, it sucked, dude. But as a result, the silver lining is I learned so much in the last 2 years, which is when I broke up with her. And the changes that have happened to me would not have happened had I not met her. Because it pushed me to a point in my own spiritual development that I could not have gone to without that situation happening. It's really hard to explain why or how these things work, but they just do. And so whether or not that woman was or is truly my twin flame, I don't know. But I can tell you that I have never, ever in my entire life met or been with somebody who served as a greater catalyst for my personal development. Like, I am 1000% sure and certain that if I had not met her and this situation had not happened exactly the way that it did, I would not have leveled up, I don't know, however many levels I've gone in the last 2 years as a result. And so, yeah, it sucks. It's shitty, but it's worth it. It's always worth it. What did I gain? I'm actually writing a book about it. This is my second book. This is the first book that I wrote. I'm writing my second book, which talks a lot about what I learned, but it's a lot. Tons and tons of spiritual growth, introspection, realizing a lot of fears that I thought I had worked through that still existed inside of me. The fear of being alone, the fear of betrayal, the fear of loss, all the typical fears. It's just, I had worked through certain layers of that up to the point of meeting her, where it's like confronting her was like, these things that have happened as a result of her made me realize that there was a lot of that still, going on inside of me. And so I came across these wonderful little things called mushrooms, and I started growing my own mushrooms, and through the assistance of mushroom therapy. I just, yeah, like you go into some places, man, inside of yourself. Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's called Better Than Before. You just look up Better Than Before and you look up my name. It should come right up. I think there's a link in the description box as well. This one's all about love and relationships. But yeah, it's just, there's just so many things that I've realized. One thing that I can tell you that we hear a lot in spiritual communities that I know is 100% true now. Well, first let me back up one step and say we can know a lot of things intellectually and that you agree with, right? Like you learn something and you might even get like a teeny tiny little bit of an experience with it, but it feels right. You learn it, it's there, you know, you got it, it's in your head, but you only have it intellectually. It's a totally different level of understanding when you experience it. And there's a lot of things that I had in my mind that I understood intellectually on a spiritual and personal development type of level. Like I could tell you, I could teach it, I can help other people do it as a, as a mentor, as a coach. But there were things that I had not experienced, like beyond the knowledge of it. And that's kind of where like the mushrooms, come into play. Because when you go down that rabbit hole, like you're in the, like you're down the hole and you're not coming out until the mushrooms wear off. So it's like, once you take that leap, you take the leap. And I don't say that to make it sound like it's a scary thing, but it's just, if you're a control freak and you have control issues, people don't like the sensation of losing that mental control because your ego is shut off basically. And so your channel is wide open to receive, and you receive downloads, just divine truth, of constant flow of divine truth. And so and the beauty of that though, is that you can only receive the truth. That means that the things that you may not necessarily want to hear about yourself or know about yourself when your ego's engaged, that information can't hit you, it can't reach you. Because all a revelation is, those moments where you have an epiphany, a revelation, you get tingles, you're like, oh my God, you're not going to believe this, and you want to go run and tell your friends, you just had this major breakthrough. Well, the only reason that we experience that, it's not because of the timing. That information is always available. And the only thing that prevents us from getting a revelation or getting a breakthrough or receiving that knowledge is we're simply not ready for it. Like we're not ready to receive the truth. When the minute that you're truly ready to receive the unbiased truth is the absolute minute you receive the answer. And that's for anything. So there's answers to things that all of us potentially could have right now. And the only reason that we haven't gotten the answer from that divine channel is because we're simply not ready for it. We don't want to hear it. Or we're not mature enough for it. We can't handle that experience. And so, yeah, and it should make you angry because betrayal is wrong. It's fucked up. And I would never say anything different. But I've also learned too that, we think our understanding of justice, our understanding of injustice and judgment, what we think is fair and just is totally different when you're on that spiritual plane. And it's really, really hard, man, because sometimes when you come full circle, you realize it's like, man, I really could, like, there's that part, that anger in me wants to judge my ex-girlfriend for all the things that she did, right? But the truth is, I'm no better than her. And I've done things. I haven't done the exact thing that she's done, but I'm no better than her. And when you transcend judgment, you get to this place where you understand what true love is. And you start to understand why people do the shitty things that they do. And we all come into this world the same, but we are shaped differently based on our experiences, right? And when you get to that place where you're not judging things through the human ego and you're just hanging out in divine truth, you realize that there's just hurt people. That's it. And that hurt person, they want love as much as you want love. But they've got all these problems. They've got all this fear. They have all these programs, all this shit that they're, what's the word I want to use? My brain's like so fried right now. They're drowning in all this shit. And so they can't see the woods through the trees, right? Or however that saying is. And so if I had to summarize something that I learned, something profound, something important, at least one thing that I could say that I've learned is that love is the universal law. And that for me, and this is just me speaking, this is my truth, not everyone's truth, is that hurt people and healed people heal people. And that's how this collective shit works, right? What you do unto yourself, you do unto others. And that's why the Bible, the good book, says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Because if you don't deal with your hurt, then you're going to go out into the world and you're going to become the very thing that you didn't want to happen to you, right? So once upon a time, my ex-girlfriend was cheated on. And so instead of not allowing that pain or that infraction to define her, she became it, right? And unfortunately, that's what happens to a lot of people. Somebody, is abused, they become the abuser. They get cheated on, they become the cheater. And so when people don't deal with their pain, they become the thing that hurt them. And it's unfortunate, it sucks. But on the flip side, if you heal from those things, then you become the healer because you have an experience that's unique to where you have an insight. You can go and you can sit in the ashes with somebody and relate to them through that experience, right? So if I've never been cheated on, I don't really know what to do or what to say in regards to somebody who's been cheated on. Like, I'm not the right person to hang out with because I'm not going to know what to tell them. I can empathize with them, but I've never had that experience. There's something special when you've gone through an experience and you can sit with somebody in their ashes and look them in the eye and they know that you know what it's like because they feel it. It's like, man, this guy, I know that he's not bullshitting. It's real. I know he's gone through this. And so now you have something you can pay it forward. You can help be the healer in that person's life so that they don't become the thing that hurt them. So you intercepted that, right? Like, instead of this person potentially becoming a cheater because they were cheated on, you came in and you healed them. They met you instead, and you encouraged them, you inspired them, you motivated them to go a different direction. Whereas maybe they wouldn't have gone that direction. Maybe they would have gone over here and they would have become that cheater. And that's what it means to be a light worker, a healer, a love and lighter, or whatever you want to call it. And so for me, it's all about understanding that everybody deserves love. And the only reason that people do bad shit and evil shit is because they partnered with some form of fear or they stopped believing in love, right? It's the absence of love. They're love starved, or they're spiritually bankrupt, or they're powerless. They believe they're a powerless person. So they gave their power away to someone or something else because they thought that person had the power to make them happy, right? And so really it just boils down to the belief of, if you believe that love is scarce, that's the word I was looking for. If you believe that love is scarce, then you've opened yourself up to a whole reality of pain, suffering, and shit that's unnecessary. And I don't believe that there is any other fear. That's the only fear. if we were to peel back all the layers and we were to go deep, all the way down to the the root layer, it's my personal belief that the people who struggle, who suffer, who are unhappy and unfulfilled, the people who have all this bad behavior that we don't like, it all stems from a deep-seated core belief that love is scarce. And when you believe that love is scarce, it can be taken from you, it can die, it can abandon you, it can abuse you, it can hurt you, then of course you can expect the worst. But I don't have that belief. I don't believe love is scarce. I believe that love just is. Love is the only truth. There's no such thing as love being scarce. That's bullshit. It's not true. And ironically, what's interesting, and I'll say this before we go here, you'll never hear someone say, "I'm so afraid of fear." Yet fear is what makes people do all the shit that's bad. You know, what do you hear people say instead? "Oh, I'm so afraid of getting hurt. I'm so afraid of love. I'm so afraid of trusting again." Isn't it wild that the thing that causes us to do the crazy shit that we do is not the thing that we're actually accusing of the problem that it causes? Love isn't what caused you to be hurt. Love isn't what caused you to be betrayed. Love isn't what caused you to be abandoned. Love isn't the cause. Fear was the cause. But how come no one's running around going, "I'm so afraid of fear. I'm so afraid of being afraid"? That's the illusion of fear. That's how powerful fear is. Fear is so powerful that it can literally be affecting you and make you believe that it's something else that's causing it, when it's not true. Fear is what causes fear. Love does not cause fear. Fear causes fear. Period. Love did not hurt you. Fear hurts you, not love. So we believe that. We believe in the illusion and the lie of fear, which is the acronym of fear: false evidence appearing real. And that's why, and everyone thinks, because you'll never hear it. You'll never hear anyone say, "Oh my God, I'm so afraid of fear." They say all the opposite. "I'm afraid of love. I'm afraid of being hurt. I'm afraid of commitment. I'm afraid of going all in. I'm afraid of being, this or that," and all these things. So, it's just not true. And the reason that fear is there is because they believe that love is scarce. All powerlessness, period, is a result of a belief that love is scarce. Because if you believe that love is abundant, then it doesn't matter. Any other reality that you live in doesn't fucking matter. I wake up and it's like, hey, I'm not stupid. I know I live in a real world. Pain is a part of life. It's a fact, just like gravity. Suffering is a choice. Pain is a reality. You're going to experience pain. Suffering is something you choose. When you partner with fear, you suffer. I have a painful experience. This woman who I deeply love, I loved her children. I was emotionally invested. I saw a future with her. She cheated on me. That was painful. Am I suffering? Fuck no. Am I a better man than I was 2 years ago than when I was with her? Absolutely. Ironically, I love her more now than I did when I was with her, because I understand more, because I went deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I have a different level of understanding of what love is. And one, I can appreciate the catalyst of change that she was for my life, but two, I can empathize. I'm not giving her a pass on her bad behavior, by the way. What she did was wrong. All shitty behavior is still shitty behavior. But I can love her soul because her soul is pure. All this other shit that she's doing out of her ego and her self-preservation, all the bad shit that people do, is from here. That's why the devil is in the mind, right? In the Bible, there's a verse where Jesus rebukes his disciple Peter. And he says, "Get behind me, Satan, for you have not the things of God in mind, but the things of man." Well, Satan is just a word for the accuser or the enemy, which is the mind, right? And in the Old Testament, in the book of Genesis, you had the 2 trees in the garden, and you had the snake and the Adam and Eve and all that. Well, the snake represents the reptile brain. It's the part of our brain. It's the primal part of our, the primal. It's basically responsible for all of our security. It's responsible for what keeps you safe. And it was the snake, the reptile brain, that deceived Eve into partaking of the fruit, right? Well, did God really say that you can't eat of this tree? And did God really say that you would die if you did this? The rationalization. That's how the brain works. It gets you to rationalize and negotiate with yourself, right? And so this is the only devil. This fucking thing between your 2 ears, it has its purpose, though. Sometimes we need to be intelligent, right? Like, I'm not going to go touch a rattlesnake. I'm not going to just carelessly jump off a bridge, or like, there's a reason for us to have this to keep us safe sometimes. But when we let this thing run the show, we're fucked. And so, unfortunately, my ex, this is running her show. All this shit out here that came out in your reading, the 8 of Swords and all that stuff, like, that's when people give their power away to this thing up here. But who she really is her soul. And her soul is pure because it's love. We're all pure. We're all divine beings. You cannot have a tainted soul. And so understanding more about her, even though I wasn't with her, I can honestly say I love her more now because I understand more now than I did when I was with her. And it's a bittersweet thing because it's like, hey, you know what? It's too bad, because we could be enjoying that. That's a reality that had a potential it's not real now, unfortunately. But what I'll tell you, for real, is this: whatever happens with your situation, anyone's situation, as long as you don't believe and partner with the bullshit lie that love is scarce, you will find it. It's not a matter of if, you will have it. That's it. Hope costs nothing. Giving up costs everything. So you just have to stay on. You have to be resilient and courageous, and you have to just keep going. And so I have a rule with myself, and this is my rule, is I don't give a fuck how many betrayals, how many losses, I don't care. I don't care if I'm 90 years old and it's my last day alive and then my soulmate shows up. I refuse to lower the standard of who I am based on experiences I have with other people who betray themselves. Just because they betray themselves doesn't mean I'm going to betray myself. Just because they gave up on love and believe that love is scarce, I'm not going to choose that. And I don't care how many times I have to go through this thing again and again and again. If I have to go through 1,000 breakups, 1,000 betrayals, 1,000 deaths, 1,000 abandonments, I don't give a fuck. I will keep fucking going until I lay my hands on what I know that I incarnated to be an experience. I came into this existence for love. I will find it. I will have it. Nothing, no one, I don't give a fuck. As long as there's oxygen in my lungs, I will have it. And that's the level of tenacity that people need to have, right? And if you don't have that tenacity, then love might not be for you. Unfortunately, that's what I believe. Because that's the courage it takes sometimes. Sometimes you have to get up again and again and again. You fall down 7 times, you get up 8. Right? And you never let shitty experiences define you or define what love means for you. Because you're giving your power away. Someone cheated on you. Oh, I'm never going to love again. No, you're just being a pussy. You're never going to love again because that person didn't understand what love was, so they didn't understand to love you that way. That's ridiculous. Why would you give that person that much power to take something away from you, which is this thing that you've always wanted? Why would you give them that power? Instead of seeing the truth and going, man, they could never give away what they didn't have. They never had that to give to me in the first place. I just had to find out the hard way. And unfortunately, many times we have to find out the hard way. But But that doesn't mean you give up on love. It doesn't mean you blame love. It doesn't mean you chicken out and go, oh, I'm so hurt, I can't take it anymore. Well, then maybe it's not for you. But if you want the real fucking thing, then you have to draw a line in the sand and say, nothing is going to take this away from me. Nothing. Not death itself can't take this away from me. And when you get to that point, the universe knows that you fucking mean business. And from that point, it doesn't matter what happens to you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. It's all of that. So, you know, my friend, I'm just, I didn't mean to get on a big tangent there at the end, other than just to tell you, like, know who you are, know what you want, and nothing else matters. Because nobody can take something from you that you don't allow to be taken from you. That's it. You want love, you want the woman in your dreams, then you fucking draw a line in the sand and say, I will have it, and nothing will take it from me. And you may have, like I said, you may get tested again. You may have a couple of people come through that you think is that person. I've had that. You know, I've had a few women in the last 11 years since my divorce that I thought was going to be the one. And they weren't. But I didn't let that, you know, I didn't give up because I was wrong, or I thought wrong, or it didn't turn out the way that I thought it was going to turn out. You just learn, right? And that's the problem. People don't want to learn. It's like if it's, you know, what's that saying? Like, rejection is God's protection, right? That's all it is, man. That's all it is. So anyways, my friend, you got this. Don't ever let anything get between you and your dreams and your desires. And, you know, listen to your heart. Stay on that spiritual path. And your heart, as long as you trust it, and you don't believe in the fear lie or the love is scarce lie, your heart will lead you to that person, and you'll know. And don't be afraid when things don't work out, like, oh my gosh, I thought this was going to be it, and it wasn't. It's fine. Get up, shake it off. Keep going. If it's not it, it's not it. You know? Love is, I mean, I've been through enough shit in this world to know that if love is not if love is not at least one of the greatest reasons that we come into this plane of existence, then I don't have an answer. I really don't. It's got to be. You know. So anyway, that's my big rant in closing. I appreciate you guys hanging out though. Definitely appreciate the likes and the subscribes and all that. And come see me again. Hope I see you guys again. And if you guys, I think my I'll drop it in the chat really quick, but it should be in the description box. But you guys can keep up with me, because I like to hear from you guys, like what happens. I do these readings. You can send me an email. But for real, you know, I like to hear from people, hear what happens, you know, what happens with your readings, what happens in your life, and keep in touch that way. And then I can keep in touch with you guys as well. So with that being said, guys, I appreciate you all. I'm officially checking out for the night. I don't know how long I've been on. Probably at least 9 hours. But you guys are amazing. And till next time, love and light to you all. And enjoy your week, your weekend, the week to come. And I will hopefully see you guys on the next one.